with us for that.
Listen up, the ratings just came in for last month. We are #1. We just grabbed every key demographic.
Super duper, gang. Yeah. Super duper. That's nice. Way to go. Neato, gang.
Yes.
Boy, that is good news.
It is the 24th day of April, 2025. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Power Trip Morning Show. Yeah. Here we are. Good to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's NFL Draft Day. Go, Vikes, go. What are we going to do today, huh? Wish I was in Green Bay right now, waking up at the Ho Chunk Casino, getting ready for a long day. But you know what? Instead, we're here at the Power Trip Morning Show getting ready for the 98th annual Power Trip NFL Mock Draft. So lots to get to. Everybody's coming in. Going to be fun. We'll do that starting at 7:30. And a lot to get to before that as well. So let's get her started. Here's Tim Dillon, some comedy. It is Thursday morning on the Power Trip. It is NFL Draft Day. There's playoff basketball and hockey in the air and so much to celebrate. Some comedy on the Power Trip. Come on in. I'm glad you are here.
It's so funny what we fight about in America. We're going to ban TikTok or we're not. I don't know. But the reason the government gives is amazing. They're like, we got to ban TikTok because China is spying on you. But you are also spying on us. They're like, yeah, but they're doing it in a Chinese way. We're just goofing around. Do you see the difference? Not really, no. I hope China is spying on us with TikTok so they could harvest all the intelligence. The vital, meaningful intelligence. I hope they have to watch every TikTok video ever made. There's just a general in a room, expressionless, watching every zannied out housewife, like every Waffle House brawl, people beating each other with hash browns. He's just sitting there, no expression. We're the only country that kills at breakfast. We're the only country where people put down a glass of orange juice and go, let's go right now.
I like the Alaskan typo.
The finish line is waiting.
I've had enough of you.
Fate is on your side. You hear the distant thunder. There's lightning in your stride.
Draft Day on the Power Trip Morning Show. It is Thursday, April 24th of 2025. I'm Corey Cove. That is Chris Hockey. That is Meat Sauce Paul Lambert. There is Max Fuller. There is Zachary Halverson back from Las Vegas, Nevada. It is Draft Day. The mock draft starts in 2 hours.
I'd like to have about 9 drafts of beer right now.
One of those days?
Every day is one of those days.
Every day is one of those days? Hey, hey, Zachary, can you help me with something? I want to start with this.
Sure.
I don't know what goes on around here anymore. You know, back in the day when we used to have like a digital department, we had like 9 people down there. We could walk down the hall and go, "Hey, I need a logo or I need a something or other," and then they fired all those people.
Oh wait.
I know we took a pay cut to save all their jobs, and then they took all their jobs anyway.
Where's my 401k go?
And then we had a hub, right? We would send ideas to the hub. It was like in Nashville or Tennessee. Where was it again?
Nashville.
San
It was
Antonio.
Nashville.
Wait, that was San Antonio.
No, I was in Nashville.
Oh, son of a bitch.
So it'd be like, hey,
stuff to San Antonio.
we need a Vegas Power Trip logo, and we would send that logo to the hub, and then a couple hours later we would get something back.
Hours.
And sometimes,
Charmed.
maybe days. Sometimes it would be pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
Like, God dang, this is pretty good.
Son of a bitch.
Other times you'd be like,
Is that Van Gogh over there?
have they ever seen a computer? Right? It's just a wide range of skill sets, correct? I have no idea who's in charge of our graphic department now. So I might be throwing you under the bus, Nick Madden, AJ. I have no idea. I don't know who does it. I don't know who did this, but whoever did this deserves a raise because it's my favorite mistake in the history of KFAN.
Thanks, Sheryl Crow.
Do you know what it is?
I have an idea.
Was this your fault?
No.
Do you know whose fault it was?
Yes.
Nick?
Yep.
Okay.
Please tell me they misspelled KFAN.
Oh, even better, dude. If this is Nick,
That could go bad in some certain ways.
I want to give Nick the biggest hug and give him $1 billion raise. This is my favorite typo in the
I
history of
typoed
typos.
too, by the way. I made a typo too, if you're just giving out $1 billion.
Slip
Nope.
out that stinky pinky.
Chris, I don't know how often you listen to the fan, but last night, Nordo and Sauce did some draft chat on the fan.
All right.
Because today's the draft.
Today's the
so
day, baby.
what I want to do is listen to those two guys chatting about it. Draft chat. So KFAN posted a bunch of links to promote the fact that Nordo and Sauce were going to talk NFL draft last night. That's nice. It's 6:30, right after Barreiro, right? Prime time.
Yeah.
Right after Bump.
Prime time.
Chris, they just simply called the show NFL Draft Chat.
Okay, give it to me.
They spelled NFL right.
Yeah.
Nick spelled chat right.
Yeah.
Draft was incorrectly spelled because he accidentally flipped the F and the A. Dr. Fat. It was the NFL Dr. Fat chat last night on The Fan. It's my
Which one
favorite
of them-
typo of all time.
Which of them is a doctor?
Oh, it's Nordo.
So you guys, you had Dr. Fat on last night to
So-
talk about the NFL?
That's why when I kept flipping to the comments, everybody kept asking when the doctor was going to show up. I don't get it. Why? So I didn't even see that.
It's time for a Dr. Fat because you know what, ladies, you don't have to lose the weight.
Dr.
Am I
Fat
right?
Chat.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
That's what I'm saying. Dr. Fat, hey, I'm calling Dr. Fat right now.
Oh, no.
Is he in?
Oh,
I just sent you guys it so you can see it. Not that you can't understand how it looks, but it's exactly what you think.
that's super funny.
What's going on here? There we go. Good morning. Is this Dr. Fat?
I know. I'm looking for Dr. Fat.
Oh, Sauce is for you.
Hi, Dr. Fat.
Doctor. Yes, I'm not a doctor, but I can help.
Can I ask you a question?
You fire away, young man.
You got any healthy girls out there?
I could find some for you. How many are you looking for?
You got it. I only need one.
Oh, all right. I thought you were a
You know
man
what I mean?
of many.
Is this Dr. Fat?
No, he's not here yet. I'm just his assistant.
Dr. Fat, are you not awake enough to do improv yet?
Remember the yes and
Oh,
bit?
yes, this is Dr. Fat. And?
Thank you. Yeah. When we talking fat, are we talking fat A's?
We're talking large and in charge.
Yeah. Are we talking too large up top?
They're large everywhere.
Can I ask you another question?
Of course.
You take a look at what I got down here right now. You ever seen anything like this?
Can you explain it to me?
Hey, little droopy.
Oh. Yeah, I can write you a prescription for that.
You know what?
What are those sores?
You should ask your dad about that. Let me ask you another question.
Go ahead.
Can we get back to talking about the NFL draft?
Of course.
Did you ride your motorcycle in today?
Yeah, me and my twin brother did. Yeah.
What's your twin brother do for work?
What is my? Oh, this is a three-way phone call. My twin.
I like three ways.
Yeah, my twin brother does for work. He does. He works at a bank.
He's not a doctor?
No, he's not. There's only
Can I
one
ask you a
doctor in
question,
the
Dr.
house.
Fat?
Yeah, of course.
How big are your toddies?
They're huge.
Can you describe them to me?
They're voluptuous. I have very nice nipples, and you could bat them around if you wanted.
Can I slide my supple head inside there?
All right. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, Doctor.
You're Dr. Fat.
Oh, thanks, anonymous person, because I can't give away your info.
My name's Mark Rosen.
Oh, hi, Rosie. Explain the kind of ladies you're looking for.
You know, I need a girl that keep me warm.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Rosie.
He so badly wanted to say 18-year-old.
Yeah.
Dr. Fat's boring.
I know.
Dr. Fat.
Yeah.
It's the best typo of all time.
Yeah. It's
NFL Dr. Fat chat.
Well, I got a message from Nick last night asking if I had the KFAN YouTube credentials. And I'm like, why? He goes, this is typo. And
oh, brilliant.
he told me what it was. I'm like, that's a great bit.
It's
You don't
so
want
good.
you
It's
to
the
change
best
it.
typo of all
It's
time.
the best.
I love it because either one of those two look like a doctor to me.
Right. And we both are fat.
No, it's not that. But you've been there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like you're veterans.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Listen, you don't want to talk to a psychologist who's never been depressed. You know
That's
what I mean?
a great point.
You know what I mean?
That's a great point.
You don't want to eat at a chef's restaurant if he ain't never been heavy.
You are correct, sir.
Yeah, that's a good point. Gavin Kaysen's in pretty good shape for a guy
Oh,
who
but he used
is-
to weigh 300 Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. Every Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, good for Gavin.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm with you, Dr. Fat.
So what
Thank you.
what was the consensus? Because the draft is tonight. On the Dr. Fat chat, what did you guys decide?
We basically decided that.
Or did you guys just talk about health?
We just talked about health. We talked about the best way to lose weight.
Don't do that.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah, don't lose weight. That's like a bad thing now, I
All right,
guess.
I'm on it. I won't.
I'm sick of it, man.
I won't.
I want people to be comfortable in their own bodies.
In their own what?
Are we on the camera?
Yeah, we are, by the way.
Oh, well, you think you were.
I might have
think
given
you
it the
were-
hip thrust a couple times.
You made some other vulgar move the other day when we were on the camera.
I don't know, the camera.
Yeah, isn't she from Guardians of the Galaxy, I think, correct?
You are correct.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me, Dr. Fat, but I like the NFL draft and ladies
Yep.
in lingerie,
Yep.
Olive Garden.
Yep.
Well, then let me write this down for your obituary.
No, it's not my obituary. This is my my ladyfinder.com profile.
Do you want us to just to copy and paste?
Ladyfinder.
That's a website.
I think ladyfinder.com is Instagram.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like maybe I don't have a link anymore. My StreamYard regular link
I got to
doesn't
send
work.
you a different one because we are.
That's why I hip thrusted. You didn't think I was on camera yet.
Yeah.
We were. We're live all day today.
I'm sorry about the hip thrusting, Corey,
Yeah, Core.
but when I get to talking to Dr. Fat,
Yeah, he gets horny.
Remember, wasn't it Brick? That was the name because of the wall here, too, that Lieber wants us to start calling sauce Brick?
Brick, yeah.
From Anchorman. I don't know, man. Dr. Fat's got a nice ring to it, though.
I'm gonna guess he's not gonna like that one
I
as
would
much.
not like to be called Dr. Fat
guess you wouldn't.
all the time.
Not all
What
the
about
time.
Brick?
Brick's fine. Way better than Dr.
Brick is
Fat.
a direct shot at your intelligence,
I
though.
don't
You're just a
care.
brick.
You take direct shots at my intelligence every day.
I'll take a direct shot.
Whoa. You still got that force? Like,
what?
The Force?
never.
I do.
Glad I didn't have the
young
camera on
Jedi.
you when you were doing that.
point.
Jeepers.
Good point.
My goodness.
God, Zach's back from Vegas, and it took him 8 minutes to say Jeepers. Love it. Love the Zach Jeepers.
Go back to Dr.
Dr.
Sauce
Fat.
for a second. You got to pull your hat down a little bit.
Oh, I didn't even
There you
know.
go. Thank you.
Jesus.
No, I'm here to help you.
Yeah, can you
Sounds
hurry
like
up and grow your beard again, too? I don't like
yeah,
it.
don't ever
I'm
do that
uncomfortable.
I think you're beautiful either way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think you're cute, Sosky.
Thanks, Max.
Oh, this is way worse. I'm not saying you're hideous. This is just a massive downgrade.
no,
way
it
worse.
is. It is.
It's
Way
like
worse.
looking at somebody who wears glasses all the time, and then you see them without glasses, and
Yeah.
you're just like,
Yeah.
it's not bad. It's just
But have you not seen She's All That? You don't know how that works?
Yeah,
They
hockey
get
would rather-
way hotter
yeah.
without glasses.
Why do you think every time we have a golf draft, all the ladies wear glasses for Hogs Daddy over there?
Oh, whatever, Dr. Fat.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
Man, that is gross. You can't call him that. You just can't. That hurts.
Yeah, that hurts my core.
Yeah.
NFL Dr. Fat chat at 6:30, presented by Heating and Cooling, too.
It's Dr. Fat Chat.
I
Oh,
couldn't-
yeah, you could have had a cool open.
Yeah, I just gave it to you just now.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe it when all the people are like,
When's the doctor on?"
showing up?
Love it.
I'm like, we're not even a doctor on? I didn't get it. I don't pay attention.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Man.
Dr. Fat Chat. I like that.
It's the best.
That's so good.
Like Livia or something should sponsor weekend programming on the Fan.
Yeah.
Just call it Dr. Fat Chat.
Yeah.
We're going to get there.
There's a lot of like weight loss chats, but there's only one.
Yeah.
Encouraging to put that weight back on.
And they will talk about the NFL draft, I guess. Because I tuned in last night. There was no weight loss discussion at all.
Yeah, but it was assumed.
Yeah, it was assumed. Yeah, by looking at it.
Yeah. Speaking of Dr. Fat.
You horny today?
Oh, boy.
Does the day end in the
I'm
word
like
day?
extra.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go.
I'm so nervous right now.
Let's go, Thomas.
I work in a zoo.
I don't want to get us kicked off of YouTube. These shorts are about as short.
I know when he hugged me, his crank was
I
right by
know.
my cheek.
Oh, Tommy,
See
just
that?
Then when
quick
he
reminder.
did that little zip motion, I could see like through his butthole, basically.
Tommy, we are on camera the entire show
The whole
today.
show.
So
Yeah, is that a real
just keep that
Yeah,
in
we're on
mind.
at KFAN.com/watch right now. What do you
I was
say?
gonna wear my normal thong today. Good thing I didn't.
Did you didn't?
Nope.
Oh man, you keep telling me that, but
You
I
wanted
didn't see
to.
that.
You remember you wanted me to wear a thong? I think he's into it.
I don't know why I had to remember. I woke up thinking that this morning.
Yeah.
Wow, look at the bricks.
Yeah. How?
There's a brick right over here, too.
There's a brick right over here, too.
What about this area?
Okay.
One wall at a time?
What you pointing at, brother?
Yeah, listen to the
Tommy,
monster.
everything is going great.
Okay.
I like it. I don't know why everybody's so harsh on it.
The glass looks good. Everything looks good.
Yeah, man. What's it say on your hat there, Sweet Pea?
It says, what does it say? Good vibes and tequila or something?
Yep.
That's right.
Yep. Sure thing.
Where'd you get that hat?
Uncommon James. It's a woman website.
Okay.
It's a woman with ladyfinder.com.
It's Kristen Cavalier's
Oh.
store. But I saw the hat. I was like, that's fire.
Who's Kristen Cavalier?
She used
Jay
to date
Cutler's
Cavalier.
ex-wife.
She's
Oh,
from,
Cavalier, yeah.
what's it called?
Yeah, one of those shows.
Laguna Beach or whatever.
OC or not, whatever. What was it called? What the hell was that show called?
Dr. Fat?
Laguna Beach.
The Hills?
And then the Hills.
The Hills.
The Hills.
The Hills.
Great show.
Cool, man.
Yeah. I missed you guys last week.
I missed you too, brother.
Yeah. You were missed.
And it's draft day, Tommy.
Yeah, I totally forgot.
Well, you didn't listen to the Dr. Fat chat last night on 6:30 to whatever?
I just think the offseason's been so great, we're not hyping up the draft as much as we usually do.
And we're 24th.
We've got so much to talk about. I mean, we got playoffs here and there. We had a great free agency. There's just a lot to talk about. You know me?
Yeah, man.
Yep, a lot of dude chat.
Yeah, he's right.
Yep.
In one way or another.
Yep. Talking a lot of dudes.
All right, Tommy Olsen is here. The mock draft starts around 7:30. By the way, Tom Pelissero tomorrow will be joining us to kind of recap round one. That'll be super cool. Looking forward to that. Tommy Olsen is here. More of the Power Trip Morning Show after this on the Van.
We're back in the Miller's Yard, who now use True Green.
We have the preferred service agreement with heating and cooling too.
I've been around heating and cooling too for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to heating and cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
You sell your house. Horrible because you spent months cleaning, juggling contractors, and negotiating with buyers? Or great because you got a guaranteed cash offer and it took minutes instead of months? Feel great tomorrow. Go to chrislindell.com today and start packing.
Certain restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Guardsy. When it comes to blending power, precision, and innovation,
Internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Sign up today and get internet with a price for life. Keep your internet service monthly rate for as long as you keep your plan. Internet service monthly rate subject to continued plan availability.
Meal deal from Holland.
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
And stand behind it with a great warranty. And to celebrate their anniversary, save 73% off installation labor on any roofing, siding, window, or door project. Plus, 36 months, no interest financing if qualified. Awesome products and prices from the Twin Cities' premier home improvement company since 1952. Proud partner of our Minnesota Twins, buildersandremodelers.com. Nobody does it better.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
De-risking is crucial. In uncertain financial times, How to Money is here to help. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, and start listening today.
Cordell and Cordell, Divorce and Family Law. 866-323-7529. 866-323-7529. Cordell and Cordell, a partner you can count on. CordellCordell.com.
This report is sponsored by Mr. Rooter.
Twin Cities weather, it's going to be cooler with some rain today and tonight. We could get a half inch or more by the time everything winds down late tonight into tomorrow morning. Our high today, 58, 44 tonight, 60 tomorrow. The weekend looking better with sunshine and highs in the mid to upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Sean Cable. Right now, it's 48.
A leaking spigot can cause hidden water damage and costly repairs. This season, get $300 off a frost-free spigot installation. Supplied and installed by the pros at Mr. Rooter Plumbing. Find the Twin Cities plumbing experts at MrRooter.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Takes a run to the rim and jams him with two hands. This is the audio home of the Wolves, the Minnesota Timberwolves channel on iHeartRadio and here on FM 100.3 KFXN, Minneapolis, St. Paul, The Fan.
Well, the Power Hour will be live at 8 a.m., but we are currently live as of right now at KFAN.com/watch. But the 8 o'clock hour will be brought to you by Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. The all-day stream, by the way, brought to you by Heating and Cooling 2. Heatcool2.com.
Mm-hmm. So is this like a new thing?
For today and tomorrow, we are
little trial
live streaming from 5:30 to 6:30 today. Tomorrow, we're gonna go all the way to, I think, to I don't know, whenever Max is done out at Target Center. I don't know, Max, when are you done at Target? Oh, they're talking over there.
No, we're not talking.
Okay.
What were you saying, buddy?
When are you done at Target Center tomorrow night? Is that like a 7:30 thing or?
Well, I think we're going 6:30 to 8.
8? Okay. So yeah, we'll be live from 5:30 a.m. to 8 p.m.
My God.
Tomorrow. So.
Look at how tan Thomas is.
Oh, thank you.
KFAN.com/watch right now.
You
See
are.
how
You're
tan he is.
Wow.
Yeah, we were outside the whole time.
You're like
Your face is all glowing.
a young Shamar Moore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, good day to come on.
Oh, you're looking at yourself.
Oh, the whole time.
Yeah,
It's all
you
good.
look
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, this is cool. I like being on. This is awesome. What if you guys just turned into a TV show?
I mean, that's cool with me. Whatever, except for that. Look at that.
Well, what's in it for us? I don't know.
Growth.
Just exposure?
I'll explain.
Yeah.
Wow. Growth.
Tommy's doing that with the show.
Is there a financial benefit to being on a TV show? What if they said you could wear what you're wearing now? Well, I'm not changing that for sure.
Yeah, correct. I'm not. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What if they said we'll give you a 20% pay bump, but you got to get showered up, dressed up, make-upped up every day?
Cool. Let's roll.
You in? Well, I shower every day, so that's not okay. Okay. What's dressed up? I don't want to get dressed up.
Like suit and tie?
No chance.
No.
For 20% raise.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to need an endorsement as well because I ain't spending any of my money on clothes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could write off all the clothes, do whatever you got to do.
Plus, I'm going to gain on my way back eventually.
Yeah.
Oh, don't. Yeah. See? Worst thing you could ever do.
I heard that.
You know what I'm saying?
I ever tell you when Mikey lost all his weight? Went out and bought about 5 new pair of custom suits. Like, dropped a lot of money.
Yeah, man.
A couple of years later, those bastards are collecting dust right now.
But he'll be back. They're
Sorry,
hanging.
Hank. You're on your way down. You're back. You're
Hank,
back,
you're on your way
baby.
back, brother.
Yeah, listen to the Hulkster.
Yeah, sorry, baby. What's he got to lose to get back in those 5?
Well, he got down to like 195, and he played at 260. So he was a thick.
Right.
Like he had like a 20-inch neck, and then he went down to like 15.
Isn't he like 5'3"?
But
he's a bowling ball.
No, he just hangs out with Schmoll, and Schmoll's 6'8". So
Yeah, you can't do that.
that was my whole problem. So when anyone ever calls me tall, like that's the key to my heart, because I've always been short next to Schmoll.
Oh, let me tell you.
You're not
Thomas,
even close to short.
Anytime you're feeling short, you walk that ass over here.
What about if I'm horny?
You can walk over here.
You should still walk over by Chris, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's good to hang around with your people.
Come hang with your brothers,
Yeah,
man.
this is the studio for that.
Have a meeting with the council.
How you doing?
We just had one.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff?
Yeah.
Good stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Important stuff. It was important.
It definitely.
important.
See, thank you for saying
Yeah.
that. Thank you for respecting what I said.
Yeah.
Thank you for understanding me.
Yeah.
It means
It was
a lot.
important.
All right.
Because that's some.
My sister from
deep
another
stuff.
mister over there wanted to talk, so we listened.
Yeah, we had to talk.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the NFL draft.
Oh, really?
That's right. Very concerned.
Are you guys leaving at 7:30 when the draft comes on here?
You mean the Power Trip mock draft?
Yeah.
No, I have to stay.
But you guys aren't a part of it.
No, we just moderate it.
Do you not see? I mean, I run this sumbitch.
Yeah, we control it.
Yeah.
I'm the
So we say things like
They keep
this.
the pace.
So we say things like, with the first pick, here's Max for the Titans. And then we can just like scroll Twitter for 3 minutes.
And then here's what I do. Well, what do you think of that, Charge?
Exactly.
God, what a day.
They
It's
mocked
like
the
it's like a
Power
half day
Trip mock
for you
draft.
guys. You guys look forward to this.
It's
like
a little bit
Christmas.
like how I treated Fan Line. It's just, you complain about it for so long how you don't care, then eventually they just let you stop doing it.
Yeah. In fact, this is. I mean, I don't know if you can see me on camera right now, Tommy, but this is me during like anything that isn't Vikings or rock and roll related. Like, welcome to Fan 5. How about those Wolves?
Scrolling porn.
Just zoning out. Yeah.
Looking at
He's
my
just
computer.
buying things.
How do
It's
you
like-
spell BB?
It's the truth, though.
He sounds like the Joker.
I think
sometimes.
Tommy was going to finish the BB with a different letter than
Oh,
you
yeah.
were.
100%.
Maybe King.
Yeah, BB King.
Yeah, BB King.
What did you think I was talking about?
Or gun.
Oh, BB gun.
Yeah.
Or
Baby girl.
or C, as in the British Broadcasting Corporation.
The same one.
Same
yes,
one?
the
Yes.
same one.
Exactly
the
what I was
only
thinking.
one
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
available. Yes.
I love the BBC.
I'm sure you
Yes,
do.
I'm sure you do.
Yep. Tommy. Sure. Yeah. You're on camera. You're on camera.
I can't do my normal bits anymore.
Yes, you can.
Let it
free,
free.
Tommy. Be free.
Yeah, be
Be your
free.
true self.
Yeah.
Look up the Ray Edwards
Andrews
video.
in the chat came here to see Tommy's shorts. See, people love it.
Oh, really?
Let's just talk about those shorts.
No, they're just workout shorts.
I know.
No, there's
They're
really not
just
too much.
Workout shorts.
My God.
My Lord.
I gotta be
Yeah,
ready
you
to
can't
cut
look.
away.
They just look like boxers.
Yeah.
I mean, short boxers.
Well, I got the compression shorts on under.
Yeah, Zach right now is like me when a very attractive younger lady walks in the room because I don't want to
Yeah.
be the perv, so I look
Right.
away.
Yeah,
Avert your
Zach
eyes.
has to look
I'm
over
just
your
looking
eyes.
at the YouTube thing because I don't. If something falls out, I gotta cut away right away.
No, don't got to worry about that.
You mean cut away to the bathroom? I'll be right back.
The chat wants to know when the doctor's showing up.
Dr. Fat meet Dr. Frat.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
That's good.
Oh,
That's a good one.
That's a
That
good
was
one. That's a good one.
somebody.
I like that.
So he asked the question a little bit ago, Paul, but we didn't hear an answer. Did you come to a consensus last night? What is your final position on the Vikings?
I think the issue that they're going to have is the guards that they like, which I assume are Gray Zabel and Tyler Booker, are both going to be gone. So they're going to either have to pivot to a name we haven't heard of and a name that we hadn't heard of a couple years ago when they drafted Jordan Addison. I think there's a name like that nobody's talked about that they might draft, or they might try and find their way out of it. But it's either going to be defensive tackle or offensive line, either at 24 or wherever else they
What
go.
happened to corner and safety?
Yeah,
I don't
thought
think
safety
they're going
was
to. I
the
was talked out of safety last night by somebody that I know.
Dr. Fat?
No.
Is there
no.
somebody who pees in a trash can?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well,
Is
then-
it someone who specifically searches for 18 on Google?
Alice
No.
Cooper?
Alice Cooper. Oh.
You guys seen Luke Null's bit on that? I saw that yesterday on social media as well.
No.
You guys remember Luke Null's hilarious. He was on SNL, I think, for 1 year. He did a bit about how people who search 18 on adult sites, that without knowing it, essentially you're saying, I want the freshest, youngest stuff available. He uses those words. And his joke is, you can act like, well, it's legal, I can do that. But he said, if they changed the law tomorrow to 17, you'd be searching for 17.
Yeah.
It's a funny bit.
He's not wrong.
It sounds hilarious.
That's what I bet it's funny when he does it.
It's just uncomfortable listening to it.
Dude, I love Luke Null. He travels all the time.
Null? I gotta see this
He was
guy.
only on SNL for he's a really good follow on social media, but he was only on SNL for a season.
Was he he's not the guy that did the Patrick Swayze bit, is
No,
it?
that was John Rudnitsky, I think is his last name.
that's it.
Luke Null's great, though.
How do you spell Null?
Null.
Oh, yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he's super good.
Deep breath. Both
I like that guy.
So no trades today, correct?
No trades in the mock
Straight
draft.
up?
Nope.
Straight up.
Yep.
No, it's not going to be accurate either way. So let's not create chaos and do trades.
Yep.
I love it. This could be fun. I like it.
Front page sports after this. Power Trip Morning Show on the Fan.
KFAN Total Traffic.
From the 1-800-ASK-GARY Traffic Center.
We have no accidents and no delays. We have construction closing Lowry Avenue both ways between Central and Garfield till the end of October. Minnetonka closed both ways between Highway 100 and Inglewood Avenue until December 1st. I'm Maria Arnold, and that's your latest Total Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Gens Ryan Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Never take a cold shower again. Get a brand new water heater for less than $1 a day. Call Gens Ryan now.
I love those guys.
Is your basement ready for the melt and spring rain? Standard Water Control is the waterproofing foundation repair and sump pump expert since 1977. Installation, service, and repair for all wet basement issues. Peace of mind starting at just $250. Visit standardwater.com for details. Standardwater.com.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce, and we're moving the power trip north to Grandview Lodge on May 1st and 2nd. You should join us both Thursday night and Friday morning for some special power trip activities. There are some
We
great...
have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling 2. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce here. What if I told you after a long day of work, long day of golf, long day of whatever you do, you could go home, go in your backyard, and go into your brand new Sauna Supply Company sauna, custom built just for you. And all you had to do was go to saunasupplyco.com to get started. My buddy John, one of the owners, is the absolute best. My wife and I are getting one very soon. We cannot wait. Go to saunasupplyco.com like Kelly and I did and get the best sauna of all time.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment. And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder. Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Save 73% off installation of industry best Elements windows. BuildersandRemodelers.com.
This report is sponsored by Speedway. No matter what time it is, it's pizza time. Get 2 hot slices of pizza topped with cheese, pepperoni, or extreme meat, and a Mountain Dew 20-ounce. All for $5 with Speedy Rewards. Valid through 4/29/25. See app for full terms.
Fan forecast.
High in the 50s today, some rain.
All your favorite KFAN shows are also your favorite podcasts. Listen back on iHeartRadio and KFAN.com. Presented by Builders and Remodelers.
Hey, welcome back. Big day, Pouch and Morning Show. Big day on the fan, man. Because I think we got some playoffs tonight as well. How are we doing that? How are we doing the NFL draft?
Good question.
The Wild playoffs and Wolves playoff too?
Wolves play tomorrow.
Okay, good. We're good there.
We got all types of stuff going on.
So I'm going to guess that, the Wild game probably didn't start till midnight, so we're all right.
Starts at 8, though. What do we do? That's a good question.
Pregame, and so we'll have Vikings draft coverage until, I believe, until 8.
What?
And then we'll hop over to Wild Hockey here, and then I think you can listen.
Wait a minute. What time does the draft start? 6:30?
7.
6:37.
Yeah.
So
it starts at 7.
So there's no way the Vikings draft before 8.
No.
What? Wait a minute. So what are we doing now?
So you can hear the rest of it over on Twin Cities News Talk, AM 1130, 103.5 FM.
So the draft coverage
and
continues,
iHeartRadio.
but we won't have it on the fan. It'll flip over to News Talk.
Yes.
And then the Wild on the fan.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, I guess you got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what you got to do. We have a programming predicament or whatever the hell Common calls it.
Come on, NHL. You know better than that.
Yeah, but people,
Yeah, but-
I don't understand it either.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
It'd be all right.
Yeah, it'll work out.
Do you guys live play it? Like the ding, like their,
Yes.
you know what I'm talking about? The din, 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 din,
Of course
yeah,
we do.
does that, like, you guys, does that,
Oh, yeah.
is that what's on? Because I'm usually watching it on TV. Is that what's on
Yeah,
here?
Thanks
so-
a lot.
They will. In the past, they've gone live for every pick, right? Like they'll be talking about something, and the PA will say, the Saints are on the clock. Here comes the commissioner. Then the commissioner will walk up, do his bid, and then they'll go back.
He does 5 minutes of his best stand up.
Instead of having like their panel, it's the fans panel.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. Right.
Brill.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's really,
It's
really
so
well done.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
I enjoy it. And
It'll be great.
I'll be tuned into 11:30 for the first time in about 10 years. Can't wait.
Bum 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 bada bum bum bum.
Someone should make like a rap song to that. That'd be sick.
What's that?
That's a good point.
Like
The
a
draft
rap
sound
song.
effect.
Yeah. It'd be really cool. I bet you it's out there.
It probably is.
Yeah, somebody's had to have done it.
If not, it's a Brill idea.
You should do it, Tom.
Yeah, it's Gene.
Yeah, why
It's
not?
Gene.
Hey,
Why not
Gene.
make it yours?
Yeah, spit a sick freestyle real quick.
Yeah.
We should. Side note. I was thinking about something.
Side boob.
Do you know how we always talking about a party and stuff?
Go on.
You.
And do you? Well, do you remember we were gonna do?
You mean the voices in your head?
Yes, that too. Tommy Day. Do you remember that?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
It was gonna be the first Friday of August.
Yeah, of course.
We're gonna fire that back up,
Let's get her on.
and I got a full plan.
What's the plan?
Not gonna say it on air.
Oh, you can't reveal it.
I'm starting to learn.
Got it.
Oh, because it would be information that the public could consume, and then we have a whole
I
bunch
want
of
you
people.
guys all to be
Is it going to
there.
be
Okay.
Gene?
It's
It'll be Brill.
it's gonna be so bro.
Which one? Or both?
Tommy hopes a couple of Genes show up. Though.
Yeah, correct.
What if he's sad? What if he was blue Gene?
Oh God, what a song! We were this past weekend when we were down in Florida. We were up till about 4 a.m. and we put some deep Elton cuts on.
Oh, the
my
best.
God, heave crying,
Yeah.
heave crying.
I
Yeah,
feel it.
slammers.
I love Brian.
And we had Wicked on in the background, so we'd sing a song when the Wicked was on.
Let me tell you, you guys know how to party.
Oh yeah.
So you were crying to Elton John and watching musicals.
Yeah.
Cash those tickets.
Oh no, I'm not kidding. It was so much fun.
Oh, we don't think you're kidding.
No, we don't think you're kidding.
think you're something else.
Can I say something where we were in St. Pete?
Yeah, the birdcage.
Yeah. Brilliant.
No, the neighborhood's known as the gayborhood.
The gayborhood.
That's
Is that
where
right?
I'm not.
Is it
I'm not
beautiful?
exaggerating.
That's awesome. I love it. Let's go. I love that. I love
not
the
kidding.
whole area.
But so we have
Who
married.
booked the Airbnb? You or Seth?
No, we have friends that live in there.
Oh, sure.
We
sure.
do. We do. They didn't know when
Does
they bought.
Seth have any friends that live in there?
No, his best high school friend lives down there, so we were down there.
Seth, I got you a hotel.
Yeah.
I'm seeing you in 3 days.
They only
Real
have room
nice
for
one.
one. Sorry.
South Beach for you.
Yep.
Tommy was in there like Mr. Rogers.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a beautiful day.
Wait,
in
I
the neighborhood.
accidentally booked your room in Atlanta.
Yeah, sorry.
Slowly taking off your sweater. Hello, neighbor.
Brilliant.
No, it was a great trip.
Was it Gene?
It was Gene. It was Brill. There's a bar 4 blocks away that you could guess the name. Well, I
don't want to guess.
I just made it weird because
Is
it's
it,
not.
the saloon?
Nope. No. It's another name for
The manhole.
Yeah.
It's another name for a drink.
Cocktail. That's the whole name, or is there more?
And then the first part of that word is in big capital letters. Second one's very
And
small.
you just
Oh yeah.
took off.
But for door handles, there were didos for door handles.
You never went inside.
I'm stuck.
Didn't need to. But then they had hourly rates connected to a hotel. It's just like a sex pit.
My God, dude.
That's your Graceland.
I was like, honey, I'm home.
Yeah, why'd you come back?
Yeah.
Are you giving away your Tommy Day plans?
Oh, man.
No, but then we actually went to my heaven on earth. It's called the Undertow. Oh, you guys. St. Pete Beach. Just try it. Best ever.
What?
It's called the Kim? What?
No, St. Pete Beach.
Oh.
And there's a bar on there called the Undertow.
Oh.
That's my Graceland.
Is that right?
Why is that? Tell me about it.
Yeah, tell me about
Got
it.
good shows there? They got shows?
So you have to order the food in. It's like a bar.
That's not Gene.
That's not Gene at all.
Right. But we actually went to Publix and got a pub sub.
Okay, I don't know what
Publix is
that
pretty good.
Publix bangs.
Yeah.
Is that not a gas station?
No, it's like
No.
Like a grocery
Grocery
store.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So good. But they got like subs there that are fantastic.
Subs are brilliant.
And Doms.
Subs are real. Doms. What's it?
You know.
It's the opposite of a sub.
It doesn't surprise me that way, bro.
Yeah.
Dom, I go, what is those?
Yeah, what is those?
Let's do front page sports.
Front page sports.
I gotta straighten up.
Presented by
Yeah.
Holiday Station Stores.
Holiday Station Stores. Buy 3 monsters for just $7 for a limited time. I went with the white one today.
There you
Shocking
go.
again.
Sorry, Max.
Good. Yeah.
Mix and match any colors or flavors you want, though, at Holiday with Monsters 3 for $7 for a limited time. Thanks, Holiday. The Twins won 6-3 over the White Sox. Larnach with a solo home run in the 6th to give the Twins a 4-3 lead. Buxton with a 2-run home run in the 7th. That was the 6-3 final. The Twins up to 9-15, dominating the now
I told you guys.
5-19 White Sox.
You know what? There's no room for you guys back on this bandwagon. You all jumped off. I stayed on, and it's Brill.
It is Brill.
Thanks.
Tommy, my White Sox need to heat up, or I'm going to give you $100 by the All-Star break.
That just clicked in my head. What are they? 5-19?
5-19, way behind pace to get to, what is it, 50?
They're horrible.
54-ish? I forget what the over-under is we bet on.
You want to up the ante?
No.
No.
In what way?
More money?
No, they're off to a terrible, terrible, terrible start.
What if we did more money, less money on the Gopher football bet?
No.
Maybe?
No, because those are guarantees.
Those are guarantees. You're just
Yeah.
you're gonna chip away and win other bets, like the You took a lot of my money with the Florida bet. So
bad part about me, spent it already. Gone.
Duh.
Long gone. Long gone.
Yeah, you spent it at that bar.
cocktails.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yep.
Here you go.
Yep.
Here you go.
They were like, Tommy!
Hey, Tom's back! looking like Tommy Boy walking through
Sometimes you
Callahan.
want to go where everybody knows your name.
The Wild, Game 3 tonight against the Vegas Golden Knights. Vegas favored in Game 3, favored to win the series still. But hang on, let's see if we can keep what we had in Game 2 rolling. Because sure, Vegas is Vegas, but again, the series is tied at 1. Let's do it. But we're the underdogs tonight and in the series, despite stealing home ice advantage.
Yeah, I mean, again, Vegas is a very, very good hockey team still, and I see where Vegas is coming from with that line. But the Wild, if they stick to their game plan, again, we said at the beginning of the series, they are a true wild card team. You don't know what you're going to get. We didn't know that we were going to get a 3-goal lead in the first period of Game 2. We got it, and hopefully, as you said, Corey, they can keep that momentum going. It'll be interesting to see if there's any lineup changes, but other than that, should be a rocking XL Energy Center tonight. I can't wait to get down there.
The Timberwolves host the Lakers tomorrow night at 8:35 or so. Wolves are 3-point favorites on DraftKings. The series is tied at 1. Who is favored to win the series now that the Lakers have tied it up at 1 game apiece? Who is favored to win the series, Wolves and Lakers?
The Wolves still, but barely.
I think the Lakers.
Even.
Back to LA, probably.
It is very close to even, but the Lakers are now favored to win the series.
Oh. What's the number?
Lakers are minus 115. The Wolves are minus 105.
Yeah.
So
Fun.
Close, but slightly to the Lakers.
Yeah, bring it on.
Cora, will you go?
I think he's more likely to go to Big Jim's Wiener
cocktail.
Farm or whatever.
It was called, I think it's called Tommy Day.
It's not called whatever Hawk said.
Wiener Farm.
Wow.
What would make you go other than a pile of cash sitting on the seat?
I mean, I don't know. That's
Good
still my
seats?
squad. It's still my favorite team. I hope they win. I'll watch.
Over the Gophers?
Over the Gophs?
Yeah.
Not even close, yeah. The Gopher basketball team was my favorite team when I was like 16 and 17 years old. But for almost all of my adult life, my favorite team's been the Timberwolves. Yeah. Even more than the Vikes. But, the Wolves have sucked for most of my life as well, so that's not fun.
Were you here when Kobe came? Like when we lost to him in the Western Conference Finals?
I mean, I was an intern still at that point, so I don't remember if I was going to games or not.
I heard that was electric.
I mean, it was unbelievable. We thought we had it. If we stayed healthy, if Cassell had stayed healthy, if we'd stayed healthy, we might have done it. But we were going up against 2 of the greatest players in the history of the NBA. I mean, that's
That'll do it.
even a healthy Wolves squad. It's trouble. This team's deeper than that team.
Yeah, you taking that Wolves team or this Wolves team? 7-gamer.
I don't know. I do think this team is deeper, but who knows? Yes, Zach, your hands up.
NBA Finals, Game 6, Wolves can clinch. You have an offer, a free ticket. Do you go?
Am I going by myself or do I bring my family?
By yourself.
By yourself.
They're going, but you guys aren't going
Are you
together.
taking them hostage?
No, I'm not going by myself. If I could bring my girls, I'm going.
No.
Ugh.
Yeah, well, you're a family man.
Why is that?
Family man.
Yeah, look at Peter Griffin over here.
Yeah, look out.
You have an opportunity to watch them win a championship.
We all have media passes. I could go by myself anytime I want.
You can't get a media pass.
You
Of
can't
course
do
I
that.
can.
Who do you think you are?
No, in this scenario.
Yeah, he's got a scenario going here.
Okay, fine. You have a media pass. Do you go?
No.
That's okay. We don't want you there anyway.
Yeah, they don't want me there anyway.
Yeah, no,
Would
I said,
you
I'm
watch it?
part of this, man.
100%.
Yeah, of course you would.
Yeah. I watched every second of Game 1. I watched the first half of Game 2, and then I flipped over to the Wild because the Game 2 sucked so much.
What would you be
you'd
more
watch
likely to watch? Game 6 scenario, he was just talking about,
Mm-hmm.
on your couch at home, or a live cam, like police officers were, of Tommy at his favorite bar last week.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a loaded question.
Well,
Whoa, this is cheating, but I little of column A, little of column B, I would watch the game, and every time they went to commercial, I'd flip over to the live cam and see what you're up to.
But you're never switching back to the game.
I might not.
the what?
The game.
Oh.
Yeah!
You guys, we never went to cocktail. We never
Put
went
your
there.
hands down.
We never went there. We just would. You have to.
You're on camera.
Were you
have to walk
grounded?
by.
Yeah, yeah.
No. What he's saying is
I never went there either. No, it was on the way to the bars. Right, you had to walk by. It's a geographical oddity. Required to walk past it as many times as possible.
Yeah.
We did.
We didn't go.
What Really Matters is next. Ben Lieber will be here in like 10 minutes. The Power Trip mock draft at 7:30. Sauce, I have a game for us to play in about 20 minutes, but I got to wait for Lieber to get here.
Oh, sweet, man.
Draft
A new game?
related.
Can't wait.
No, just a one-time bid, just
Oh,
for the
sweet.
draft. We're going to test
Fire.
Sauce's draft knowledge.
Oh, nice.
All right, man. Cool.
But what really matters after this Power Trip Morning Show on the Fan.
After a big road win, the Wild return home and host the Knights in Game 3 tonight on the
We have
Fan.
the preferred service agreement with heating and cooling too.
I've been around heating and cooling too for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to heating and cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
All these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Fox Sports Radio and make it your next preset on the iHeartRadio app.
Luxury is having a choice between Taco Bell's new $5, $7, and $9 Lux Craving Boxes. It's luxury because there's no wrong choices. There's just right cravings. So choose your Lux Cravings box at Taco Bell today. At participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Drinks exclude freezes. Tax extra.
Let's talk about Luther for the next 60 seconds because, look, the month is almost over. The Luther Tire event is going on all month long. But like I mentioned, look, it's the 24th. Clock's ticking away. This month, if you buy 4 tires from any Luther location, you get a $100 Luther gift card. So sure, you get new tires. That's awesome. You get peace of mind knowing that your vehicle is locked and loaded with the best possible tires, and they're brand new, brand name tires that you know and trust. And you get a $100 Luther gift card. You also get free road hazard protection, free lifetime tire rotations. You get to keep all the manufacturer rebates. You get everything when it comes to customer service at Luther. Turns out the best place to buy a car is also the best place to buy tires. And yes, 50 plus locations. So if you know where a Luther dealership is and you know you need tires, now is the time. I would argue today is the day. The clock's ticking away. It is the Luther Tire event. All the details, all the locations, all the information at LutherAuto.com. That's LutherAuto.com.
What's the real cost of a neglected roof? It's hidden leaks, rising energy bills, and structural damage that can cost you thousands. Schedule a free inspection with Perfect Exteriors at perfectexteriorsmn.com.
The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. Now with our Freedom of Choice pricing program, you can choose your offer. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Hurry into your local dealer today for details. Jeep, there's only one. Offer valid on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep brand vehicles for non-FCA employees and retirees. $200 admin fee applies. Not all buyers and lessees will qualify. Restrictions apply. Not combinable with other offers. Ends 4/30/2025. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
Aloha, little bro. Surfing the Big Island wave? Right on. Perfect time to wax the board for a killer run.
Even better time to prepare your AC to run all summer long.
Whoa, you're talking a pronto tune-up.
For 139 clams, we'll recalibrate your AC back to factory fresh setting.
And guarantee no breakdowns all summer.
Or we'll refund your money and fix it for free.
Serves up.
Schedule your AC tune-up today
at prontoac.com.
Wake up, breakfast lovers. Dive into our new French toast sandwich. Savory sausage, egg, and melted American cheese between 2 golden brown French toast slices. It's breakfast bliss. Stop in at Holiday today and make your morning deliciously fun. Don't miss out. Taste the joy only at Holiday Station stores.
Start your engine!
It's loud.
It's about to get crazy. Let's go!
It's live.
They're side by side for the lead. Who's going to get there first?
It's the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Only on the CW.
Live all season.
Like that, baby! What a thriller!
See NASCAR superstars Justin Allgaier, Austin Hill, and Sam Mayer.
Let's go win a championship!
Alongside racing's hungriest up-and-comers.
Oh, timbers are flaring. Tell him I'm coming for him. That kid is amazing.
I want to be the best in the Xfinity Series.
High octane. No fear.
The danger is real here.
This is why you love racing.
It's just so fun.
I just love this game.
This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
The countdown starts Saturday at 2, live from Talladega Superspeedway. And tune in weekday mornings at 6 for the National News Desk, America's News Now, only on the CW Twin Cities.
Hey, it's Corey Coe from the Power Trip Morning Show. If you've been putting off LASIK because of the cost, then listen up. Because OVO LASIK and Lens has the best LASIK price guarantee. That means if you find a lower price, they'll match it and still give you everything you need for perfect vision. And of course, you'll get the personalized care of the legends of LASIK, Dr. Mark Lobanoff and Dr. David Whiting. Absolutely two of the most respected LASIK surgeons in the country. Plus, you get the most advanced LASIK technology, 11 months of follow-up care, and the OVO lifetime assurance. And don't forget, OVO is the official LASIK provider of the Minnesota Wild and Timberwolves. And hey, if the pros trust OVO, you should too. But check this out. Call and schedule your consultation before the end of April and get $400 off your LASIK procedure. And with 24-month interest-free financing, that's clear vision for as little as $4 a day. So do what I did and schedule your free consultation today at ovoi.com. OVOEYE.com or call 877-OVO-EYES. It's OVO LASIK and Lens.
Today's the day. The NFL Draft is here, and we have live coverage all day. Presented by Heating and Cooling 2 on the audio home of the Vikings, iHeartRadio, and The Fan.
All right, lots to get to.
You think there's not?
Between now and 9 o'clock, including the mock draft at 7:30. But let's do what really matters, presented by our friends at Carbonis. Thanks, Carbonis.
Yeah, I love some Carbonis, man.
I do scores and stats. Chris tells you something that's more interesting.
I cried tonight.
The Lions and safety Kirby Joseph agreed to the largest contract in NFL history for a safety, 4 years, $86 million. A third rounder in 2022 out of Illinois.
See, there you go.
Illinois,
Vikings
Tommy.
fans.
Yeah.
Third rounder.
He's 24 years old, 17 interceptions. In year one, he had 4. In year 2, he had 4. This year, he had 9. Jesus. He's getting paid. So a contract slightly bigger than Antoine Winfield Jr., so this is the largest in safety history.
Who's their other really good safety from Alabama? Don't they? They're just loaded.
Brian Branch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're stacked up.
Yeah, they are.
How's our DB? So Harrison came back?
Harrison came back.
Sweaty right now.
Theo Jackson, because we lost Cam
Yeah,
Bynum.
we lost Cam.
Yep.
And we're not going D-backs.
Well, we might.
That's the rummer?
I mean, that's the hot rummer, but we might. I mean, we're pretty thin at safety and at
You're
corner.
right. That's what I'm thinking.
But what really matters is this.
Just randomly, I saw earlier today, I took a snapshot of it. The top 15 shows on this date. Looks like I think I can't see it now. Top 15 television shows on this date in what I believe was 1979.
Yikes.
79?
Yeah.
Hey, man!
Hey, there's Ben! The number one show in the television land was Laverne and Shirley.
I've never seen an episode of Laverne and
Who's
Shirley.
in
Just
Laverne and
highlights.
Shirley?
Yeah, I haven't either.
Laverne
and Shirley. Those are the main two.
Followed by Three's Company, Happy Days, 60 Minutes, and Mork and Mindy.
Yikes.
I know, man.
Mork and Mindy.
Mork and Mindy. The rest of the top 10, All in the Family, Taxi, One Day at a Time, Delta House, which I don't remember. I think it was Delta Burke. I'm serious.
Oh, really?
I believe so. And MASH was number 10.
MASH sucks.
Yeah, MASH is terrible, right?
I like
Corey?
Yep.
Wait.
Taxi's great.
Wait.
You don't like MASH.
Wait a minute.
I don't have a deep dive on MASH.
I'm just sitting down, and all I hear is MASH is trash.
Trash.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't agree more. Yeah,
Shut your
garbage.
filthy mouth.
I'm not the only one that said it. Don't pick on the fat kid.
Dr. Fat over there was on the fan talking draft last night.
You like MASH?
Yeah, I loved MASH.
The only thing I like about it is kind of sounds like Rise in the open.
No. The chopper sound?
Well, yeah, it does sound like waiting and watching a little bit.
Sounds like the intro of Waiting and Watching.
Would you play it? Great play.
Oh, God, yeah. That should be your guys' draft opener tonight.
I'm actually surprised, Tommy, you know what MASH is.
I only know it because you guys talking about it.
Given your generation.
That and then what's the other one where someone goes, the chopper is coming. What is that?
The plane?
Oh,
That's
plane.
Fantasy Island.
That's Predator with Arnold.
If you're a big fan of Fantasy Island and you're listening at home, yes, that was the chopper's coming.
Here we go.
It was an Italian guy talking about a helicopter.
Yeah, hold on. We're going to do this.
Fantasy Island.
This is the beginning of MASH. The chopper's coming.
Yep, see? And I'm telling you, it's
I feel
very
you,
similar.
brother.
And that's about how long it took me to get up and go change the channel when MASH
good
started.
riddance.
Yes, correct.
Oh, God.
Same.
Just the wrong time.
I like
I was too young to care.
Same.
And now I'm too old to go back and change my opinion.
Yep, correct.
Hall of Fame defensive tackle Steve McMichael died at age 67. That was quick because he moved to hospice on Wednesday, died yesterday as well. Hall of Fame last year. He was on the 85 Bears title team. He was an All-Pro in 85 and 87. I had moved on from wrestling, but I had completely forgotten until I read yesterday. Remember when he was in the WCW?
Yeah, I didn't know that because I saw Ric Flair put out a post and I was like, I guess I didn't realize that he was even involved in wrestling.
I absolutely remembered that, but I had deleted it from my mind for like the last 20 years. And then I read that and I was like, oh man, I forgot about that. Because that was when it would be on in the background of like my, like, I don't know, wherever I was living at the time. Yeah. But I wasn't actively watching it anymore. But maybe my friends are like, cool, like awesome, WCW, let's watch it. No, let's move on. Yeah. But Steve McMichael was a thing there for a second. I think he was a Four Horsemen guy for a while, if I remember right now. I think I read that yesterday. Anyway, that's super sad. 67 years old. ALS, man.
The worst.
ALS is way up there.
Built. My God.
Yeah, man. Look at him.
That's Mongo, man.
Mongo.
Yeah, that's the day, man. Yeah.
What really matters, though, is that.
How old? Yeah, that truly is.
And this.
How old do you think Kelly Clarkson is today? Kelly Clarkson.
48.
American Idol was what, 02 or 03? Somewhere in that range where she was the first winner?
First winner, yeah.
And she was probably early 20s. So let's go, that's like 20-something, 22, 23 years ago, and she was probably 22 or 23 at the time. So mid-40s? 46.
44.
I'm going to go 41.
50.
54.
43. She's 43 years old.
We danced around it.
She's done a lot. She's done a lot. It worked for her. That's
great
for sure.
voice.
Yeah.
God, she can sing.
Yeah,
I can sing anything.
Hit every note.
Sure, yeah.
Break your heart right in two.
They literally found one of the best singers in America the first time trying.
First season.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who's your guys' all-time favorite idol? Are you guys not big idol?
I think it would.
Probably a bull.
Taylor Hicks.
I straight up called in and voted for Kelly Clarkson when I was a kid. I remember calling in and voting for her.
I didn't want Justin Guarini to win.
Hell no.
That was who. Remember From Justin to
Justin
Kelly?
to
That
Kelly,
movie
yeah.
that was a disaster.
Who
Banger.
loved that movie?
Chris bought it on Blu-ray.
I did.
Yes, he did. He loved it.
I didn't even have a Blu-ray player. I just wanted to have a copy just in case.
Tommy, I'm guessing it was the She Bangs guy?
No.
William Hung?
William Hung?
No.
I mean, Bill Hung over there.
No, you guys, there's been so much talent coming out of there. Bill. So much talent. Ruben Studdard was
Tommy, how
all-time.
many?
Ruben Studdard is all time.
How many times have you seen Clay Aiken live?
I've never seen him live.
He actually was at the Dakota Jazz Club last year with Ruben Studdard.
Do you know who else bangs? Fantasia. Listen to a ton
Fantasia's
of her.
great.
come on.
Yeah.
She's so good.
Great.
Jennifer Hudson too.
Oh, Jay Hud's
Let's
out of
go.
there.
She's all time.
Let's go.
Daughtry actually bangs. He's pretty
Daughtry
good.
rocks.
Barbara
Thank you.
Streisand.
Barbara Wales.
Yeah.
And again, Daughtry didn't win. Jennifer Hudson didn't win.
Right.
2 Chainz. He was on there.
Chainz didn't win.
2 Chainz was
Cedric
on
the
there.
Entertainer.
Yeah.
Jordan Sparks.
Birdman.
Oh, Jordan Sparks.
Yeah.
Bangers.
Oh, she's so fine.
Banger. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Bangers. She dated Chris Brown for a while.
Birdman.
Okay.
Yeah, Birdman was on
not hold
there.
that against her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wheezy.
God.
Yeah.
Wheezy F baby.
Yeah,
Please say the baby.
Yeah. Oh, BG.
Yeah.
You know, it's still on.
When BG sang R-E-S-P-C-T.
BG
We do
Wales.
like little recaps on our
Full
show.
circle. Carrie Underwood's now a host. It's pretty cool. to
I
see.
know, and because I
can't call
watched
her
Twin
that.
Cities live. Happy 17th, by the way.
Oh, yeah, happy
Thank you.
17th.
Yeah, thank you.
Rosie
Rosie will date you next year.
Such a good bit.
I didn't know. I don't think I knew this until I saw it on your show, Benjamin, that Backstreet Boy Brian Luttrell's kid was on this season and didn't make it.
His name's Lamar.
Got cut.
I called in.
Spoiler alert.
I voted for him.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Because of his singing ability?
Well, he sings.
Watches on mute.
Yeah, apparently he sings too, Zachary.
Wow, I didn't realize he was so talented.
As Zach knows, the genes are real strong with that one.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks
similar?
just like his dad.
Wrangler.
Yeah.
Ben, did you guys go down memory lane?
Whoa.
17 years?
No. We used to do like little idle recaps every.
No, he's talking about the 17 years of Twin Cities Live.
Yeah. A little bit. We spent about 90 seconds on it.
Oh,
and we just
that's
had
it?
like a little photo montage of some of the old pictures.
That was so
How much
sweet.
did they show my stint?
Yeah, who were the hosts before Ben? Before you?
Well,
That was me for about
John
2
Hansen
episodes.
started this show right at the very beginning.
John
then
Hansen?
Steve Patterson, and then myself.
There you go. What's your favorite memory so far?
Every time you're on. Wait for the sizzle with Zach.
That's
Really?
way up
that
there.
was a good
Way
one.
up there.
Yeah, it's
Great
way
game.
up there.
When is going to be Bat Boy?
That's
I
going to be
cannot
epic.
wait for that.
Yeah, that'll be
It's only like 2 months away.
Are you guys going to go watch? Or are you going to watch the TV instead?
We're going to wristwatch.
God,
I think
heard
the
that.
entire Power Trip Nation is going to be watching Twin Cities Live 3 to 4:30 that day. I think it's going to be the highest rated man demo in the history of that show.
Well, my dad's been watching now that he's retired.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Is that right?
Oh my God! What?
What did I miss?
I don't know. I just said my dad's been watching.
I get it. I get
My
it.
mom has it on, and then my dad's been watching. What's wrong with that?
They're fine. Today is the NFL draft. Round 1 is tonight. We'll do the mock draft in an hour or so. I would like to test Sauce's draft knowledge when we come back.
Oh, sweet!
Yes.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
That's next. Power Trip Morning Show on the Fan.
KFAN Total Traffic.
From the 1-800-ASK-GARY Traffic Center.
We have no accidents and no delays. We have construction closing Lowry Avenue both ways between Central and Garfield till the end of October. Minnetonka closed both ways between Highway 100 and Inglewood Avenue until December 1st. I'm Maria Arnold, and that's your latest Total Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Metro State University. At Metro State University, you can take advantage of the North Star Promise Scholarship. Free tuition is possible for eligible students. Find out more at the North Star Promise online info session, April 23rd at noon. Visit metrostate.edu/northstar.
9520-RES. Get your carpets cleaned this spring. Now, you should be doing this from time to time anyway, but look, spring cleaning is upon us. Beat the true spring cleaning rush by booking today at 952-0-RES. Get your carpets cleaned, your air duct system cleaned, rugs, upholstery, tile. You can see all their services at zeroresminnesota.com. Just make sure you ask for the KFAN special, whether you
We have
call.
the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling 2. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Special. They can take $75 off that air duct cleaning and, like I said, 3 rooms of carpet for just $119. 952-0-RES or zeroresminnesota.com.
Standard Water repairs foundations. Cracks in your basement walls, bowing walls, or settling foundation? Standard Water is the foundation repair expert since 1977. Free basement foundation repair and waterproofing estimates at standardwater.com. Standardwater.com.
Hey, 10 to be here. Craving hot, cheesy pizza? I am. Get the $5 meal deal at Speedway. 2 big, delicious slices of pepperoni, 3 cheese, or extreme meat, and a 20-ounce Mountain Dew for just $5 with Speedy Rewards. Valid through 4/29/25. See app for details.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
BetOnline is your #1 source for all your sports betting action. With baseball in full swing and in the home stretch for basketball and hockey playoffs, BetOnline has all the latest odds, news, and scores, even live in-game betting while the games are being played. And in between games, head over to the BetOnline Casino with all the top Vegas-style games, including poker and live casino. BetOnline. The game starts here.
Hi. My name is Chris Hockey, and I'm here with Maxo. And we're talking right now about that house. The roof on your house, the back door on your house, the front door. What do you need done? 73 years, builders and remodelers they've been listening to people like you come to their place of business and say, I need a brand new roof. I need siding. I need a roof. I need doors. You know what? Elements, triple pane windows. You need them. They got them, right? 73 years. And how about this? 55 of those years, including now, A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Who else can say that? Nobody else can say that. That's why you need to check out buildersandremodelers.com. Say it with me. buildersandremodelers.com. Before there was a .com, there was a Builders and Remodelers. Right now, 73% off install labor on those window siding, doors, and roof jobs for buildersandremodelers.com. Plus, great deals on financing as well. Nobody does it better than buildersandremodelers.com. Proud partner of your Minnesota Twins.
Distracted driving ruins hopes, dreams, futures, potential, careers, opportunities. Distracted driving could ruin lives. Drive smart.
Extra enforcement now on Minnesota roads. A message from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce here from my amazing friends at Sauna Supply Company. They're the absolute best. Find out all you need at SaunaSupplyCo.com. My wife and I are awaiting the arrival of our brand new custom-made sauna for my friends at Sauna Supply Company. Find it all you want. They are the best at SaunaSupplyCo.com.
Give a one-of-a-kind gift this Mother's Day with a spa experience at Woodhouse Spa. Gift cards available at woodhousespas.com.
Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings, an official partner of the NBA.
The Twins hit a pair of clutch home runs, beat the White Sox at home. NFL draft kicks off tonight at Lambeau. The Titans have the top overall pick. Vikings 24th. The Wild host the Golden Knights in Game 3 tonight with the series even at 1. The Stars beat the Avs in overtime, take a 2-1 series lead. The Capitals and Kings both lead their series 2-0. I'm Ronza Moss.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code SPORTS, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
We broadcast from the 651 Carpets Plus, home of the Next Day Install Studios. FM 100.3, KFXN, Minneapolis, St. Paul. The Fan.
All right, let's hustle up because we got a lot to get to in this segment. I want to challenge Sauce. It's draft time, and you are.
Hell yeah.
Chat and draft last night with Dr. Fat.
Yes, I am.
Chat and draft.
Chat and draft.
That's funny. Chat
Sauce.
and draft.
Yes, sir.
7:30 tonight.
Yes,
no,
sir.
sorry. 7:30 today. This morning we do the mock draft. But
That's
tonight,
right. Can't wait.
Tonight, pick 24 for the Minnesota Vikings in the first round, unless they move.
Yep.
Now, you've looked at a million mock drafts. You know what the first round looks like. But who knows, man? If you're going to be a draft expert, you got to know the entire draft.
Okay.
Here's what I have.
Okay.
I have 20 names.
All right.
Some of them are actual NFL draft prospects who are expected to be drafted somewhere between rounds 1 and 7.
Okay.
Some of them are characters from the show Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and some of them are former vice presidents.
Oh, Jesus.
I give a name.
God.
Sauce has to tell us whether it's a former vice president, a fictional character from the show Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or an actual NFL draft. Why do I keep saying that? Draft prospect.
Okay.
Now, you guys don't get to see the names ahead of time, but I want you guys all to guess out of 20, how many do you believe Sauce will get right? We'll see who gets the closest. So, Tommy, without even knowing the names, how many is Sauce going to nail out of 20?
18.
You 18? Mm-hmm. Oof. You got a lot of faith in your boy over there. You know, most of these are not first rounders, right? Ben, How many can he get?
Yeah, that's the catch right there.
Yeah, he didn't
That's-
say
that.
These are actual NFL draft prospects.
Yeah, but I mean,
if this is like the
it's not
top three,
Shador Sanders.
if this is the top
Technically, the entire
world, the top 50. If you're going the top 300, I'm gonna say 9.
9. Maxo.
Come on now, you already know. My boy Saucy's getting 20 for 20.
No
Come on now.
chance.
You already know, shooting 100%.
Any amount of money he does, whatever.
Thanks, Max.
No chance he goes 20 for 20.
Always a
Hawk,
chance, Core.
12.
12. Zachary.
10.
10. Okay, so we have 9, 10, 12, 18, and 20.
Corey, give me odds at 18.
I'm not going to get 18, Tommy. This is to make me
$50
look like an
straight
idiot.
up. If it's 18 or
Tommy,
more,
don't do it.
if it's 18 or more, you win. If it's
Tommy,
8,
don't do
if it's 18 or more, you win. If it's 17 or more or under, I win. That's $50.
Tommy, do you know Corey Cove?
$20.
Is there any chance that he's going to let Sauce look good?
No.
My $1 to year. My $1 to year, $20.
Not 3.
No. All right, here we go. Best out of 20, Sauce. Sauce, I give you a name. I would like you to go first. Everybody else can play after you guess. Ready?
Okay.
Terry Jeffords. Is that a former Vice President, Brooklyn Nine-Nine character, or NFL draft prospect? Terry Jeffords.
I think that's a Brooklyn Nine-Nine character.
Anybody else have a thought?
I agree with
I'm
him.
with you. Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah, I think it's non. Yeah, I'll go Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Non-football.
That is correct.
Is that Terry Crews in there?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Terry Jeffords is played by Terry
One
Crews.
for one.
1 for 1. Maxo's 20 for 20 is still in play.
Let's go.
Levi Morton.
Levi Morton?
Vice President, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or NFL draft prospect? Levi Morton.
I'm going to say that's a draft prospect.
Anybody else?
I would agree with him.
I would agree the way you read it.
I'm gonna go Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I feel like this is a vice president.
It is. That's right. That is a former vice president.
That's an old name.
Levi Morton. You are 1 for 2.
Okay.
Mello Dotson. Mello Dotson.
Draft prospect.
That's right.
That is correct. Ben, do you know where Mello Dotson is from?
Considering you're asking me, I'm gonna say probably Kansas or Kansas State.
Kansas cornerback Mello Dotson. Very good.
Look, yeah.
All right, Sauce says 2 out of 3. Aeneas Peebles. Aeneas Peebles. Vice President, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or NFL draft prospect?
Vice President.
Anybody else?
I think Brooklyn
Aeneas Peebles.
Aeneas Peebles.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It's a funny name.
Yeah, that sounds like a funny
Draft prospect.
Draft prospect.
That's right.
That is correct. He is Virginia Tech. Defensive tackle. You said Vice President, Sauce?
I did, sir.
All right, you're 2 for 4.
That's okay.
It's like Justin Wally. Justin Wally. VP, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or NFL draft prospect? Sauce.
It sounds like a gopher.
Is it because you just heard Tommy whisper that?
Sorry.
No, but I knew that because I know.
That's right.
Sorry, Corey, I got way too excited. I got way too excited.
I tried to sneak that past him.
Receiver, right?
No, he's not a wide receiver.
Corner?
Yeah, he's a corner.
Sorry,
Yeah, all right.
Corey.
No,
Sorry.
I would have said, yeah.
I got way too excited.
Sauce has 3 out of
Been there,
5.
Tommy.
3 out of
Been
5. Seth Dozerman. Seth Dozerman. Vice President, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or NFL draft prospect?
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
That's right.
That is correct. He is played by Bill Hader.
Oh, really?
yeah.
Is Brooklyn Nine-Nine just bad?
It's so
great.
good.
Great show.
He has a heart attack and dies almost immediately, but he technically was part of the show.
Hilarious.
Hannibal Hamlin. Hannibal Hamlin. Vice President, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or NFL draft prospect? Come on, Sauce. You can do this.
VP.
That's right.
Who would vote for that
That's what
name?
I was gonna say too.
That was Lincoln's vice president, Hannibal Hamlin.
Before Hannibal whatever came out.
Hannibal, way before Hannibal Lecter, yes.
Makes sense.
Sauce. Oolong Slayer. Oolong Slayer. Vice President, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or NFL draft prospect?
Draft prospect.
Anybody else?
That's what I would say too.
I'd say Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I'd say it's pretty badass no matter what it is.
The Oolong Slayer is a serial killer from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. So, yes.
Because Oolong is a T, and that sounds,
yeah, not a draft. That'd be a sweet name.
Yeah.
If he was a draft prospect, I would want Oolong Slayer on my defense for sure. Sauce, you've got 5. Excuse me, you've missed 3.
Okay.
Ulysses Bentley the Fourth.
That is a draft prospect.
That's right.
Let me guess. SMU?
Georgia.
Ole Miss running back, apparently, according to this site.
Maybe
Ulysses
that
Bentley
tracks.
the Fourth.
Yeah.
O'Donnell Fortune. O'Donnell Fortune. Vice President, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or NFL draft prospect.
I'm going to say Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Anybody else?
I agree.
Good answer, Saucy. Good answer.
Good.
It's a draft prospect. He is a South Carolina cornerback.
Okay.
That's a good name. O'Donnell Fortune.
It sounds made up.
Yep. Doug Judy. VP, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or NFL draft prospect. Doug
Brooklyn
Judy.
Nine-Nine.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Isn't that what's-his-face's character?
That is Craig Robinson.
Oh. Okay.
On Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Cool.
Maxon Hook.
Draft prospect.
That's right.
Ben, do you know where Maxon Hook is from? Heard that name before? Maxen, Maxon Hook?
No.
He is a safety from Toledo.
Maxon Hook is also what you call it when I hang out with my pirate friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
George Dallas.
George Dallas.
Vice President, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, NFL draft prospect.
I'm going to say that is a vice president.
That's what I would say, too.
That's right.
That is correct. Nice. George Dallas was Polk's VP.
Let the record show that Ulysses Bentley, 3 years at SMU before.
Oh, he was at SMU. So there you go. So you were right.
There you go.
So he just played 1 year at Ole Miss?
He
that the
played
deal?
3 years at Ole Miss.
3 years at
He's
both? He's a COVID running back?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
3 years SMU, 3 years Ole
Good
Miss.
call then. What a deep dive there. Tonka Hemingway.
Man.
VP, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, NFL draft prospect. Sauce, you can do this. You've only missed 4 so far.
That is a...
Tonka Hemingway.
That's a Brooklyn Nine-Nine character.
That's what I would have said, too.
He is a defensive tackle from South Carolina.
Wow, South Carolina's got a lot of names.
What a name.
What a
What's
name.
their team name? Yeah, let's say it all together on the count of 3.
Stinky Wieners.
Close.
Kind of.
William Wheeler. Sauce, you can get this. William Wheeler.
That is a vice president.
That's right.
Nice.
Thank you.
That is
Drop sauce.
the 19th vice president. He was
Thanks,
under
Daddy.
Hayes.
Yeah.
Albin Barkley. Albin Barkley.
That is a draft prospect.
That was the 35th vice president. That was Truman's VP. Okay. Adrian Pimento.
Great cheese.
That I'm going to say Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
That's right.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest characters on that show. That is Jason Mantzoukas, the guy that we ran into at Aria. He's so funny.
We were on our honeymoon.
But he plays Pimento, and he's an absolute psycho, and he's fantastic.
He's great in everything. Everything he does.
Gunnar Helm.
That's a draft prospect.
Don't they sponsor the first segment?
Isn't he Texas?
Yeah, Texas tight end. There you go. You nailed it.
Yeah, gutterhelmetmn.com. Never clean your gutters again. They're the absolute best. Gutterhelmetmn.com.
All right, 2 more. Marcus Yarns. Marcus.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Ben, do you know Marcus Yarns?
I don't know.
That is a Delaware running back. Hi, we're in Delaware. Last one, Sauce.
Okay.
Upton Stout.
Man, that's a good one to end on.
Upton.
That's an old
Stout.
person name. I'm going to fall for it. I'm going to say that's from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
What would your second guess be?
Vice president.
That's a draft prospect.
Okay.
He plays cornerback for Western Kentucky. 1, 2, 3,
doesn't
4,
know he
5,
plays
6, 7,
corner
8,
for
9,
Western
10, 11,
Kentucky.
12. You got 12, which is exactly what Chris guessed.
Yeah, thanks, Scotty.
Nice.
Yeah.
You should kiss. Chris nailed it. 12 out of 20.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Hans.
that's the prize. He just gets to make out with Hawk. That's a good prize.
Tommy's claiming he won.
Yeah.
You're on camera.
You're on camera. Stop doing that.
What will I know? My name is Meat Sauce.
Do
Remember
we
that
still
bit?
have that?
No.
Somewhere.
What is it? You recorded a song back in the day?
Way back.
I know what is it like? I know everything about the NFL draft.
And then,
That's why I have this sweet, deep voice, which makes no sense.
And then it goes at the end because I edited it poorly.
Yeah,
you weren't good at
meat
stuff.
sauced it. Yeah.
I wasn't good at things. I'm still not good at
You're better now.
Thanks,
You got 12 out of 20.
I thought I'd get way worse.
I mean, that's 60%. That's an F, but still.
no, that's a D, brother. D's get degrees.
You think like a Pelissero or someone like that? What do you think they would get?
Well, I mean, I think they would go like 10 for 10 on the draft prospects, but I don't know if they would get the other ones.
You think Tommy P would play, or is that too bad of a spot for him?
I don't know. I know your dad would go 5 for 5 on the vice
He'd get all the
presidents.
vice presidents, yeah. And then he'd go after Hawk.
That's what we call in the business a win-win.
Yep.
Benjamin, I know we're doing the mock draft here in 30 minutes, but it is draft day. Are you ready for it to be over? You guys have done podcasts. You've talked about it. You've mocked it up.
Sure.
You're ready, right?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sauce a segment or two ago said he has been convinced the Vikes aren't going to lean safety. Are you vibing that as well, that it's D-line or O-line or bust?
I think it's probably D-line, O-line, or corner. I would put safety as the fourth.
Yeah.
The fourth best
most likely.
Yeah.
I think they really like Theo Jackson. That's what I was told.
Yeah. I think
need
it's,
depth.
I mean, the thing is that Sauce, we'll talk about this exhaustively throughout the whole day. It all depends on how this whole thing just falls down at 24. I mean, the chances of them moving back, I mean, it probably is pretty high. I mean, I heard you say, 40% you think?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say that's like egregiously high. I mean, I'd say probably 35% chance we move back, just because there are going to be a lot of guys like, all right, fine. If you miss out on that guy by trading back, that's okay. We have 4 other guys that we think that can be day one starters and great contributors. So
if Jackson Dart is available around those picks, they're going to call any team that didn't take a quarterback in the top 10 and see if they want to move up for him. That's what they're going to try and do.
Ben, 10 hours ago, Sauce tweeted, Jackson Dart will go before Shedeur Sanders.
That is some steam that's being picked up, and there is some steam also saying that Jalen Milroe will be selected before Jackson Dart. So it's like, who are you listening to, and what intel are they getting? Are they getting intel just to throw people off the scent for other teams? There is a lot of just like misinformation out there and intentional distraction. So it is really hard to sift through some of that junk. It will be interesting to see how the Browns attack this, because they have I think the first pick in the second round. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they slide back up at the first, depending on how things go. Does Pittsburgh feel like Shedeur is a better fit? Do they feel like Jalen Milroe's a better fit? I mean, if everybody's over here talking about he's a better runner and all this other stuff than Lamar Jackson, which it's not really proven in the stats, but they're saying he's as athletic, he could have a trajectory kind of like him. Well, then who wouldn't want to take him in the first round? So it all depends on which scouts you want to believe.
This is just such a weird year for quarterbacks, because it's overwhelmingly right. Likely based on the betting odds that Cam Ward goes 1. He's like a lock, right? Minus 20,000.
I would say the top 4 or 5 are almost locks. I think that's going to be kind of a boring top of the draft because they're all kind of locked in.
But the order of quarterbacks is so fascinating, because there are still people. Is it Mel Kiper? Somebody has Shedeur Sanders as the top quarterback on their board.
That's right. Mel.
Is Kiper?
Really?
Yeah.
So it's just crazy that the consensus number 1, Cam Ward, might not even be the best quarterback. And then after that, Sanders might be the 4th best, but on somebody else's board, he should be the number 1 pick. Like, it makes no sense. I think what Sauce you brought up a month or two ago is the top 3 or 4 names at quarterback. could be unbelievable and should be worthy of top 5 picks, or some of them shouldn't even be drafted in the first couple of rounds. And that gap seems so different than last year when we had like 5 quarterbacks go in the top, 10?
Right.
And we were all arguing over the order, but all of them seemed worthy of going in the top 10.
If these quarterbacks were in this draft, they would go after all the ones that were taken. They'd be the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th guy. Yep. That were taken in the first round.
And again, I think Bucky Brooks has Shedeur as his number 1 for his personal reasons. But again, when you look at probably Pittsburgh, I think has the 83rd pick. You get a guy like Will Howard that's still sitting there. That's like basically Ben Roethlisberger reincarnated. So if they fall in love with him, they might just be saying like all these draft experts are saying that we're gonna take a quarterback in the first round. But we know that we have a solid starter, possibly at 83. So why are we going to waste a pick there? So if they don't take a quarterback and some of these other people don't take quarterbacks in the first round, they are all going to tumble down into the second and third round.
We can talk a lot about that at 7:30 and beyond. One more segment of Tommy Olsen. The news with Chris is after this. This is the Power Trip Morning Show on the Fan.
KFAN Total Traffic.
From the 1-800-ASK-GARY Traffic Center.
Good morning. We have no accidents at this time. On 494, traffic slow westbound from Portland to 35W. Lafayette Freeway tight northbound from Plato to 94. On 94 westbound, there's construction from Mounds to Highway 52 on the right shoulder till the end of May. I'm Maria Arnold, and that's your latest Total Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
Get tires this month at Luther during the Luther Tire event. Hey, it's Corey Cove, Power Trip Morning Show for Luther, letting you know that the best place to buy a car is also the best place to buy tires. That's absolutely the truth year-round, but a couple times a year they run the Luther Tire event, and April happens to be one of those times. So this month, and it's the 24th, so hurry up. If you buy 4 tires at Luther, here's what you're going to get. You get 4 new tires, which is awesome. These are brand name tires that you know and trust. You get the peace of mind knowing that your vehicle is locked and loaded with brand new tires. You get free road hazard protection, free lifetime tire rotations. You get to keep all the manufacturer rebates. And maybe most importantly, Luther also gives you a $100 Luther gift card. So you buy 4 tires, you get A+ customer service and a $100 Luther gift card. This is available at all 50+ Luther locations. If you know you need tires, now's the time. If you're unsure and maybe need some questions answered, then drive in. They'll look at your tires. They'll tell you whether or not you honestly need a set of tires or not. But if you do, now's the time to pounce. It is the Luther Tire event going on all month long. Find them online at lutherauto.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Okay, it's like this. 55 years. Better Business Bureau has given Builders and Remodelers at buildersandremodelers.com an A+ rating. No other company's gotten that. I mean, think about that. That's huge, right? And it's their 73rd anniversary, so there's great deals. But I'm talking about just great work from great people who take care of their business and make sure that they take care of you. So right now, for the 73rd anniversary, you can rejuvenate and refresh your home and get new windows, siding, doors, or roofing all installed with an incredible 73% off all labor. Yeah, that's right, 73% off installation labor on all projects, guaranteeing your home is there for you for years to come. Like Builders and Remodelers has been. Go to buildersandremodelers.com today and find out all the details. Proud partner of your Minnesota Twins. Buildersandremodelers.com. Nobody does it better.
Shop Kohl's Epic Deals today and save big on spring styles you love. Find epic deals like tees and tanks starting at $6.99, pillows or cozy towels for $2.99, stylish sandals starting at $12.99, and so much more. Plus, you can earn Kohl's Cash too. Spring is in the air, and so are the savings when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer valid through April 27th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Spring into deals with fresh savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Stay Green or Premium 2 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Lowe's, we help you save. While supplies last, selection and availability vary by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Offer valid 4/17/25 to 4/30/25.
Fan forecast.
Going to be a nice day. A little rain.
KFAN.
Don't miss the Vikings draft party at U.S. Bank Stadium tonight. Tickets are still available at Vikings.com/draft party to come take in the action of the first round with us. KFAN is your home for draft coverage presented locally by Heating and Cooling 2. Go to heatcool2.com to book your service today.
Hey, Ben.
Yes.
So today is the NFL draft, as you might know.
I do know that.
It is also the anniversary of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers being established as an NFL franchise. What year do you think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers came into the league?
Oh, boy.
I guess this was when the NFL franchise was established. I don't know if they came in the league that same year or not, but you get my point.
Oh, 1968?
1974.
Okay.
They were established. 1974. I think they went, 2 seasons without a win? Or 1.5 at least. Something like that.
Do you know why they're called the Buccaneers?
Is it a pirate thing?
Something about selling corn,
like
right?
Tampa, like it was a huge pirate area back in the day.
Yeah.
I missed the original, the orange.
Yeah, the orange
creamsicle.
So
sick.
I love, again, one of the greatest quotes of all time. What do you feel about the execution of your team? I'm in favor of it.
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest, greatest quotes of all time. I mean, your team's been losing that much. What do you?
Such a great
God, that's brilliant.
So
is,
quick.
right?
Especially on the spot.
Yeah.
Just brilliant.
I'm in favor of it. What a great line.
It's almost like he set the reporter up to ask him that question. You know?
Put a plant in there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. After they asked me about the bad offense, why don't you ask me about the execution of my team?
Yeah.
I'll give you $20.
Great bit.
Lordy.
It's crowd work, Paul.
It is. Oh, yeah, we did some of that yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, great job, Hawk.
Oh, thank you, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate
your
it.
stand-up
Thank you.
was
You know what?
Awesome.
Yeah, I got. I'm gonna head back into the Power Trip Comedy Club at some point again. I got some more material for you guys. I'm just working on my stuff. I got a special I'm gonna film in there.
Yeah, what do you think of this brick wall, Ben and Tommy? You haven't really said much about it.
Yeah, Tommy, you haven't run through that yet.
Yeah, looks good.
Wow.
Ben?
I like it too.
I love it.
Well, can I be honest?
No.
Yes, please.
You certainly can, buddy.
Why did we do one wall? Not all the walls.
Because we're the only show where you need multiple cameras, man. I guess they do one day a week on the Common Men program.
I do like that we have the lights on now because sometimes when we come in here, there's no lights.
It's
That's
hard to
tough.
be awake, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but I got told I'm supposed to come closer. It's not. I'm not doing this.
He's up there, Tiger.
We're not on camera.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Oh, you didn't want you to watch it.
What the
So
hell is
loud.
going on?
I'd like it, but it's not that.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that picture right there looks like you guys just tied the knot.
Yep.
Doesn't it?
Right here.
Chuck and Larry.
Right. Look at you guys.
And one of you settled.
Oh my God!
That's so rude.
It really is rude.
Poor Ben.
Can I ask a question that I noticed right away?
Sure.
I see logos for Wild, Gophers, Wolves, Vikings? Question mark.
Well, this is purple, though.
I get
is the
that,
Viking
but
one.
for continuity's sake, I don't know. Like everybody else has a logo, why not the Vikings? Is that like an NFL thing?
Sure.
I know that they're pretty.
That's exactly
They're
what
like
it is.
sticklers about
The
all their.
shield is big with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ooh, yeah. And then we hit the KFAN is the Twins colors, but technically we're not the Twins people.
No, but we like twins.
Mm-hmm.
Twins.
No, I think it looks
You
good.
know what? If they get their crap together, we'll put their logo up.
Yeah, I mean, you could sell the wall now for endorsements, I guess.
You know, the thing is, and I know that you guys probably didn't know what this would look like until it was up.
We didn't know it was going up.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. You guys just shut up and do radio, okay? You don't need to know all this other stuff.
Thank you, Daddy.
It looks a little bit like a green screen.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot. That people think it looks like I'm photoshopped.
Yeah.
in
That's because
front
you look
of
like
a
you're dead.
brick wall.
God, that'd be great if you were Photoshopped.
I think this is the best thing we did. This little lower thing.
But
yeah, that's great.
Yeah, because that way we kind of cover up hockey a little
Like
bit.
half of Chris though is gone.
That is hard. Yeah, because like I do like looking at your hands and stuff. You know,
See what he's doing.
Yeah. See.
Yeah, look, he's
Yeah, he's flopping tots.
he's on camera.
I got no pride.
It's time for Chris to do the news behind that glass.
That's right. Looking at you through the glass.
This is KFAN News.
Oh,
I do
great
like
song.
it.
Great point.
Presented by the St. Paul Saints.
Thank you, St. Paul Saints. Let me tell you, you guys know I'm a big fan of the St. Paul Saints, and I just cannot wait for our main man, Zacho, to go on down there and do his bat boy bit. But for right now, the St. Paul Saints went 1-1 in their doubleheader with the Indianapolis Indians at CHS Field yesterday. St. Paul earned a 5-1 win in game one, 4-2 loss in second contest. Again, Indy tonight at CHS Field. Get on down. There's plenty of things to do, including a St. Paul Saints game in town tonight. Thank you, Saints. Everybody good?
Yeah.
All right. Americans are being ripped off by cyber criminals at record amounts. A new report from the FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center says scammers and cyber criminals stole a record $16.6 billion from Americans alone last year.
Man, I'm wasting my time. What am I doing?
I don't know.
I got to get into some crypto scams.
33% increase from 2023. Wow, 33% rise in 1 year.
Rise.
A spokesperson for the FBI's cyber division says they received over 850,000 claims of scams, fraud, and internet crimes in 2024. And over 80% of those victims reported losses due to theft of money, data, or identity. Victims aged 60 and older were the most impacted. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Tell you what, these scams are getting real. I mean, they look very realistic.
Yep. I mean, even the toll one that we've all gotten now. I mean, you would think that is real.
I mean, I talked about it like a week ago. I got a letter in the mail about some tax I owe on a vehicle. And
Yeah, that was real, by the way. You might want to pay that.
Is that real?
I don't know. I had something come in tax wise, and I sent a picture to my tax guy. I'm like, is this real?
Yeah.
What is this?
And
Sauce, can I give you good advice though?
It was real.
Honestly, it's the best thing to do is just pay it and worry about it later.
Yeah.
Just pay it. If it's tax related, buddy. You don't want to go to. Don't you know Wesley Snipes?
Is the place you got to mail the check as the address in Plymouth?
No,
you should just let
You might wanna
Corey
be
pay
careful,
it.
yeah.
Corey will pay it for you.
No. You got to pay it because otherwise, if I pay your taxes, I could go to jail. You need to do it.
No, but it's like I forgot. It's property tax on a vehicle.
Yeah, you got to pay that immediately, dude.
And send over your social security number.
100%. They're attached.
Just send it with a nude.
Yeah, just a feet pic.
My feet are hideous.
Prove it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you should be doing voice work for cartoons with that laugh, Tommy. You really should. That is the greatest dastardly villain laugh in the history of cartoons, and it's never been used for him yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What were you going to say?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was talking?
I don't remember.
Something about your strategy to get this bill paid. You seem like you were going to say something.
It's completely lost.
It was even about you, and it was 20 seconds ago. That's crazy.
It's over.
Oh, Core. I went to Good Day C, and I had some of their jam. Unbelievable.
What?
And I saw
You had to shorten down Good Day Cafe.
The off of it save you.
Yeah, and you already went to that bar in Florida.
Yeah, that's
good.
And you got some of their jam?
Yeah, the you guys were talking about. No, it was Hogs. Was that you that said you love the raspberry?
I do
jam?
love it. Yeah, it's strawberry,
it's
but
great.
I love it.
Oh,
It's great.
yeah.
So good.
But like the bread and all that stuff.
Oh, it's
Yeah, the
just
Dark Star
perfect.
special
Great
wheat
experience
toast.
there.
It
Good
is the
spot.
greatest. I love it.
Love breakfast.
I like how
there.
it's loud and then like it feels like a good place that if you did order a beer at 8 a.m, not a lot of judgment.
Did you?
Not at all.
I didn't know it was a twerk thing, so I didn't.
A
But
twerk thing.
Twerk is twerk.
Yeah, he adds letters because he takes some away. He's very canonical.
Bringing balance back to the force.
At the end of the day, it's all going to balance out.
It does, and it does. It does, yeah.
Wicked ways of mouth.
Check this out, guys. Dateline, Mankato, Minnesota. An arrest was made in a shoplifting incident, and it appears to have stopped a possible mass casualty event.
Ooh.
The police arrested a man, discovered multiple weapons, and plans to carry out a mass casualty event that he planned for the very next day. He faces multiple felony counts of shoplifting as well as making threats. Security cameras caught him taking over $2,000 of bear spray, multiple magazines of ammunition, and body armor. He remains in custody in jail for his first court appearance, which will be next month. But if he hadn't gotten caught shoplifting, the next day he had everything planned out to go on a mass casualty event in Mankato.
Whoa.
I know.
Jesus.
How about
Where,
that?
where does one, not that we need to discuss this to give people ideas,
Yeah,
but where does one find body armor? Like legit body armor?
Do
those like
deodorant section?
not body spray.
I hear what you're saying. I think you can get it.
Can you get it like those military supply stores?
You might even be able to get it at Cabela's and stuff. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would imagine maybe
see.
just anywhere that they sell guns, they probably have them.
Body armor.
I kind
near
of
me.
feel like that shouldn't be sold to just regular Joes.
I bet you can get it too, like at a where you go to buy like military outfits and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Things-
Yeah,
those
surplus
surplus
stores.
stores.
surplus stores. Yeah.
Is that still a store?
Yeah, Chris
Ragstock?
shops there all the time.
What's wrong with Ragstock?
Nothing. I was just wondering.
It sounds
I
like you have a
hadn't
problem with
heard
Ragstock.
that. I don't.
You pay your taxes.
Why don't you kiss me?
Not without
That's a
that
good
beard.
question, Corey.
Please prove it.
My God.
My beard. Kelly can be here soon.
The scruff looks good now.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks really good.
What
Perfect
about on
length.
his face though?
When's the last time you guys have razored?
Wow.
Oh God, this again?
I'm not doing
I don't.
it ever.
No, your
Never
face.
happened.
No, just your
The
face.
flip
This
phone?
morning.
I was like, didn't we
Not
talk
my-
about this the
no,
last time?
yeah,
you were on?
yeah. You should see the looks now I get at Lifetime. People like know that I'm going to go do the top down thing. A little awkward, but
Yeah, they know you're going to do it in the shower they're going to use after you're done.
Yeah, they know what you're actually doing.
Three cleaning people just quit.
Yeah, right.
no, like razored your face. Actually,
Years.
I
and
mean,
years. and
years?
years.
I mean,
Oh, yeah,
a couple
I hate
months
it.
ago when
probably 20 years.
Yeah,
Yep.
I did it
Really?
once. Yeah. When I trimmed off my sideburns.
oh sure.
Yeah.
God, hideous.
Hideous. Yeah, I'm hideous. Yeah.
No, you are not. You're
I'm
good looking.
disgusting
I just
looking.
I just like to giggle with you. We
Yeah.
have fun.
Well, that
we have
turns
fun.
me on.
We have fun.
Yeah, we do.
We have fun, man. We have fun.
All right, Tom. So I guess when was the last time you did yours?
Every day.
You straight razor every day?
Selling's like shaving. Is what my boss says. Got to shave every day.
Razor.
Yeah. I think
Razor. I razor up so I get baby smooth.
My God.
And that doesn't give you bumps?
No, I
No,
actually
there's
got
plenty of those.
I got laser hair removal on my neck. I used to get really bad razor burn, so that helped with that. But then
Was that painful?
Oh my God!
Yeah, I heard that's like not.
It was
that's
like
not pleasant.
No, it's awful. Absolutely awful.
Especially in your sensitive little neck area, your
Better to look good
décolleté.
than to feel good.
I agree. You guys and Hawk. Sorry for interrupting your news.
I'm done with it, buddy.
Okay, perfect.
Great.
There's a term that I use a lot at work, and my boss taught it to me, and it's very relevant for this show.
Whip it out.
Boldest?
No, it's very close to that.
Thomas, I told you couldn't say that on air.
It's called Texas Whip Out. Okay? Anybody heard of this before?
You were real close, Hawk. How did you know that?
Did you know that?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
A Texas whip
A
out.
Texas whip out. And it's not sexual as much as it sounds like it.
We all lost that bet.
Yeah.
It's when you're golfing and we make bets and it says it's Texas whip out. So you gotta either have the cash on you or pay on the spot. So I thought it'd be very relevant for this show that if Power Trip Bets like tweets like a gif of like an old ranch guy. And
I
like,
just want to see it.
You have anybody in mind?
no, well, you know what I mean? It's just like
So it's the equivalent of just saying you lost the bet, pay immediately.
do you know what it is, Corey? We've talked about this, that betting guilt and asking people for money. Do you want either side of it sucks. I hate that situation, especially with friends. This Texas whip out slang is like an easy, funny way to be like, hey, you owe me money, Texas whip. Like you can use it as slang that way. So I just thought about it being very, very relevant for the show.
I think it's a good bit. Can I tell you a bit that I thought of the other day that I really like?
Yes.
And I really I want you to answer honestly, please. And Sasha, I'd like you to come in on this as well, please.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys always talk about how cool the Marlboro Man looks, right?
Yeah.
He's,
Oh, yeah.
He's,
Coolest ever.
He's slamming lung darts or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
How would you find the Marlboro woman attractive?
What does she look like?
Well, that's my point. What
So
does
just
she look like?
A girl smoking a dart?
Yeah, but she's like the Marlboro man. You know?
Ellie Jane from Toy Story.
know.
Is she wearing like jeans, like denim
Again,
head to toe?
you have to tell me. Well,
Okay.
you know what the Marlboro man looks
Yeah,
like.
in my
What's
head.
the Marlboro woman look
Hold
like?
on.
Jesse.
If she's like Teeter,
Oh,
Yeah.
that sucks. Come
I
on, lady.
mean,
Now we're talking.
Who's Teeter?
That's Michael Landon's daughter.
Yeah, Teeter from Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
She's
right?
trashy.
I mean, I don't really want her to. I don't want to have a deep conversation with her.
Well, no, you can't understand a word she's saying.
No,
but,
you can't.
you know.
It's like a pitching wedge. Good from far. Far from good. Far from good.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's too far.
That's brilliant.
No, I thought it was. I thought it was Brill.
It's Jen.
Gene.
I got to be honest, Hawk. You would know this because you grew up in the sticks like I did.
Damn right I did.
I knew a couple girls that would be at little house parties, field parties, and they'd throw in a dip or throw in a little chaw.
Okay, now we're talking.
See, I disagree. I disagree. I mean, the second they have that little bulge in their lip,
That's hot.
that's hot.
Tommy just stopped.
Do a handstand.
Yeah.
You tell her to put her clothes back on.
Or they start packing that tin as if they've been doing it since they're 9 years old. It's not hot for me. That's not hot.
Yeah,
for me.
but cigs, a drunk cig, that's
different.
Yeah, that's
I guess that's different. But if I'm trying to picture what a true
child.
like
Marlboro woman.
Marlboro woman would look like,
Sure.
she's probably dipping as well.
yeah. She has the old ring in the back pocket.
Look, I'm in no position to get picky, right? I got to take what I can get.
Amen,
but that is
brother.
the number one turn off for me is smokers or smoking.
Really?
No. Gross.
Number
hard pass.
one?
What if she doesn't normally smoke, but you just gave it hell?
Yeah.
Gord, you whipped out that big old.
That one.
You're
Oh,
gonna need a smoke.
Yeah.
no thanks.
I'm
Not
dehydrated.
interested in smokers.
What if Elastigirl was smoking?
Oh yeah.
Okay, now
Well,
talk
now
about
you're
it.
talking.
Now
Talk
we're
about
talking.
it.
Talking.
Should Yeah. we go more Carrie Russell? Because Elastigirl's fictional. She can have all the fictional cigarettes she wants.
Man.
Okay, well, I guess you don't care about her health.
Yeah, tell us more.
Yeah, just wish death
Yeah,
upon her. Why don't you?
If you're having a great dinner with Kara Russell,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
about an
Get
hour,
it.
hour and a half in.
Wow.
You guys are just clicking. It's like
You haven't eaten anything.
and
You got a permission
You
slip.
already know 90 minutes in, like it is happening tonight.
Yeah, you're
And then
knocking things over as you stand.
Oh yeah.
That big old anaconda's warming up now.
Yeah, and she starts fishing around, her little Percy there, and then she pulls out
Purse.
Oh my God. I mean, that anaconda.
Wow, that got weird.
and she starts ripping darts.
Oh, yeah.
And you
back
are
to-
not
back to
you are
your
not
point.
turned
Now
off.
she's
No.
farting.
Back to your point, by the way. The gap between chew and cigarettes is gigantic, though. One or two lung darts, I'm like, whatever. If she starts, I'm gonna throw in just a giant chaw.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah, man.
So gross.
Have you seen that?
Let me see your spit.
Ugh.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's shocking.
Yeah.
I like it.
gross.
No, but like with the Zins and Ons now, it's easier for
Wait.
everyone to do it.
Were those the actual names or just the shortened
What is-
versions
No,
of
those are-
words?
those are the names.
It's Zins, Ons, all like the White Claw of
You
chew.
can put
Oh,
it basically
yeah.
back here and you never know.
Yeah,
You would
gross.
never know.
Yeah.
I never can tell what he's talking about.
This is just stuff I'm too old for. If girls that are 23 are doing that and all the rest of the 20-year-olds are chasing after girls that are doing that, then you guys can have fun. 'Cause
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
I'm too old.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It's just, if they're in the row zone,
Yeah.
have at it.
Well, yeah.
Just I'm old and lame now. I don't care.
That's
know.
fair.
That's
Okay.
all right.
All right.
Sure.
Well, you know,
I'll save the rest of them for you guys. You
Thanks,
guys can
buddy.
have the
Yeah.
smokers.
appreciate you.
Sure.
Who the hell is?
She's an actress.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Okay.
All right, whatever.
What's worse in your world, chewing or armpit hair?
Armpit hair.
Yeah.
What if you're chewing armpit hair?
Oh, God. Then your dad's lost.
Well, then my name's Tommy Olson, and I'm doing the old Texas whip out.
I'm telling you. Texas Whip Out's a good bit, isn't it?
I like that bit. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good
you
way
owe me
to,
money. Let's
Zach,
go.
check your Twitter.
But like that
Let's
should
do
be
the old Texas whip out.
Yeah, it has to be immediate.
Hey, pay up.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Oh, God.
Speaking of bets, quick before I go,
No, you don't. You're leaving?
I have to go.
You're
I'm
not
getting
done
kicked out.
yet.
No,
Oh.
they don't
That's
want
the
me on
NFL
They
draft.
don't want me talking draft. I go. There's a different section of the draft I want to talk about. No. Okay. Anyone want to bet on how many Gophers get drafted?
Oh, by the way, your guy's not a first rounder at all now, right? I haven't seen any mock drafts with
Ariante?
Yeah, he's not even close, right? Second or third, maybe.
Second rounder.
So who are we talking though? Wally's going to get drafted.
Yeah, so I mean, there's
Ariante's going to get drafted. That's
Yeah.
2. Who else are we missing?
Linebacker will get drafted.
linebacker will get drafted.
Lindenberg?
Yeah, I'd put it
3.
I'd put it.
Brosmer might get. Brosmer will get drafted.
Yeah,
Really?
so
You think so?
I bet she'll be like a 7th.
I'll take the under at 3.5.
Because we've had no
Take the under
quarterbacks
at
drafted
3.5.
in something like 50 years, right? You think the streak's over?
It literally will come down to Brosmer. Like if someone
7th
wants to
or 0.
use a draft
Yep.
pick on him or sign him up somewhere.
I think he's going to be an undrafted free agent. But I hope he figures a spot out somewhere.
Yeah, I think so. I think he played well enough to get drafted. I think over 3. I'll take over 3.5.
I'll take under.
100.
Yeah.
Done.
Wow.
Is there an obvious 4th and you just suckered him?
I don't think so. I truly don't. I think those are the 4. I just know that 6 guys went to the combine. So
I know 5 guys has great fries.
God. Yeah, 5 guys are
They
waiting
really
for
do.
Tommy.
Love those fries.
Off to work.
Love those fries. Tio, you're the best, dude.
Love you
Yeah, you
guys.
are the best.
All right, Sauce will do a little bit of sports when we come back, and then in about 10 minutes from now, we'll start the Power Trip mock draft. We do it every year. We've been doing it forever. The room will get filled with a whole bunch of NFL quote experts. It'll be that'll be fun. It'll be something to do. Talk NFL draft. This is the Power Trip Morning Show on the Fan.
I try to play it straight, but sometimes swerve. I try to stare down the devil, but lose my.
I have the preferred service agreement with heating and cooling too.
I've been around heating and cooling too for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to heating and cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Springsteen, nothing but a lie.
6 hours of every workday are commercial-free. 102.1 K102.
Hi, this is Jay Glazer.
LeVar Arrington here. Join us for Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio.
Tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Just search Fox Sports Radio and make it your next preset on the iHeartRadio app.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce here, and I have a news flash. The Power Trip is heading up north to Grandview Lodge. We will be there May 1st and May 2nd. Join us both Thursday night and Friday morning for special Power Trip activities. They have some amazing stay-and-play packages ready to go. Find out all you need at grandviewlodge.com.
Is your basement ready for the melt and spring rain? Standard Water Control is the waterproofing foundation repair and sump pump expert since 1977. Installation, service, and repair for all wet basement issues. Peace of mind starting at just $250. Visit standardwater.com for details. Standardwater.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When you're driving, pay attention to this, not that. Acknowledge this. Ignore that. Distracted driving is dangerous driving. Drive smart.
A message from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. Extra enforcement now on Minnesota roads.
Hi, it's Angela Warner for Warner Selling Appliance, and you can forget waiting until November for new appliances because we're rewriting the rules of Black Friday. With upcoming tariffs and the price increases they'll bring, now is the time to buy. We're starting Black Friday early with unbeatable appliance deals you won't find anywhere else, like $50 to $500 back on each appliance, on top of up to 50% instant savings. So join the savvy shoppers and get ahead of the game during Warner Stellian's Spring Black Friday.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Nordo here for the Modern Sportsman. Awesome shooting range and gun shop up in Coon Rapids off Highway 47, then down in Burnsville as well. And as a member at the range, I can speak to how nice the place is. As a regular customer, I can also speak to how vast the retail space is. But I'm now excited to become a student at Modern Sportsman as I renew my permit to carry this year, which, through them, I can now do the classroom portion online, which means you can too. So ask about the online permit to carry class next time you're at Modern Sportsman, Coon Rapids or Burnsville, themodernsportsman.com.
Awesome products and prices from the premier home improvement company since 1952. Buildersandremodelers.com.
Matt Boley stays hot, and the Wild have the opening goal in Game 2.
After a big road win, the Wild return home and host the Knights in Game 3 tonight on The Fan. Coverage starts at 8 on the audio home of the Wild, KFAN.
And you can feel the thrill of the playoffs. Grab your Wild tickets now. Secure your tickets for games 3 and 4 today at wild.com/hockey tickets.
That's right. Look at them all coming in now. Charges behind me. It's almost time, man.
Swedberg's here. Sinekin's here.
Almost time.
The exact quote when Sinekin just walked in the door, Tommy Olsen goes, "Hey, Sinny, I don't know if we ever met, but I love your voice."
He's the best.
Yeah. That's how Tommy meets everybody, with that level of enthusiasm.
Yeah.
And then he quickly pivoted to Trent Tucker possibly being semi-roommates with his dad, 45 years ago.
It was kind of stalkish as things went along.
Yeah.
That happens. Yeah.
What did you think about your potentially first interaction with Tommy Olsen there?
It was more than I could have imagined, actually. I'm not
He
quite
loves your
over it
voice.
yet.
He loves your voice.
How can you not?
How can you not?
You do have a great voice.
Yeah. Thank you. Not sure I agree, but thanks.
What do you think of the brick
This is
wall?
amazing. That's so sweet.
I like it too.
Greg? Hi, Greg.
Anybody?
Good morning.
A lot of times you want to turn a microphone on.
Yeah, you might want to do that.
It just got a lot more handsome in
Radio
here.
professional.
And can you slide to your right, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to come closer.
right
to me.
next
We got
to
to
you.
go almost
Electric
shoulder to
slide.
shoulder. Yeah, let's touch elbows.
Oh, look, there's a camera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Put your weenus next to mine.
Jeez.
That's okay. See what happens?
See what?
He doesn't talk like that.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's a body part.
No, I understand.
And there's Paul
Wait a minute.
Charchian back there, too. Look at Charch.
Charge! Hey, Charge!
Hi, Charch.
I turned your mic on, Charge.
Oh, thanks.
You're
Hi,
welcome, buddy.
hi, everybody.
Hi, Charge.
It's the best day of the year.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
so
I love
much
it.
fun.
I love it.
Can't wait.
Yeah, it's the best.
Can't wait.
Here we are.
Why didn't we get a brick wall in hockey studio?
What the hell?
Good question. I mean.
Yeah, why don't we carry it through?
I don't know. I think we should. I might do some stand-up comedy for you guys during one of the breaks.
Oh, I
in a little
can't
bit.
wait.
Really, that'll
Yeah,
be awesome.
yeah.
I can't
So you
wait.
guys Just be ready. I was doing stand-up comedy in there yesterday because it looks like comedy club to me.
Did something change?
That's a brick wall,
You don't see the
Charge.
brick
Look at
wall
the
over there?
brick wall.
You don't see the brick wall?
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
right.
so weird.
Yeah, those
That's
are
the
real
right
bricks.
word.
Oh, real bricks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had somebody in with mortar.
Yeah.
Slathering on the mortar.
Tommy just
That was
left.
Tommy, yeah. He was slathered all over the
I
wall.
bet he was.
Yeah, you better believe it.
That's weird.
I like it. He's cool.
He's cool.
Apparently, good times are here at iHeart. We're throwing money on new brick walls.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That's exactly what that is.
Yep, that's what happened.
Well, we better do a quick Fan 5 and then because we're going to start the Power Trip mock draft as soon as we get back from this next break.
All right.
I mean, it's
I'll just
on,
roll
right?
through it.
Yeah? You going to roll through it?
Twins.
It's time for Fan 5 on the Power Trip, presented by All Around.
Thank you, All Around.
Your
Thanks, All Around.
Deck building contractor.
The Twins won 6-3. They've won 2 straight. They beat the worst team in baseball, the White Sox. Your Twins are 9-15. They battle those White Sox again today at 12-10.
There you go.
The Wild and Vegas Golden Knights are tied at 1-1, Zacho. Game 3 is tonight at 8 p.m. You can hear that game on the Fan.
Let's go.
Big game 3. Got to keep it going. Took home ice advantage away from Vegas. Let's keep it and win it in 5.
Capitals beat the Canadiens 3-1. Stars beat the Avalanche 2-1 in OT. The Stars lead that series 2-1, and the Kings killed the Oilers 6-2. They lead that series 2-0.
I don't care.
That's hockey, I think.
The Wolves and Lakers are also tied 1-1. Game 2 is tomorrow at 8:30. You can hear that game right here on The Fan.
Let's go. Come on, Charge. Who you got?
Who I got for I got you, babe.
I knew it.
I got you, babe.
Great song.
Yeah, they say our love won't stand the test of time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
Hawk
words.
loves Cher.
I sure do.
Yeah.
She's Armenian.
Nobody cares. We just want to do the NFL draft.
Yeah, who cares?
That's
Celtics
okay.
beat
Right,
the
that's
Magic. Yeah,
Fine.
yeah,
We'll just
yeah,
break and then come right back and start this Power Trip mock draft.
Man, I was so prepared.
Look at you, Ben. You're all riled up. I'm super excited for you.
You can see how excited I am?
I can see it.
I'm sitting down.
Yeah, well, the camera's panned down.
Oh, okay.
I love this. There's a moist spot in your chair.
Woo.
Thank you.
Is this
Thank you, Greg.
leakage?
Me too.
That's real nice.
Thank you.
It's disappeared, but still remains.
So what's the vibe on the wall? You guys like the wall?
I love it.
Hey, by Pink Floyd?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's just say it's an honor to do the mock draft with such handsome individuals, especially the one to my right.
And with a voice like Cynic.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I'm like the Mount Rushmore
I've
in
never
here.
noticed it before, but I do like your voice, Henny. I don't think I've ever noticed that. You're very soothing.
I can't take this. Stop it. Go to break already. Jesus.
The Power Trip mock draft after this on the Fan.
It's time I let you know. It's time I let you know. I'm just glad to share the road.
KFAN Total Traffic.
From the 1-800 Ask Gary Traffic Center.
We have construction delays on
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
Limited to rapidradios.com.
Internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Sign up today and get internet with a price for life. Keep your internet service monthly rate for as long as you keep your plan. Internet service monthly rate subject to continued plan availability.
Specifically this month because they want you to have them be a part of your
We have the
spring.
preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling 2. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
An hour ago, but if you have somebody in your home with allergies like I do, my daughter has allergies, then you got to get your air duct system clean from time to time anyway, so why not do it and get this deal? $75 off if you mention KFAN. 952-0RES or 0resminnesota.com and mention KFAN.
The Minnesota Wild have saved the best for last.
Wins it in overtime!
Your Minnesota Wild are back in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and season ticket members receive priority playoff access.
Circle cross ice, Kaprizov scores! What a play! What a shot!
Go Don't miss out on the thrill of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Secure your seat today at wild.com/playoffs.
What you got, come on.
Standard Water repairs foundations. Cracks in your basement walls, bowing walls, or settling foundation? Standard Water is the foundation repair expert since 1977. Free basement foundation repair and waterproofing estimates at standardwater.com. Standardwater.com.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce here for my amazing friends at St. Croix Casino Turtle Lake. All the Vegas-style gambling is with my friends at St. Croix Casino Turtle Lake. You want to play craps, roulette, no-limit Texas Hold'em? You can do all that with my friends at St. Croix Casino Turtle Lake. They have tons of slots, even more table games. It's an awesome place. It is the best place to go for all the betting and gambling you want to do. Find out all you need at GoPlayWin.com. That's GoPlayWin.com. St. Croix Casino, Turtle Lake. Find your fortune, babe.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
Draft coverage all weekend is presented by Heating and Cooling 2 on the audio home of the Vikings, iHeartRadio, and FM 100.3 KFXN, Minneapolis, St. Paul, The Fan.
Don't miss out on the excitement and fun of Timberwolves playoff basketball. Visit the only official ticket marketplace for Wolves playoff games at timberwolves.com/playoffs to secure your seats today and be part of the playoff madness.
That's right. The playoff madness. And the draft madness. The NFL's here, man. We did it.
Welcome to the 69th annual Power Trip NFL Mock Draft.
Yeah! We did
Hell
it!
yeah!
Come on, so you got to get happy over there. Why are you not excited, mister?
Yeah, today is your day. You have said multiple
there are many
times.
like it, but this one is yours.
And I understand this logic. You like the NFL draft more than you like the Super Bowl.
I do. This is my favorite day of the year. I can't wait. I'm pumped. I've been up since like 3:45, and it's going to be a great day. I'm excited to be here with all of you, and I mean that. It's an honor to be able to do this with all of you, because one year we did this, and then about a week later I got fired. So
those were the good old days.
That year was great.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
For all of you, which I'm fine, you know. But
So
I'm just
we
glad
brought you
to be
back
here.
as a free agent.
Yeah, you did.
Would you take day 2 of the draft over the Super Bowl?
Yes, because it's round 2 and 3.
Would you take day 3 of the draft over the Super Bowl?
Probably yes.
Really?
Yeah, maybe not.
Would you take day 1,
Hey,
2,
man.
or 3 of the draft over your dog Winnie, who never makes the photos?
No, I would take Winnie.
I don't believe you.
that dog?
You posted your sauna picture yesterday with Muppet.
Yeah, there's one with Winnie too.
No, the video had
put
Winnie all over
You
it.
probably put Winnie in the sauna hoping she'd die.
That's exactly what my wife said you would say when that video came out.
I will say
her
though,
and I know
that,
each other really well.
Yeah, Hawks are.
I'm super pleased for you that you have a sauna.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that how you say it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
How do you
Officially,
say
I
it?
think you have
idea.
to say it like that.
Sauna? Sauna?
Sauna.
Well, which way do you say it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just point to my backyard.
Do you drive your Lamborghini up to your personal sauna?
I don't have that. I have a 2-door Jeep.
All right, let's go through the
Let's go.
the mock draft here. The Vikings select 24th, so we got a long way to go. And this draft might be absolute mayhem because no one has any idea what the F is going on. It's a
Our
redraft.
experts do.
But we're going to see how well they do. Shall we just start at the top and start chipping away?
That's right. And our first overall NFL draft pick for this Power Trip mock draft is with our main man, Max.
Hey!
Max,
let's go!
Hi.
How we doing, guys? Thanks for letting me have this first overall pick.
Oh, hey, congratulations on a new wide receiver, too.
Oh, God.
What? You don't like him?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, who's the new wide receiver? I didn't even know. I just was doing a bit.
Tyler Lockett?
Oh, hell yeah. I didn't even see that.
Oh, I didn't see that either.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, that
Oh,
happened. That
heck yeah.
happened-
No,
that
I'm
happened this
actually
morning.
very excited about that.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I start this with a question. Remember the Titans? I mean, literally.
Barely.
I'm not talking about the critically acclaimed movie from 2000, because unlike the movie, there is no sunshine here. There's no Denzel Washington, no brotherhood, just misery. If you've tuned into a Titans game over the last couple of years, you've seen more ass than a 2004 Ludacris music video. Morgan Wallen hasn't been the only one throwing chairs in Nashville. This team has more needs than a third world country. Titans first-year GM Mike Borgonzi, love his cousin's comedy, by the way, Nate. He's got a major decision to make, but the decision couldn't really be much easier. Hurricane Cam is coming to Tennessee, ready to make it rain touchdowns and blow away the competition. It's not often you look to a Florida man for help, but the Titans need all the help they can get. The Titans will select quarterback Cam Ward, #1 overall out of Miami.
Well done.
Well done, Max.
Yeah,
So
well
proud.
done, Max.
All right, before we go to charge for analysis, Greg, I would like to point out, he mentioned Morgan Wallen. If this mock draft is boring the hell out of you, K102 is right down the dial and right down the hallway. You can listen to K102, and Morgan Wallen is probably playing.
I don't think people should just change the station, though. I think the point of the ad was,
Yeah,
if you're
Corey.
looking for country music, that's the place to go.
We got that.
Corey,
Corey didn't get it.
I don't
The
get
rest of us
that
got it,
reference.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah,
I was thinking like Corey.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
All right, Charge. Cam Ward, #1. A weird year for quarterbacks, right? No consensus, even though he is the heavy favorite to go #1. But man, there's some disagreement amongst experts about who the best quarterback in this draft even is.
Cam Ward in last year's draft would not have been in the top 5 or 6 quarterbacks.
No
But
kidding.
but it's this year, and the Titans need a quarterback. The real roll of the dice for them is they are passing by 2 players that have Hall of Fame level upside because they're just that desperate at quarterback and feel like they can't go forward without a new one. So they take Cam Ward. I understand why they do it, but ultimately passing on Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter may prove to be ultimately a mistake because those guys look amazing.
Man.
Anybody else have a strong Cam Ward take either way?
No.
The charge is 100% correct.
No, not really. I mean, the thing is, like, you do watch him and you see like the arm velocity, the quickness, the release, and all this other stuff. It's just, it's like all these quarterbacks. If they get into the right system, he might be great. He might be great, and he might not need to go off a first and second read. You know, if he's got to go to like a more of a true pro style, I don't think he's your guy. But obviously, they're going to have to cater their offense to his strengths. So.
All I know is I've
Best
heard him
of luck.
comp to Jordan Love, so I think he'll be just fine.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Maybe good enough to get one big contract, and that'll be it.
Titans are building a new stadium right next to the other one I saw. It's under construction now. I was down there the other day, and it's going to be very cool. And by the time that's up, maybe Cam Ward will be decent.
Wow.
All right.
You know,
Just
Sinekin
nice.
pointed out off the air that this draft, don't forget, is in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Oh, really?
Oh.
So
Have you guys heard that?
I had heard
I thought
that.
I'd bring that up just in case.
It sounded like Barreiro's draft guy was really happy to be there last night. Did anybody hear that?
Oh, is that right?
Oh, man, he was ripping the place to
I
shreds.
missed it. What was
He what's the guy's name? I
Marty
forget.
Wexler
Yeah,
the
Wexler.
third.
Yeah,
He hated it, I
Wexler
guess.
said he was going to tell them never to have the draft there ever again.
Wow, that's harsh.
Yeah.
Dave, do they have enough hotel rooms?
I'm not sure the state has enough hotel rooms. There's got to be a lot of people busting up from Milwaukee,
Oh,
I
man.
would think.
You know they're out to
No
Ho
chance.
Chunk.
300,000 or 400,000 people they're expecting?
Yeah.
No
Where
chance.
are they staying?
The Ho Chunk, baby.
Man.
More people will attend the NFL draft this weekend than will attend Twins games all season, and that's not a joke.
How dare you, sir? Why do you got to rip on the Twins?
Wow.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
leave
NFL
the, you're wearing a
I don't
Twins
know what's
hat.
going on here, man.
Leave
yeah.
the Twins
I
out of
love
this.
the Twins. That's my squad. It's my team.
All right, can I get to the next obvious pick,
Yeah,
please?
Ben Lieber is second with the Cleveland Browns.
Excuse me, sir.
Excuse us.
Look, I really think the top 4 or 5 are just pretty much locked in. So I don't need to go on a big explanation here. Cleveland obviously needs a quarterback. They have Joe Flacco, but they also have the 33rd pick, the first pick in the second round. So I think they saved their first round pick on quarterback, and they use that in the second round. So I'm going to go with a guy that's going to give them help at both wide receiver and cornerback, and let's take Travis Hunter.
There you go.
Great pick.
There he goes.
Yep. That's the right pick. And Hunter does bring both sides of the field explosiveness for a team that just needs help both sides of the field. And I love that Cleveland's not reaching for a quarterback because no quarterback belongs here at this stage of the draft. And instead you go with a player who's got Hall of Fame upside in Travis Hunter. And, he's going to be incredibly explosive and impactful immediately as a rookie. And while they've got quarterback problems, maybe Kirk Cousins will end up being their quarterback. Travis Hunter's just too good to let go by.
All right, I'm asking this question for the people out there, unlike myself, who don't know a lot about the NFL draft, who don't follow these players a lot. Is he going to be defense first and wide receivers the second option, or is it the opposite?
I think it's defense first, and then they'll have a package of offensive plays for him.
And I think it's the opposite. They've said that he's probably going to play wide receiver most, and then maybe put him in like in a nickel or a dime, something like that.
In modern NFL play, Ben Lieber, is it possible for an NFL player to play both ways?
Every snap, no.
Like he said he wants to.
Well, he said that he wants to play both sides. I don't think that he was meaning he has to play every snap of both sides. I think that he'll be situational on either one. If they think he's a wide receiver first and then a cornerback second, then I think that he's this situationally in as a quarterback. I actually agree with Sauce. I think it's going to be the other way around. I think he'll play almost full-time defense and then situationally red zone or something like that on offense. And I think he'll get that opportunity because there's a need for both in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope that he doesn't pout and want to like
meat sauce.
Me too.
Say that I have to have more snaps and more reps at the other position because dude, just be excellent at one and don't be just good at both.
Don't you wish Stefanski could be like, oh, you want to play this whole time? Look, go do some long snapping then. Let's see it.
Right.
Let me show you what you got here. Play every down, sir. No?
Saves on salary.
Yeah.
Cut the long
it will be interesting though, and we have touched on this that if he gets into year 4, obviously year 4 and 5, and he gets a new contract, and he is playing 40% of the other position, where do you comp him?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
What's that contract look like? Who knows? It'll be fun to watch though.
What a mess. Pick 3 goes to Charge. He gets to analyze his own picks to the New York Giants.
I am embattled general manager Joe Shane, made famous on HBO's Hard Knocks last year. I will be making what will prove to be my final draft selections.
Very true.
If you recall, through week 16 of last year, the Giants had the first overall pick, but then got a random win against the Colts in week 17 and lost the opportunity to sit at the top of the draft, to take the quarterback of their choosing, or move down in a haul. Instead, at pick number 3, they find themselves in a position where in a draft with 2 clear-cut superstars, the Giants still are going to get one of them. We are taking Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter. He is a nightmare, fast, versatile, amazing pursuit, constantly living in the opposing team's backfield. Think Micah Parsons, and you've got your best comp for Abdul Carter. Wow. Super athletic, the burst and the lateral speed. He is a special talent that absolutely could have been the first overall player taken, but with the Giants, we are going to take him 3rd overall.
Fantastic.
Great pick.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? What do you think, Ben?
No, I think that, like I said, I think these top 4 picks and maybe the Jags pick as well is pretty much a lock in. And so it makes the most sense. Every Giants fan is going to be ecstatic about this. And the other part of it, outside of just his physical traits, which is all of that, what Charch has said is true. I think that he has the right personality. He sort of has that, that wannabe superstar quality. And I think that he's going to be perfect for that New York market. I mean, he's going to eat it up. They're going to eat him up. And as long as he produces on the field, he could be your next superstar.
LT part 2.
Could be.
Pick 4 goes to the New England Patriots and Meat Sauce Paul Lambert.
Hello.
Hi.
We're going to try like hell to see if the Bears or Niners want to move up into this position. We're going to see if the Bears want to move up to get Ashton Genty, the running back, in front of Jacksonville. But we don't do that here, so we're going to stick and pick, and we're going to take the offensive tackle from LSU, Will Campbell, who may have short arms, but the Patriots have the worst offensive line ever assembled, so we're going to stick him at left tackle. If he doesn't work there, we'll move him to guard. Will Campbell, offensive tackle, LSU.
Drake May was downright gallant in his play last year behind the league's worst offensive line, and with no running game and no receivers to throw to, they have to improve the offensive line, which they put almost no resources into in the offseason. And that's why taking the best lineman in this draft does make sense. Will Campbell's the right approach. You invested in Drake May last year. Now give him a left tackle on his blind side to help keep that kid upright for another season. He looked very promising in terrible circumstances. Let's get him help. I think this is a great pick by Sauce.
Thank you, Charge.
Pick 5 is the Jacksonville Jaguars, Limp Bizkit's very own home squad. Bossberg goes 5th.
And since when has Jacksonville made the right decision in the draft, period?
They're just playing by the rules.
They have they have needs all over the place, but I think everybody's desire is probably sitting too in front of their own needs. That if I was me, I'd take Mason Graham here because I think he's a stud defensive tackle that would kind of make the whole Jacksonville defensive line acceptable. But they won't. They'll. I think this is also a chance they trade out of this too, because But I think they will take Genty here. They'll take Ashton Genty from Boise State, who's a hell of a running back.
We've said that there's 2 Hall of Fame caliber players. If there's 2.5, Genty's is the half. Yeah. He is a step ahead of everybody else that's remaining in this draft. He had more yards after contact last year than any runner had in yards. He is a freaking beast. He can catch. And they haven't even really, tapped into all the ways that he's going to be able to catch the ball so far when he was at Boise State. He is the toughest tackler we've seen since Saquon Barkley came out. He's got speed. He's got the crazy spin move, the acceleration. There's basically nothing not to love about Ashton Genty, and the Jaguars depth chart at running back, just not that great.
Certainly not.
Certainly not. Travis Etienne's just a guy.
First 5 so far: Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Ashton Genty, and that brings us to pick 6, the Vegas Raiders and Eric Nordquist.
I kind of like this wall.
Me too. Thank you.
It's pretty cool.
I like it.
Good work by whoever put that together. The Las Vegas Raiders are disappointed that they didn't get an opportunity to get Ashton Genty, so they're feeling burned right now. But they have plenty of needs. Both sides of the trenches, I think, are focal points. But with Pete Carroll coming into the mix, I believe they're going to take an offensive lineman here at pick number 6. And I'm just going to take my personal favorite guy, whether it's, you could do Kelvin Banks here potentially. I think they have DJ Glaze, like a 3rd or 4th rounder from a couple of years ago on the right side. Colton Miller needs some fresh cash on the left. Armand Membu from Missouri. He wants to be tackle. He believes he can also play guard. Teams are intrigued with him. He's my favorite O-lineman left, and he's going to be a member of the Las Vegas Raiders at pick 6.
Ooh. Raiders' offensive line's been terrible for, 20 years. So putting some draft equity into it certainly does make sense. Armand Membu, explosive, agile, big punch, and he's a finisher, which you don't always get out of D tackle.
Always finishes.
Yep, always finishes. A couple inches shorter than ideal. Not always somebody who's you would call a speed rusher, but durable finisher. There's a lot of things to like about him, and I think that does make some sense.
You hate the pick, Charge?
No, I don't. Okay. I do not hate the pick. Armand Membu tackle
6'4", 332.
He's more of a right tackle than a left tackle. So
he is more of a right tackle.
Pick 7, the New York Jets and Dave Sinekin, who has a lovely voice.
I like your voice, dude.
Oh, stop, you guys. Just stop, will you? This is just too much. So here we sit, the Jets, laughingstock organization. We've come out of our 2 years of darkness retreat. with old number 8. And it's a new era. It's a dawning of a new time. And we were all set to really help out our new quarterback, Justin Fields. We thought Membu might be there. We have a gaping hole at right tackle. We thought he would step right in. We also have looked really hard at the tight end, thinking, well, if Justin Fields is dancing around, why not have a giant target for him to find in the middle of the field? He would be the fan favorite. But as often happens in the first round of the draft, someone has fallen into our lap. And the idea of putting Mason Graham next to Quinnen Williams on our defensive line is too enticing to pass up. We had him as a top 3 guy on our board. He's still there. We will add to our defensive line, and the massive Mason Graham joins Quinnen Williams. Try to run on us now. He is our pick at number 7.
Jets are already great against the pass. Now this makes them much more formidable against the run as well. Graham just destroys blockers. He is so strong. The motor never quits. He had 0 missed tackles last year.
Is that good?
That's good. That is a good thing. There's a lot to like about Mason Graham. And you're right, not expected to be here. Most people believe Mason Graham's going to go closer to pick 5. So some value as well for the Jets taking him at 7.
All right, Cindy stays on the board. Now we're snake drafting this thing. You're going to pick 8th for the Carolina Panthers.
We are a disaster organization, but we think our quarterback actually showed a little something in his second year, and so we're excited about Bryce Young's development. We know he could use some help, obviously, and we're actively looking to trade down. If anybody wants to jump ahead of the Saints, if they think maybe a quarterback might go, maybe Pittsburgh wants to jump up, let's talk. But that's not part of this conversation. We're sitting here at 8. This pick is the worst kept secret, I think, in day 1 of the draft. They need help on the defensive side of the ball. They want a guy that can rush the passer. And if needed, maybe he could move all over the place. And the guy they love is Jalen Walker, who is kind of a Swiss Army knife. He may be a little too small to be an edge, but we think he can get after the quarterback and play edge in the NFL. And he can slide over to linebacker and go sideline to sideline. He's a rare athletic talent, and he will instantly become the quarterback of our defense. He grew up 30 miles from our stadium. He's a hometown favorite, and he fits right into what Evera wants to do on defense. Jalen Walker, our pick at number 8.
I don't love this pick, even though he gets mocked here a lot and right into this area. And I don't blame Cindy for taking Jalen Walker here, but he's so undersized he can't be a regular edge rusher. You're going to have to utilize him in different ways, like linebacker, or a roaming coverage guy. So you're going to have to be really creative to use him. It feels like this is early in the draft to be taking a player without a position to me. And so would I take Jalen Walker here? No, but the Panthers may very well do exactly what Dave Sinekin just said.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Nordo will pick next for the Saints, which is an interesting pick because, man, a couple of months ago, it looked like they were locked in drafting a quarterback. We'll see if Nordo is with a lot of the mocks that says they're not interested in a quarterback at pick 9. We'll see what he does after this. Power Trip mock draft goes all the way to the Vikings pick at 24 in the 8 o'clock hour on The Fan.
The Fan.
KFAN Total Traffic.
From the 1-800-ASK-GARY Traffic Center.
Good morning. Traffic is tight. Eastbound 394 from Penn to 94. On the crosstown delays, eastbound 169 to Valley View and from 35W to Portland. Westbound heavy 34th Avenue to Penn. 35W sluggish northbound from the Burnsville Split to the Burnsville Parkway. I'm Maria Arnold, and that's your latest Total Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
The people at Luther are great. You're going to know that if you buy from Luther, if you lease from Luther, trade in from Luther, you get your car repaired. They do it all when it comes to cars, trucks, vans, SUVs. But also, it turns out the best place to buy a car is the best place to buy tires, specifically during the Luther Tire event, which is going on all month long, and it is April 24th. The month is almost over. So get in this week, but maybe specifically today, and buy 4 tires. If you buy 4 tires this month at Luther, you get a $100 Luther gift card. Plus, you get to keep all the manufacturer rebates. You get free road hazard protection, free lifetime tire rotations. These are brand name tires that you know and trust. The selection is second to none. And if you're saying what I said a handful of years ago, like, man, I want to be a part of this, but I don't know anything about tires. My wife wanted snow tires. I went in, talked my budget with them. They worked with my budget, got me some tires, and I got that $100 Luther gift card. So if you want to do what I did, get to any of the 50-plus Luther locations today and be a part of the Luther Tire event. It's LutherAuto.com. That's LutherAuto.com.
Aloha, little bro. Surfing the Big Island wave? Right on. Perfect time to wax the board for a killer run. Even better time to prepare your AC to run all summer long. Whoa, you're talking a pronto tune-up. For 139 clams, we'll recalibrate your AC back to factory fresh setting. And guarantee no breakdowns all summer. Or we'll refund your money and fix it for free. Serves up. Schedule your AC tune-up today at prontoac.com.
Hi, it's Angela Warner for Warner Selling Appliance, and you can forget waiting until November for new appliances because we're rewriting the rules of Black Friday. With upcoming tariffs and the price increases they'll bring, now is the time to buy. We're starting Black Friday early with unbeatable appliance deals you won't find anywhere else, like $50 to $500 back on each appliance on top of up to 50% instant savings. So join the savvy shoppers and get ahead of the game during Warner Stellian's Spring Black Friday.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce, and we're moving the power trip north to Grandview Lodge on May 1st and 2nd. You should join us both Thursday night and Friday morning for some special power trip activities. There are some great stay-and-play packages available. Find them at grandviewlodge.com, grandviewlodge.com.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription.
Internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Sign up today and get internet with a price for life. Keep your internet service monthly rate for as long as you keep your plan. Internet service monthly rate subject to continued plan availability.
50s.
Today's the day. The NFL Draft is here, and we have live coverage all day. Presented by Heating and Cooling 2 on the audio home of the Vikings, iHeartRadio, and The Fan.
Well, we've been...
To the 69th annual Power Trip NFL Mock Draft.
Well, we've been streaming all day long. We will be streaming all day long as well, but this is the Power Hour. KFAN.com/watch is where you can find it. It's thanks to Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. And as we wait for everybody to come back into the studio, I want to remind you to join the Power Trip Morning Show up at Grandview Lodge, May 1st and 2nd. Don't miss out on your chances to win great prizes, including a custom KFAN and Grandview co-branded golf bag, a tailor-made driver, and rounds of golf. Oh, and did we mention a trip to Tinca Verde Ranch in Arizona?
You're welcome.
Get all the details now at KFAN.com/Grandview.
How cool is that?
Yeah, that's next week.
Yeah, and listen, people are out of the studio because there's so many trades. You know, I mean, people calling about trades, but we don't do trades with the Power Trip Mock Draft. But they're still taking calls. You know,
no, we take this seriously.
You always take calls. Am I right, Church? No matter who calls.
Oh yeah, we take the call, but you know, their asking prices to move are very, very high. Yeah, exactly.
And he's cussing somebody. He's cussing his own GM in Tennessee.
His landlord, probably.
It's the other way around, I think.
I believe it.
The first 8 have gone like this. The Titans, Cam Ward. Browns, Travis Hunter. Giants, Abdul Carter. Patriots, Will Campbell. Jags, Ashton Genty. Raiders, Armand Membu. The Jets took Mason Graham. And then in our mock draft, the Panthers took Jalen Walker. Those are the top 8. And according to DraftKings, those are the favorites to go 1 through 8.
You look tan.
Thank you. It just looks like that against the brick wall. I look photoshopped. So we'll see. We'll see if we stay in line with DraftKings in Vegas. Nordo is pick 9. Now again, Nordo, I teased this. You know, like when mock drafts first started getting thrown out there, a lot of people thought this was the spot for Shedeur Sanders or whoever doesn't go in the top 2 or 3. This is quarterback. They need a quarterback. Now almost no one thinks they're going quarterback at 9. What do you think the Saints are doing at pick 9?
Well, when we first sent out the email, I was thinking to myself, oh, this is easy. I'm just going to throw Shedeur here and it's over. But I will say, after reading more into it, that I'm kind of falling in line with what you've been seeing in more recent times. From the standpoint that so Carr's got the shoulder situation, but in the same sense, if you were to cut him, it's about $80 million in dead cap this year. If you got him loose before next season, it's still $50 to $60 million in dead cap. I just saw an article that Loomis, I think the GM, said they're going to find some clarity on that situation, whatever that means. And I'm not saying Spencer Rattler's a guy you roll with, so it's certainly an issue. But I look at this team, so from a financial standpoint, they've been in cap hell for a decade, it feels like, going back to the deferred Drew Brees money. So I think, they are less likely to just fall on the grenade with Derek Carr financially, maybe, than if it was a little different situation. So
It's like $1 an hour.
With that said, Cam Jordan's like 60, and he's still making plays. It's unbelievable. But Carl Granderson on the other side, defensively, I think this is where they go. Top 20 in scoring defense, but everybody was gaining a ton of yards, 30th in the NFL a year ago. I think that it's a future plan and a now plan. McMichael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, is going to go number 9 to the Saints.
Okay. Is, again, the DraftKings favorite as well at plus 250, but he's the favorite to go number 9. Charge.
All that analysis for the obvious pick.
Yeah, still,
that's what we do.
All good.
The Shamar topic starts really at pick number 9 for the Saints. They could very well trade down 10 picks and still get Shadur Sanders. So I think the thinking here is, if they do hold, it will be defense, or they trade down and find Sanders later. The only other team they're battling for Sanders with is ultimately Pittsburgh. McMichael Williams, very, very highly regarded, raw, but definitely has round 1 traits, long limbs, flexible. He's a closer, big motor, but he's somebody that is believed is going to be more of a project, somebody that might not be a week 1 starter, or maybe it's a rotational player. But nevertheless, just the attributes are there to make him worthy of a round 1 selection for McMichael Williams.
There you go.
All right, pick 10 in the division, the Chicago Bears and Greg Swedberg.
You know how they say we're going to run to the podium? Nobody really does that. No one runs to the podium. But the Bears are happy with the way that this has fallen to this point because they're going to get a guy they wanted. I think they really would love to get Genty. I think that Ben Johnson would just love to have that weapon in his quiver of arrows or whatever. I'm sorry, I don't do analogies that well.
That works for me.
Okay, but I think at this point that he played a lot of 12 in Detroit. I think that at this point they're going to take the best guy available, and that'll be the tight end from Penn State, Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren is a fascinating prospect, almost universally believed to be the top tight end in this draft. He's from Penn State. The comp is Jeremy Shockey, for those old enough to remember him. He is nasty, violent, very polished receiver, flies up the seam, very fluid in his route running, and very aggressive after the catch, and he can block. And the Bears laboring under one of the worst contracts in the NFL, the $50 million they gave Cole Kmet for 2 catches a game.
Wow.
So absolutely, I think this is as early as Tyler Warren would go, but warranted for the Bears.
And Ben, this guy's not only tall, he's a big dude, man. This guy will lay the hammer on somebody.
Oh, yeah, he's a big dude.
That's
and
a huge bitch. He is.
And I do love his all-around game. That's the thing. Like, these tight ends these days are, and it's no fault of their own. I mean, these guys are getting paid like wide receivers or treated like wide receivers, and so that's kind of breeding this new breed of, kind of flex tight end. And we certainly have one now, but this guy does not mind getting grimy. He can be gritty, he can run block, he can do all those things. Charge, you're saying this might be a little high for him. I actually think that if he's there with Carolina, that's not a bad spot for him to go as well. Just 2 picks before that. I think they have Tommy Tremble or something.
That's right.
So it's like, they could use an upgrade as at tight end as well, and he could be that guy that's going to play all 3 downs the whole game.
Paul, I haven't ripped you in 45 minutes, so I'm on the brink of getting fired. It's in my contract that I have to criticize something you do every hour or I get dismissed.
Yeah.
Stylistically, there's really 2 ways to write the word Niners or 49ers. Either the number 49 and then E-R-S.
Same thing.
49ers. Or if you're going to say Niners, you go N-I-N-E-R-S. Sauce, you somehow threaded the needle and found the number 9 and then E-R-S. The Niners are on the clock.
Hi, meat.
Hey, babe.
Niners.
Well, let's see here. Yep. Well, and I gave the pick to myself because it was the least amount of letters I could type, and it was easy work for me.
You still added a number.
Yeah, well.
Niners. Go ahead.
Dogs.
Niners, number 11.
I think the Niners need everything. The Niners had mass exodus in all their positions. They have the most overrated quarterback in the NFL. He's terrible. They were 6-11 with him. They were bad. He's not good unless he plays on an all-star team. They need everything. They need everything. They're going to take offensive lineman Gray Zabel from North Dakota State at pick 11.
Really? Come on, man.
Go ahead and wreck the draft for the rest
You
of us.
wrecked it.
Way to go, Paul. Jeez.
A lot of people want to see him drop to Minnesota. I don't think that's going to happen. Sauce is right that this is about the right landing spot for him, and maybe even earlier than this for Gray Zabel. You get the position versatility that people love. Tackle, guards. A lot of people think he can play center. Nasty finisher. He is a remarkable athlete with lateral movement. He's got tons of agility. Great in his own blocking scheme. The knocks on Gray Zabel, short arms, and he's not necessarily an anchor type player, but nevertheless, the positives and the versatility will make him very attractive, and it does make sense for him to go to San Francisco.
Not trying to piss off our friends, Benjamin, in North Dakota, but does the fact that he went to North Dakota State scare you at all to draft a lineman from North Dakota State this highly?
Not at all. Not at all.
Not at all.
No. They're producing NFL talent, NFL ready talent, and what he did at the Senior Bowl completely catapulted his status into the first round. I think this is a little high. I love Gray. I think that I'm hoping that he's there at 24. I'm just surprised that under this pick, a guy like Josh Simmons, who's available from Ohio State, and also Kelvin Banks Jr., also a lineman that has versatility, because Trent Williams is not getting any younger. They could use a guy that has position flexibility to take over for, I think Aaron Brooks was the left guard. They could play in that left guard spot and slide out to tackle after Williams is gone. I think both of those guys I mentioned could do that. So I'm a little surprised that Sauce went with Zabel at this pick.
You blew it, Sauce.
Listen, Zabel's talented. I do think that there are a lot of people out there that would look at his North Dakota State pedigree and be like, over an Ohio State guy? I'll take the Ohio State guy.
Right.
Hey, Ben.
Yeah.
6'6", 312, man.
That's a huge bitch.
That is a big center.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he could. Well, that's the thing. He could play, at that height and that weight, and you're going to guess that he's going to put on a few more pounds. He could stay right there and play center, or he could add a few more pounds and play guard, and he's athletic enough to play tackle as well.
Yeah,
so
like that.
The Cowboys, number 12, Paul Charchian.
Gray Zabel would have potentially been a choice for us, but I am the undead corpse of Jerry Jones. Thankfully, I own my own team. I'd have been fired from 31 other teams were that not the case. You may remember me from such trades as Jonathan Mingo for a 4th rounder last October. That means I paid 1 full round for every catch Jonathan Mingo had for Dallas last year.
My gosh.
I've got a lot of team needs. I got to rebuild the offensive line. We're desperate at running back. I need receiver help. I need cornerback help. I drafted an offensive lineman in the 1st round last year, so I'm not going to go back-to-back linemen, although there are guys that project right into this area. Instead, we are going to take Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden. CeeDee Lamb is fantastic, but what the only thing he does not bring to the table is speed and big downfield plays. Golden gives you 4.29 speed. He will open up the middle of the field for CeeDee Lamb and create deep shots of his own. Matthew Golden, he will be our selection as we try to diversify our offense.
Man, Jerry loves speed, that's for sure.
Yep. Curious why him over Tet McMillan?
Because Ted McMillan is stylistically so much like CeeDee Lamb. Big body guys with a giant catch radius. We want to diversify the offense and add speed to the position. Otherwise, I would have gone Ted McMillan.
Yeah, I like it.
That's a good pick.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, pick 13, the Dolphins and Lieber.
Listen, Miami did a great job this free agency by really trying to address some of the needs defensively, especially in the secondary. But as we all know, that Jalen Ramsey's he's not going to be on the team. He's going to be off the team whether Miami wants it or not. They have question marks at tackle as well, but I'm leaning cornerback in this situation, and I'm going to go Jahdae Barron, the corner over at Texas, over Will Johnson, who a lot of people love out of Michigan. But I just like Barron's ability to play all the different secondary positions. He can play primarily at right corner. It can also play a nickel and has played safety as well. And this guy actually wants to cover and hit. He's not afraid to hit people in the run game as well. So I like his overall game. So I'm going to take Barron out of Texas.
You also get an extraordinarily high IQ and character guy who's beloved inside the locker room by coaches and teammates, and just a natural, fluid athlete. And as you mentioned, Jahdae Barron, highly versatile. Play him outside, inside. You can back him up into more of a safety role. It's he will help a team that needs exactly that for Miami.
There you go.
All right, we're almost we're over, I guess, halfway to the Vikings. But let's go to pick 14. Back on the mic is Maxo with the Indianapolis Colts.
Hey, guys.
All right.
There hasn't been this much of a need for tight ends in Indiana since Chris Hockey resided in the Hoosier State. I mean, the Colts have a lot of needs. If you look at their list of needs, it looks like a 4-year-old learning the alphabet. And if you ask Anthony Richardson about his needs, he might say a nap, but that's neither here nor there. Whether it be Richardson or Daniel Jones, you're going to have a quarterback throwing a lot of Donald Ducks. So you're going to need a guy that makes defenders feel goofy and has a catch radius as big as the House of Mouse itself. So I have the Colts taking a trip down to Loveland and taking tight end Colston Loveland out of Michigan.
Sorry, Zach.
Yeah, sorry, Zach.
Zach really, really, really wants him to be drafted by the Vikings. And I mean, really drafted by the Vikings.
There are two tight ends that grade out in the first round. He's the second of the two, with the first one already being taken, Tyler Warren. Loveland he's got the big frame. He's tall. He's heavy. He can be a blocker. He's just a battler for the ball in the air and after the catch. Reminds me of Mark Andrews. Highly fluid. It's a great opportunity for a team that desperately needs help. No team needs tight end other than maybe Denver. No team needs tight end more than the Colts do. So, Colston Loveland makes a ton of sense.
What kind of a frame here? Like, what's this guy look like with his shirt off? Asking for a friend.
Well, I was applying some
he's
natural
tight.
oils.
He's tight
recently.
During the Senior Bowl, did he at any point play beach volleyball? No?
Known beach ball.
Okay, let's move on. Yeah. Max on the mic again. The Atlanta Falcons in pick 15. Pick 15.
Yes, sir. You would have thought you were watching Game of Thrones or an episode of Jerry Springer the way Cousins got bleeped in Atlanta last season. They thought they had a new shiny toy in Michael Penix Jr., but it may have been a toy from Temu. B.I. Mo or something like that. But that remains to be seen. The Falcons have some AK-47-like weapons on offense, but for some reason still go to battle with bayonets. So they don't need or deserve any more skill position players offensively. I think they go with the rush, and I'm not talking about Geddy Lee and the boys. Atlanta has the fewest sacks in the league over the last 5 years, over the last 10 years, and over the last 20 years. The Dirty Birds go green and select Mike Green, edge rusher out of Marshall.
This is the right pick. This is the pick I've had on Atlanta for most of this pre-draft process. He's athletic. He's violent. He's got light feet. He can move laterally. Plays heavier than the size. The frame is smaller, but he plays bigger. Just highly productive. And I guess if you're playing at Marshall, that makes a certain amount of sense that you would be. Only a one-season starter for Mike Green. That part is a little bit of a worry. And twice accused of sexual assault. We don't love that. Oof. But playing talent-wise, Mike Green makes a ton of sense in this selection.
Anybody else?
No. Yeah, that'll put a damper on the conversation, won't it?
Yep.
Remind me, don't throw that out at US Bank Stadium tonight.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah, but that's part of the narrative, though.
100% has to be part of it.
I mean,
100%.
he had a sexual assault in high school, and he had a sexual assault when he was at his first stop in college. And he claims, he's like, well, I transferred not because of that. I'm like, I don't know, man.
What, to get away from it?
Yeah, just probably just bad energy there. But either way, that's haunting him a little bit.
Good luck, Atlanta. We'll pick 16th when we come back. Ben Lieber will pick for the Cardinals. We'll go all the way to 24. We'll have PA make the selection for the Vikings. We'll go round table the rest of the way. This is the Power Trip Mock Draft on the Fan.
We have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling 2. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Price, they'll match it and still give you everything you need for perfect vision. And of course, you'll get the personalized care of the legends of LASIK, Dr. Mark Lobanoff and Dr. David Whiting. Absolutely two of the most respected LASIK surgeons in the country. Plus, you get the most advanced LASIK technology, 11 months of follow-up care, and the OVO lifetime assurance. And don't forget, OVO is the official LASIK provider of the Minnesota Wild and Timberwolves. And hey, if the pros trust OVO, you should too. But check this out. Call and schedule your consultation before the end of April and get $400 off your LASIK procedure. And with 24-month interest-free financing, that's clear vision for as little as $4 a day. So do what I did and schedule your free consultation today at ovoi.com. OVOEYE.com or call 877-OVO-EYES. It's OVO LASIK and Lens.
Is your basement ready for the melt and spring rain? Standard Water Control is the waterproofing foundation repair and sump pump expert since 1977. Installation, service, and repair for all wet basement issues. Peace of mind starting at just $250. Visit standardwater.com for details. Standardwater.com.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Nordo here for the Modern Sportsman. Awesome shooting range and gun shop up in Coon Rapids off Highway 47, then down in Burnsville as well. And as a member at the range, I can speak to how nice the place is. As a regular customer, I can also speak to how vast the retail space is. But I'm now excited to become a student at Modern Sportsman as I renew my permit to carry this year, which, through them, I can now do the classroom portion online, which means you can too. So ask about the online permit to carry class next time you're at Modern Sportsman, Coon Rapids or Burnsville, themodernsportsman.com.
Unleash the beast with this monster deal from Holiday. Mix and match any 3 16-ounce cans of Monster Energy for just $7. That's right, 3 big cans of your favorite energy drink for just $7. Holiday has all your Monster varieties to mix and match. Original Monster, Monster Ultra, even their newest creation, Monster Ultra Blue Hawaiian. So get to Holiday and unleash the beast with 3 cans of Monster for just $7. Only for a limited time and only at Holiday.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment. And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder. Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom, but right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom. And the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming, even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with...
Internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Sign up today for an internet service monthly rate with peace of mind.
Is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Top the tater. Perfect for bonfires, burgers, and every tasty dip in between.
Now back to the 651 Carpets Plus, home of the Next Day Install Studios. It's the Power Trip on the Fan.
KFAN brings you the NFL Draft live. Join us for in-depth analysis, exclusive interviews, and real-time updates on the picks. Don't miss out. NFL Draft coverage on KFAN is brought to you by Heating and Cooling 2. Go to heatcool2.com to book your service today.
All right, Power Trip Mock Draft. We've done this for almost 70 consecutive years. What year are we on, Zach?
69, is it?
It's year 69.
All right, we're up to pick 16, and Ben's got to get out of here at 8:40, so we're going to hustle and get through his pick at least at 21. But, Ben, you're on the board at pick 16 with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, I'm not going to elaborate too much on what Jonathan Gannon may do. I'm just going to say that he needs help at cornerback. They don't have a real stud at corner right now, and they still have some guys on the board right now, but his influence from Philadelphia, I think, is going to weigh heavy on this selection, and this is one of my favorite players in the first round. I'm taking Ole Miss defensive lineman Walter Nolan with pick number 16.
Great pick.
Nolan.
Great pick.
It is a good pick. Walter Nolan, this is a little bit of a controversial pick. You can see him go as high as about here, but also you'll see Nolan go quite a bit lower as well, and even out of the first round for some people. This kid he lives in the opposing team's backfield. He's all about tackles for loss, the burst, being disruptive to the offensive line. The only real knock on Walter Nolan is he didn't do much until last year, and it all came together last year. You'll have to decide if that is a factor for you or not, but apparently the Cardinals believe Walter Nolan's 2024 is going to be indicative of what they're going to see in the future, and they do need help there.
Pick 17 is the Bengals, and Charge, that's you.
Right. I am
Charge.
Yeah,
I am
Paul.
Duke Tobin, the team's director of player personnel.
Great name.
And former Orlando Predator and Memphis Pharaoh.
Thought the former Orlando Predator was Mike Green.
All right.
Oh.
Brilliant, Corey.
Wow.
Thanks, Paul. That was really nice of you.
That was good.
I think you're doing a great job, by the way, too. And even though you spelled Niners, the number 9 and then ERS.
You can kiss a hot dog.
I am Duke Tobin, and I definitely did not get my job due to my family connections to Bill Tobin and Vince Tobin. It's just a remarkable coincidence that I was the perfect person to run the Bengals.
Brilliant.
And I just happen to have a father who was a longtime NFL executive and an uncle who was a coach. Total coincidence. I just poured $276 million into contracts for T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. And meanwhile, the Bengals pass rush is garbage, ranking 26th in pass rush by Pro Football Focus, 26th in sacks allowed, and our only good defensive end, Trey Hendrickson, wants to leave the team. It's not a good sign. So in a draft that is deep in defensive linemen, we are going to take the best available of the defensive linemen, and that is Derek Harmon from Oregon. Ooh. He's good against the pass and the run, laterally explosive, fast. He's durable. He's athletic. Not a great tackler, and sometimes he lets his weight get way, way over. I think it weighed in at one point 360 pounds. So we're gonna have to watch that. But Derek Harmon will be our selection for the Bengals.
Great pick.
Sauce, Seattle, and the Seahawks at pick 18.
This is an easy pick. The way this has fallen, we're going to run to the draft podium, and we're going to take Texas tackle Kelvin Banks. We can move him to guard, or we can play him at right tackle. They've taken Charles Cross in the top 10 a couple of years ago. If he isn't good enough, they can play him there. They need offensive line help. They're going to take Kelvin Banks from Texas.
Hey, Sauce, what happens to Sam Darnold when he's under extreme pressure?
He throws the ball up. I don't know. What's the...
Yes,
Yeah.
he does throw the ball up.
Yeah.
We saw it at the end of last year.
point. Yeah.
Seattle's offensive line was
Hideous.
honestly awful. Need at guard, center, and tackle. Banks is the best available tackle in this draft. That is a totally logical pick.
Thank you, Churchy.
Pick 19, Tampa Bay, and Greg Swedberg.
Thanks, Paul. Knock it off. Without a lot of fanfare, they need a cornerback, Will Johnson.
There you go. There you go.
Will Johnson.
Okay.
Universally believed to be the best remaining cornerback in this draft, and what he's known for are the ball skills. He is a tremendous ball tracker. Gets the balls into his hands, anticipates. He's got really, really good footwork. There's very little not to like about Will Johnson, and he makes a ton of sense for a team that has need at that spot.
There you go.
All right, pick 20. Here comes Eric Nordquist from 9 to noon to pick for the Denver Broncos, number 20. Hi, Nordo.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hi, buddy.
The Broncos, they need a lot. Skill players. I'm looking at that specifically after a good rookie campaign for Bo Nix. A little bit of defense to nip and tuck, but you see the disparities between the two units. For Sean Payton, whose pursed lips look like an anus.
What about his eyes?
You can't deny it.
His whole face looks like that.
Javonte Williams is gone. That's really not much of a loss because he wasn't very productive. They are going to go with a running back at pick 20. They're going to go with Omarion Hampton to pair him, skill on skill, and produce some stuff out of the backfield for a team that sorely needs it. The North Carolina running back goes pick 20.
There you go.
Omarion Hampton. This is, I think, the most commonly placed person to team in the second half of the draft is right here. Denver and Omarion Hampton, a north-south runner with tremendous balance, a thick lower body, a tackle breaker, does everything really, really well, can catch, except doesn't have like long, deep speed. But other than that, a very safe play here. There's late steam that Travion Henderson, the Ohio State running back, could go into this spot, but Hampton seems to be the safe selection right here.
Benjamin, you're picking for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have said multiple times that Aaron Rodgers will not affect their draft plans. They're not going to pick specifically based on what they think he may or may not do. What do you do at pick 21?
Listen, Pittsburgh does not have a second-round pick. They could address quarterback in the third round, or they could use some of their picks to get back into the second round, but I think that they have so many different holes. They're going to want to keep as many draft picks as they can for a draft that they say is a ton of starters, very deep with the starters, maybe not top enders. This is going to be controversial, but I think this quarterback is the second best quarterback and maybe have the best total career of all the quarterbacks available. I'm going to take Jackson Dart from Ole Miss.
I like it. I think there's a very real scenario where Shadur Sanders does not get drafted in the first round, and this would be very part of how that would happen. You know, you're getting somebody who projects to Jalen Hurts, and there's something to that. You get the mobility, you get the thick lower body, you get the fierce running style, good arm strength, willing to throw deep, not a cannon. He ran a lot of simple reads in Lane Kiffin's shotgun offense, but the belief is just that he's gotten so much better over time that you can expand what he's asked to do. And Jackson Dart has the physical tools to be the best quarterback in this draft.
Great pick.
All right, we go commercial free the rest of the way. And look, Ben, you have to leave in 4 minutes. So even though we still have 2 more picks before we get to the Vikings, I want your quick opinion before we let you go because you have to sneak out in like 3.5 minutes. So your take on tonight for pick 24 in the Minnesota Vikings?
If it goes like this, it sets up beautifully. I mean, I know that sets up beautifully probably for a trade down. You have to have a trade partner. But there are offensive linemen to be taken right now the way this draft is planning out. Same with defensive tackle and also corner and possibly safety. So as we are right now, we got 2 more picks to go for this mock draft, but it's looking really good for the Vikes.
So again, earlier today didn't you say O-line 1, D-line 2, corner 3, safety 4? That's your likelihood position draft. And you just best player available at those positions.
Yes.
And just 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep. Don't overthink it.
All right, dude. 3 to 4:30 Twin Cities Live, and then you got draft coverage tonight?
Yeah, 3 to 4:30, and then we'll be live on KFAN, and then we'll switch over. So live starting at 7 o'clock, and then we'll switch over around 8 when the live game starts.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I got 5 minutes. Don't push me out here.
I'm just trying to formal goodbye. Let's go through it. Chargers 22, Sinekin
Wow, if the draft board falls like this, there is a heated debate going on in our war room because everybody knows Justin Herbert could use more weapons. We hit on Ladd McConkey in the second round. Look at here, Ted McMillan sitting here right there for us. So he is, half our room is banging the table for him. But Jim Harbaugh has gotten up on the table and said, we lost Joey Bosa. We lost Poona Ford. We need help on the D-line. And I brought Kenneth Grant to Michigan, and he was a man among boys. And we put him in the middle of our defensive line. We'll deal with wide receiver on Friday. Give me my guy, Kenneth Grant, D-line, Michigan.
Did you pick him just so you can make a specific pick for pick 20?
Right.
All right. Before we get to the Packers, Charge, Kenneth Grant, pick 22.
It does make sense. This is about as early as you see him going, but you can definitely make a case for him to go here. Unique athlete, a lot of balance and lateral range. He's got a powerful punch, and he bats a ton of balls down. We got to watch his weight. He's a guy who creeps into the 350 range. He does have some slow reactions, but yeah, you can see the pairing, and we know Jim Harbaugh loves his guys, so we could see him find his way back to his old college coach.
Yep, Sauce in the future. A reminder: don't ever let Cinny pick before Cinny picks. Right. The Packers at pick 23. Dave Sinekin.
All right. Well, there are three positions Green Bay is going to look at in the first round. It's D-line, whether it's interior or edge. It's cornerback, and it's wide receiver. They haven't drafted a wide receiver in the first round since Javon Walker in 2002. They haven't drafted a cornerback before the 7th round, the last 3 drafts. And there's a need there because Jair is not going to be a member of this team. If you want to read my 7-round Packer mock draft, by the way, at zonecoverage.com, the 2 guys I'm really debating between are already gone. And I took Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State. But I had a 6-man crush list for the Packers. 2 of those guys are still available. Shamar Stewart, the raw, toolsy edge rusher, and Ted McMillan. And I'm of the opinion if McMillan's sitting there at 17, 18, 19, Green Bay's going to try to go up and get him. The way this board has fallen, he's sitting there right falling into our lap. Jordan Love is in his 3rd year as a starter. That's the year Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl. Rodgers had Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson, James Jones, Donald Driver. Jordan Love has, cue the crickets sound effect. It's time to get a number 1 receiver in Green Bay. Ted McMillan has fallen into our lap. Give me the big-bodied Mike Evans 2.0 wide receiver and give Jordan Love his number 1 guy. Ted McMillan's our pick.
He's got the best ball skills in this class, the huge catch radius, the big size, the contested catches. Mike Evans is not a bad comp. I think T. Higgins is another good comp. The only thing he doesn't have is great speed. That's it. I mean, everything else works. And Ted McMillan comes in as probably Green Bay's best receiver week 1 to open the season.
That brings us to pick 24. The Minnesota Vikings will select 24th tonight unless they move up or down. But 24, that brings us to Paul Allen.
Good morning. Great job with the mock. Wonderful time of the year. Love the mock every year. Gray Zabel at 11, you say? Okay.
Uh-oh. Where'd he go?
You don't like that pick?
Well, I think he's going to go ahead of 24, but I don't know if it's going to be 11. That's all right though, Saucy. He sees it clearly. Want me to pick?
Sure.
24th overall pick. Minnesota Vikings select Alabama guard Tyler Booker.
Fine.
And he will compete for the starting left guard position. I think Gray Zabel absolutely is an option. If both of those guys are not available, then I firmly believe it'll be a defensive back. Tyler Booker, 6'5", 320-ish. Puppy. 34.5-inch arms. That's a quarter of an inch longer than Christian Darrisaw, who's considered to have long arms. And young Tyler attended high school with J.J. McCarthy at IMG Academy, and they happen to be quite close. So just keep that in mind. Tyler Booker, Alabama, Vikings, 24, Power Trip mock, and what you will hear on the microphone this evening, if indeed he is available.
Do you see a lot of scenarios where they look to trade back because they have so little draft capital in 2025?
Actually, I don't. I think they're very happy with their spot. Now, they're going to play the game, I would imagine, if, Houston right behind them, and then whomever's behind Houston. We have the Rams. That could be a quarterback, then the Ravens, stuff like that. So they're going to have to be completely squared away with who they think those teams are going to take. But I think Tyler Booker from Alabama would be a fine fit here. I think Gray Zabel, the guard from North Dakota State University, would be a fine fit here. And if they like Gray more than Booker, I envision this as kind of being like the draft when Garrett Bradbury was taken at center, where I believe they absolutely wanted Chris Lindstrom from Boston College. And then he went like 5 or 6 picks ahead, something like that. So then they took Bradbury. So if Zabel is the preference and he gets drafted before 24, which I wouldn't be surprised if he did, Booker could be their top preference as an offensive lineman. And, you know, when they spent the most money this offseason on defense. So they really poured a lot of assets into defense. They did offensively too, but more so on the defensive side. I think this completes what O'Connell wants for J.J. McCarthy, and that's to solidify the Minnesota Moving Company with Tyler Booker.
I love it. I mean,
okay,
I'm
so
excited.
under that premise that that at this point they have 2 or 3 really good offensive linemen sitting there at 24. And yeah, and I agree with you. Of the 3, I like Booker the best. But there's 2 other guys you could take there too.
Yeah.
And there's, like Sauce has pointed out a couple times, there's a couple offensive line needy teams sitting behind them.
Right.
But that's not the only need. And like I talked to you when he first came in, the question is, how much do they really like Blake Brandel?
Right.
Do they really like him? Do they think he's competent, or do they think that his shortcomings were caused by the backup tackle, Cam Robinson?
Yep.
And then
Bradbury.
and Bradbury, the fact that he was kind of left on an island. So do they really like Brandel? Because if they really like Brandel, then you could easily trade back and then go get a really good defensive tackle. You could get a safety. I don't think they want one. I don't think they want a corner because I think they're going to get one. But they don't have enough picks. And if you're not drafting for a starter, why not try at least to call Stefanski up and say, hey, you don't have a quarterback. Why don't you trade us that first pick in the second round and maybe give us your third round or work it out so they can get more picks out of the deal?
Yeah, if they draft an offensive lineman at 24, then I make him prohibitively favored to start.
To start, yeah.
So of course they like Brandel. He's been on the team, you know, all the way back to when Zimmer was coaching. Now Blake he's been the extra offensive lineman in unbalanced sets occasionally, extra offensive lineman. Blake started out quite well, and then things got a little dicey late. I don't exactly know why they did. Maybe it's what you said. He led the team in penalties. I think maybe off what they saw last year with Brandel, they recognized that yes, he can start, and yes, he can start multiple positions, but maybe as a high-end backup to what would be considered a blue chip offensive lineman. I mean, whomever you take here at 24 as an offensive lineman is going to be favored to start. But the more I learn about Booker and what he does well and his leadership skills, he was a captain at Alabama. You go back to him and McCarthy knowing each other for quite some time. I do think that matters. And you know, like a lot of fans see at times, you'll see offensive linemen get pushed back when they're trying to move forward. With Fries and Kelly, they feel they fixed that. So this just absolutely seems to be the final piece to that puzzle to solidify the offense and give JJ his best chance.
Well, he's a really good pass blocker, and I think the one thing that the Vikings are going to want to do is keep McCarthy clean, make sure that he has plenty of time because he's going to need it. He's still essentially a rookie. He's going to need a little more time. So I think, to me, the pick makes tremendous sense. But I think they have options. I think Jackson's pretty good too.
Agreed. Yeah. I think if it's not Booker and Zabel's available, then that's the way I think they would go. If neither one of those are available, then I would expect them to draft a defensive back. It could be a corner, but most likely would be a hybrid safety. A Charges guy, Eman Nori, is somebody who maybe they're enthralled in. The Georgia safety could be interesting. But if they take an offensive lineman at 24, the guy starts.
I love the pick. And I think, as PA said, if Booker's on the board, you can't move back because he'll be gone. The Texans will take him right behind you. Kansas City would move up for him. You could Philly, they might move up for him, even though they love defensive tackles and all that. They lost Milton Williams. But if Booker's there, You just take him.
Yeah.
You move back, he's gone.
Agreed.
He'll be gone the next pick. He's a monster of a human. He'd be a great pick. He'd keep McCarthy upright. That's a home run pick if Tyler Booker is the pick at 24.
That would be interesting if at 25 the Houston Texans select a guard, Tyler Booker or Gray Zabel, maybe the Ohio State guard, and he comes into rookie camp, then mini camp, and beats former Viking Ed Ingram out of a starting guard job.
Brilliant, yeah.
That'd be a vicious twist.
For the room, not that it matters because the Vikings pick matters the most, but we've gone through 24 picks and Shedeur Sanders has not been selected. Is anybody here confident that he will not go in round one?
Wow, that's
Chargy.
I think the only way he goes in round one is if a team trades up for him, like the Giants or the Browns,
or
move up
somebody.
for him into the bottom of round one. That's to me, that's the most probable way he goes in the first round. Otherwise, I don't think he does.
I think one of the problems that he has is some of these teams picking high are in this position because they're not very good. And if you bring in Sanders, you have to worry that his father will follow him if that head coach gets fired. And I think that weighs on a lot of people. I think he's good, he's not great. And I think you have to, if you have a guy that, is the number one cornerback from Mel Kiper, but you have a guy that isn't going to go until the 20s, you can't take him that high.
What I think's interesting is Jalen Milrose accepted an invitation to the
Yes.
draft. And all of a sudden, he's getting this steam that he's Lamar Jackson 2.0. What do you guys think the chances are that Milroe goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders tonight or tomorrow night?
I happen to think there's a lot of smoke around Sanders that people are downplaying him on purpose. That we'll never take him, and I think somebody will. I think that there's a really good chance someone will take him because I think the worry about Deion coming in and coaching your team, he's not even a really good coach in college.
Well, if you're the Giants, you worry about that.
Why would anyone want that?
Right. He's more of a CEO.
Yeah. He's not much of a coach at all.
See, a key with Sanders here is his offensive coordinator, Pat Shurmur, knows everybody in the league. And he's very tight with Kevin Stefanski. He's very tight with Drew Petzing, the offensive coordinator for Arizona. So all those teams have talked to Pat about Shedeur. I know Pat thinks Shedeur's super tough. He thinks Shedeur is very smart. When it comes to quick fire, quick twitch decision making, that may not be Shedeur Sanders' forte. Just making the quick fire decision. The processing just may need a little bit of work. And I think that first and foremost, if he slides, that's what's going to play into it. They just don't, people might not think he sees it clearly and quickly.
Wow.
And if he slides, the only logical team that isn't going to trade up is the Steelers at 21, right? Other teams can trade up, right? But if the Steelers pass on him, Charch is right. He'll be a second-day pick.
All right. PA, thanks, man.
Yeah,
what do you
thanks,
got,
boys.
9 to noon?
Draft, one wild-related segment. The heir apparent, Anthony LaPanta, joins at 9:40. Big game 3 this evening. Bossburg in attendance. Then we start with Charch into Courtney Cronin. After that, Anthony LaPanta, Nacho Lieber, Dan Miller, the Vox for the Lions, joins at 11.
So you got nothing?
And Alec Lewis will be in studio about 11:15 with this nice new wall.
Yeah, what do you want to do? Stand-up comedy back here? What do you
it was
want to
pretty
do?
cool. Yeah, I spilled spot remover on my dog. Now he's gone. Yeah, that's my act.
Yeah, love it.
Genius. Bye.
The Power Trip Mock Draft presented by our friends at Heating and Cooling 2. Thanks, Heating and Cooling 2.
Man, I love it.
Yeah, thank you. That was great.
fun, man.
Yeah, that was super fun.
I don't know, Charge.
Highlight of the year. I mean, this is going to be a super unpredictable draft, but I feel like nobody made an eye-rolling pick. Nobody was made some selection that is just indefensible.
PA did not care for Gray Zabel going to the Niners at pick 11.
Yeah, but I think if Gray Zabel doesn't go 11, he's in play at pick 12 for the Cowboys too.
I got him going 10 to Chicago.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So I think Gray Zabel will not be there for the Vikings, and perhaps not by several picks.
Maybe not great for talk radio, but we were saying this off air earlier. With this specific group of quarterbacks, if the Vikings needed one at 24, it would be super interesting because it'd be like, we would have no idea who's even going to be on the board outside of Cam Ward, right? You could argue all of the other ones potentially, including Jackson Dart, would potentially be available if the Vikings needed one, but we don't need one.
You're probably not drafting a quarterback if you're drafting at 24.
Right. Yeah. Well, let me ask you real quick, too, because we only got 2 minutes here, but for the entire room, do we know the fates of Aaron Rodgers and or Kirk Cousins tonight at all, at any point?
No. I think the other. That's why Cleveland may be passing on him because they could bring him in, but that would be something next week. And I mean Rodgers maybe because Rodgers, like me, likes to make everything about him. What? He could pick a team that he could make himself known today.
I think Cousins gets traded Saturday.
Oh, okay.
A day 3 pick, right? He's going to garner like a 5th round pick, something like that. And so I think Cousins has a different home next week.
Okay, good.
This weekend.
There you go. Fun stuff, man. I love it. All right, and any thoughts on Vikings backup quarterback situation then? Anything happened there?
Well, then maybe it's Kirk Cousins.
Ugh. I mean,
I can't imagine, man.
Is the Tannehill's team just dead or is it just quiet?
That's just desperation is all that is.
Who's the guy charged? Is he the Seahawks' 3rd quarterback? What's that guy?
Jim Howell.
Played for Washington.
Sam Howell.
Jim Plunkett.
Sam Howell or Jim Plunkett. Yeah, either one. Yeah.
Plunkett's got some good years left in him.
I don't know if he does.
Is he
or not.
still alive?
He does pest control now.
Oh, good for him.
Well done. Yeah, I love it. Well, there you go. Well, nice job, guys.
That was a sponsored joke.
It was. I appreciate it.
That was good.
Yeah, it worked out really well. Greg, thank you. Cindy, thank
thanks,
you.
Greg.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Appreciate Charch as always. You're the man. Thank you very much. Your expertise is well needed on this stupid show.
And mostly wrong.
Yeah, no.
It's pretty rare.
No,
yeah, it doesn't happen a lot on this show.
Yeah. I wonder what PA really thinks is going to happen tonight.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think what he said.
You
I
think
think
so?
the Booker
Really?
steam is real.
You think so? Okay.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
If not, you can read between the lines for the next 3 hours,
I'm
9 to
gonna.
noon.
Correct.
What are we at? Is it $89,500 tomorrow
right.
for the jackpot? $89,500 tomorrow with initials at 8:15. Thanks to St. Paul Federal Credit Union. So that's going to be gigantic. One of you gets a crack at that tomorrow. The Power Trip returns 5:30 till 9 tomorrow, 9 to noon, and almost nonstop draft coverage is next. This has been the Power Trip Morning Show on the Fan.
KFAN. And be sure to stick around on the stream. We will have 9 to noon, the Common Man program, and of course, Bumper to Bumper with Dan Barreiro all day long. You can watch it live right here at KFAN.com/watch. So no need to tune away from the Power Hour because we got a Power 13 hours today here at KFAN.com/watch. 9 to noon is next.
You could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey, it's Chris Hockey. Builders and Remodelers is celebrating their 73rd anniversary by offering you incredible savings. Right now, save 73% off installation labor on your siding project, 73% off install labor on your windows, 73% off install labor on your doors or patio doors, and 73% off install labor on your roofing project. Plus, 36 months, no interest financing if qualified. From the Twin Cities' only home improvement company with a Better Business Bureau A+ rating and accreditation for over 55 years. BuildersandRemodelers.com. Nobody does it better.
Ram trucks have always powered American freedom. Now with our Freedom of Choice pricing program, you can choose your offer. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Hurry into your local dealer today for details, because nothing stops America and nothing stops Ram. Offer valid on select 2024 and 2025 Rams for non-FCA employees and retirees. $200 admin fee applies. Not all buyers and lessees will qualify. Restrictions apply. Not combinable with other offers. Ends 4/30/25. Ram is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, St. Paul Saints here to remind you that fun is good. And now the fan first fun we've always had comes with AAA Baseball, the twin stars of tomorrow. So come on out to CHS Field and have some fun. You deserve it. Tickets at saintsbaseball.com.
Standard Water repairs foundations. Cracks in your basement walls, bowing walls, or settling foundation? Standard Water is the foundation repair expert since 1977. Free basement foundation repair and waterproofing estimates at standardwater.com. Standardwater.com.
Missed the tax deadline? Have no fear. Jackson Hewitt is here. File with us for only $149 or less from now until April 30th. But hurry, penalties are adding up for federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Chris Hawk here with big news from Aquarius Home Services at AquariusHomeservices.com. The Aquarius Home Services and Connecticut Customer Appreciation Open House is May 2nd through the 4th. Save up to 30% on Connecticut water systems. Water filters are 20% off, and heating and cooling systems are up to 30% off. Plus, you can get savings on generators, water heaters, and much more. And be sure to bring a water sample for a free analysis. It's all happening May 2nd through the 4th in Little Canada at 694 and 35E. Get all the details at AquariusHomeservices.com. Earning the right to be recommended.
When you're driving, pay attention to this, not that. Acknowledge this. Ignore that. Distracted driving is dangerous driving. Drive smart.
A message from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Give a one-of-a-kind gift this Mother's Day with a spa experience at Woodhouse Spa. Gift cards available at woodhousespas.com.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. The LPGA's first major of the season begins today, the Chevron Championship at the club at Carlton Woods in the Woodlands, Texas. The marquee group is defending champ Nelly Korda and past Chevron winners Lily Avu and Patty Tavatanakit. The winner will collect $1.2 million and the right to jump into the pond post-victory, an annual tradition at the Chevron. For more women's...
We have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling 2. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
NFL Draft. 9 to noon.
Here we go, Paul!
Oh, please.
Oh, boy.
Sorry, KFAN. Thank you, Minneapolis.
I gotta turn this down, Bob.
Hashtag Faith Radio. PA in charge.
Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Good morning.
The Vikings.
Hell no, we're going to go to playoffs next year. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, calm down.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Plenty of time. Running near the 10-yard line. Ward's going to take off. Diving! Touchdown!
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's going to be a double pass. Eller loads, fires deep. Man, there is Warren. Got it! Touchdown, Penn State.
Quickly makes a pick. It's intercepted. Janae Barron makes the kind of takeaway Texas needed.
Look at him bounce off tacklers. JT with some room. JT has the speed. You call it long speed. We call it a touchdown. Ashton Johnson.
Altmaier on the run.
Carter gets him again. Ball comes loose. Scooped up and the nifty Lions say good night.
Abdul Carter is right here. He's spying the quarterback. He's not rushing, but he's faster than Luke Altmaier.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Sumo Carnbay dropped by Walter Nolan. high school recruits in the country a few years ago. He's
It's
here.
the most wonderful time of the year.
Throwing, and that's complete. The T-Mac. T-Mac. A house call. Again. It's his third. This one from 78 yards out. Vandegrift. Terrible pass in the coverage. Nick Emanwari bringing it back. Nick Emanwari scores a touchdown.
The one-handed grab and a Texas touchdown by Matthew Golden. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
They fake it to him, and they have to throw it away. It was going to be a screen pass, and Moss had Grant and Graham in his lap and just threw it in the dirt.
It's the most wonderful time.
The Vikings.
Yes, the most wonderful time. Most wonderful time
NFL Draft.
of the year.
There we go, Paul!
9 to noon.
Good morning. Indeed, it is the most wonderful time of the year. So much taking place on the local sports scene. The national sports scene gets center stage this evening with the National Football League draft commencing at 7 o'clock. Good morning. This is 9 to noon at KFAN, and I'm Paul Allen. The producer is Eric Nordquist, and Paul Charchian sticks around for the first segment, as he is wont to do. Draft season, because the most wonderful time of the year means go wild tonight. Go Timberwolves tomorrow, and go Vikings with your 24th overall pick. And on a most wonderful time of the year type Thursday that feels like Christmas to some, we have gifts to open, and I'll begin. The wrapping on this is rather shoddy. There's too much tape, but nevertheless, for pick number 24, I got a big box right here. Okay, 3-2. There's something large in this box. Let's open it up, and it is Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama.
Oh my God! How could he do that?
I happen to like this gift a lot. I like this gift a lot. You guys have gifts in front of you.
I do.
What do you have in your gift, Mr. Paul Charchian?
You know, a couple weeks ago, I made a case for South Carolina safety Nick Emanwari.
Yeah.
I have since changed my selection for Minnesota.
Whoa!
And it's not. Smart people were telling me that they love Emanwari, but he's going to have trouble in short spaces. You line him up.
What were dumb people telling you?
That you should take Nick Emanwari, and that's why I said it 2 weeks ago.
Oh, come on.
Here's my new play.
Yeah.
And nobody's saying this, so I'm probably going to be wrong. But I think we can agree on this. Here's Kwesi.
Yeah.
He's on the final 6 months of his contract.
I'll open the present for you. Here we go.
No, thank you. It's taking a while. This is a longer one.
This is
longer one.
Yeah. What in the heck is in that box?
Long and athletic.
Very long and athletic. You need to have somebody who's going to help out J.J. McCarthy, because the one way for sure Kwesi saves his job is to get J.J. McCarthy off a great season. So who can help? Sure, it could be Tyler Booker, Paul's choice, but there's another guy that can really help J.J. McCarthy, and it is.
What is it? It's a slender box.
Emeka Egbuka.
Who?
Yes. Emeka Egbuka.
Are they drafting Emeka Okafor and using him also at power forward for game 4 against the Lakers this weekend by the time he gets here?
Emeka Egbuka he's the Ohio State kid, highly productive, had an 81 catch season last year. He's a pure slot guy, ran 81% of his routes from the slot, and there's nobody else on the Vikings roster that is as ready to be a slot contributor as he is. This team has, obviously, 2 very good wide receivers. But Addison's also got a lot of question marks around him. I can't tell you today that Jordan Addison's going to be on this team in 2 or 3 years. That, to me, is a sizable unknown. Emeka Egbuka is elite character guy, high IQ guy, catches in traffic, brings incredible toughness, footwork, and a great blocker. He is ready week 1 to be a contributor for J.J. McCarthy. I've talked myself into Emeka Egbuka for the Minnesota Vikings. If they hold at 24, and he might be there if they move down a couple of picks, he could still be there if there is a trade down scenario where you could still get Emeka Egbuka.
Eric Nordquist, before you open your gift, you get to play Paul Charchian in the role that he assumes during the Power Trip mock draft, where you get the final analysis of said pick. So with Emeka Egbuka, a wide receiver at 24 with the Vikings, is it, or is it, what do you got?
Ooh. Well, today I'm in a fantastic mood, and I'm excited to open my presents. So I'm going to give him the...
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
And I'm going to give it to Charch. Well, hang on. I am going to give credit to Charch for thinking the way Charch thinks, analyzing the way Charch analyzes, and going the road least never traveled in lots of conversations in life.
Yeah.
And I love how, as we would say, enterprising the idea is.
Yes.
And with the logic that he presented, I completely understand why you would add a weapon like Egbuka to the Vikings offense to give J.J. McCarthy in the long term. If you believe Jordan Addison, may not be part of the mix, I want weapons, I want skill guys, I want touchdowns. And frankly, I mean, whether it's Tet McMillan, it's Matthew Golden, Egbuka has really, he hasn't been as steamy as some of these other guys. He's just been as consistent and as explosive as any of those other guys. If he goes at 24, I would be happy about that. Absolutely.
What do you have in front of you, Mr. Eric Nordquist?
All right, here we go. Well, see, the thing is, it's tough because I'm looking for something with a big body. But you know how difficult it is to wrap like a cylindrical coffee mug or something like that? I mean, it's awful. Don't put me in charge of wrapping. So thankfully, I didn't do this.
Same.
I was looking for Tyler Booker. I was hoping for Gray Zabel, but it was just too expensive, so I couldn't get that. And Booker went early, and there were no Bookers left on the shelf. And then I'm thinking to myself, Walter Nolan. Well, I'd love Walter Nolan. Are you kidding me? Playmaking out of the middle. Let's go to the trenches. Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen getting a little older. Everyone's coming off of injury. But where one person had been down a road, took a giant U-turn and went the other way, I, earlier than most, noted a particular position. We got one guy, borderline Hall of Fame, but he's kind of on a year-to-year contract. We got a guy that does all these dances. Now he's in Indianapolis. We have another safety, and we absolutely love him. Final year of his deal. Probably coming back, no doubt about it. But then we have a guy who makes all the plays in training camp, and then we never see him on the field. But everybody loves him. That would be Theo Jackson after Metellus, after Bynum, after Hitman. The Minnesota Vikings, if the Bookers of the world, the Nolans of the world, et cetera, are not available at 24, the Minnesota Vikings are going home with a fresh, brand new Nick Emanwari. Safety, South Carolina. And I will say this.
I'll double up on that for you.
Ooh. Thank you, sir.
It's a nice player.
I will say this. There was part of me, just because as I'm looking at both of them, Malachi Starks is really freaking good. But the idea of going Georgia safety a couple of years after a different Georgia safety, I am a coward, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going Emanwari, who's a pretty fine player himself out of South Carolina, the Gamecock.
So, Nick Emanwari, I mean, we talked about him 2 weeks ago, but let me just remind people. You're getting DK Metcalf playing safety.
Well, why'd you get off him?
Well, because in tight quarters, like you put a slot receiver on him with good footwork, he doesn't have the short space to hang with slippery players. That's the only downside on him. But he's an amazing athlete and a freakish tackler. What I love about Emanwari, you put him in the slot, the running game to that direction just got snuffed out. He is such a great physical tackler that he creates a huge problem for opposing offenses, and he's crazy fast. He can make up for when players do shake him. Emanwari has got that makeup speed, and he can play all over the field. They put him at free safety, strong safety, at slot, up on the line of scrimmage, and he's just big. He's just a total physical freak. there are some limitations. We're picking at 24, not like pick 4. So I mean, there are some downsides, but I don't have a problem with Nicky Manwari being a Viking, and I'll tell you this much: Brian Flores would have a hell of a lot of fun with that kid.
Now, some house cleaning items before we continue. The first segment, 9 to noon Thursday, day 1 of the National Football League draft. We have a draft party radio show from U.S. Bank Stadium this evening. Yours truly, Pete Bursich, Ben Lieber, Paul Charchian. We expect the likes of Jared Allen, maybe Adrian Peterson, Aaron Jones, Blake Cashman, Josh Metellus. We'll have several guests this evening as we walk you up to pick number 24 for the Minnesota Vikings. And you also can watch 9 to noon right now. And for more on that, here's Nordo.
Yeah, you'll see a YouTube link. There's StreamYard links going out there as well. But whether it's on YouTube, it's Facebook, Twitch, all the KFAN social channels at KFAN 1003. And it's all thanks to our buddies at Heating and Cooling 2, who have provided all KFAN draft coverage throughout the last few weeks. HeatCool2.com for details on what they do. Tremendous services in the HVAC world. But Heating and Cooling 2 is bringing us live on video throughout the day, as a matter of fact. So buckle up, sit down on the couch, crack one open, and watch us on the stream.
We have one open segment, 9 to noon today. It's the next segment. And we would like your talkbacks on what you want the Minnesota Vikings to do at pick number 24. Go to the free iHeartRadio app. You'll find the microphone. You have 30 seconds to opine on what you think is best for the Minnesota Vikings at pick 24 this evening. They have 4 picks into the draft as of now. And via the Power Trip mock or via 9 to noon, we've shared what has led us to certain conclusions. But for me, I do believe at pick 24, an offensive lineman will be selected this evening.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily. I'm not completely married to the 1-2 here. Booker, Zabel, Booker. I do believe a fair amount of the Gray Zabel steam that he will go in advance of 24. Tyler Booker, 6'5", 321, 34.5-inch arms. He was a team captain at Alabama, played both guard spots, started one game last year at left tackle. And if and or when they select the guard from Alabama, I think what you'll hear after he's ours is bragging about his football intelligence, being high-end, tough, smart, poised, born leader. Booker and J.J. McCarthy were teammates at IMG Academy during high school, and from what I've been told, have become quite close. So I think NDSU left guard Gray Zabel's a definite possibility. I just wonder at 23, you're specifically for you, Paul, because you put a receiver to the Vikings at 24.
Mm-hmm.
Functioning snipe ability at pick 23, whether it's a defensive back like Nordo selected.
Yep.
Green Bay could need one of those.
They do. They need corners.
Everybody always needs offensive line, and Green Bay could use a receiver. So the functioning snipe ability with the green and gold right in front of the Minnesota Vikings, any concern with that?
Yes, there is concern with that because Green Bay, they need corner number 1. They need a wide receiver, and I've got a wide receiver going to the Vikings at 24. They don't need safety, but they also need defensive line help, tackle and end. And so the Vikings, that's a lot of overlap with where the Vikings want to go. So there is a prospect that stupid Packers, one pick before us, take a guy the Vikings really covet and would otherwise select at 24.
The Minnesota Wild host Vegas this evening. That game's about 8:15, 8:20. Game 3 of round 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Timberwolves are hosting the Lakers tomorrow night. By the way, are you over the Bucks collapse yet?
No.
We're doing a Paul Charchian welfare check here.
I'm still struggling. It was 2.5 weeks ago.
Okay.
Still struggling a little bit.
Okay.
Yep.
What have you thought of the first 2 games with the Howl?
Couldn't have been more different, obviously. And the second game especially frustrating when we kept going to well with things that were not working. Ice cold shooters. Naz, who was incredibly important in the first game, gets immediately 4 fouls. And I don't even know how he's on the court playing with 3 fouls in the middle of the second quarter. So, got behind. They kept it interesting a couple of times, but overall, it was a really frustrating, disappointing game in what was effectively a knockout moment where you could flex and put yourself in a position where you almost could not lose the series. And the Wolves played their worst game since the Bucs game.
Now, 9 to noon, we are in search of your talkbacks for the next segment involving the Minnesota Vikings and the draft in totality, but specifically pick number 24. For instance, if they finish with 4 picks, then I, in no particular order, with the exception of the first pick, I would go offensive line. I would make that, as 9 to noon is shared now for weeks to a month and change. An offensive lineman, I think, is prohibitively favored at 24. After that, I would definitely put defensive back. So somebody from a defensive back standpoint. Yeah. And then as you move on through the draft, if they end up with 4 picks, I would like to see them finish with an offensive lineman first, then in no particular order, a defensive back, a defensive tackle, a young defensive tackle, and Colorado wide receiver, punt returner Jimmy Horn Jr. I mean, I've been all over him for a month and a half, 2 months. Jimmy Horn Jr. is going to go very deep in this draft, and just to a man. And if I'm wrong, then we can call it out. He will become the best punt returner in the National Football League within 2 years. He is dynamic on special teams. I think he might be 5'8", maybe 5'9", it's just a little thing. So I don't really know how much you could use him offensively, and I don't even know if they're going to take him. But that's so from a wide receiver trick standpoint, that's who I like deep in the draft on Saturday. If they finish with 4 picks, position-wise, what would you like to see them address?
Offensive line and guard specifically is near the top of the list. Cornerback, you're saying you're saying secondary. I'll be more specific. This team is a cornerback. I'd rather go to war with the safeties we have if I need to. The cornerback position absolutely needs help.
See, the reason that I don't pigeonhole it like that is Byron Murphy Jr. is still young in his career.
Yeah.
So he's locked in.
Yep.
Isaiah Rodgers, whom they love, now they just got to be right, he's young in his career. So Okuda's a wild card here. Blackman.
Okuda's a big. That's the nicest thing you can say about it.
Blackman is a wild card off injury, but young in his career. It just feels, from a cornerback standpoint, that post draft, somewhere during the course of organized team activities around minicamp, whatever, that a 1 year, like they'll bring somebody in like they did Shaq Griffin and or Stephon Gilmore last year to solidify that part of the equation. I'm guessing with that because the position flexibility and the way Flores uses all of these players, specifically the safeties. I mean, Metellus plays outside linebacker. He plays nickel corner. He plays free safety. He plays strong safety. Eman Starks, players like that can do that for you and take heat off press corners, you know?
And Metellus does cover a lot of those bases, though. And that was one of the other reasons I got off of Nick Eman for the Vikings at 24 is there is a lot of overlap with how they use Josh Metellus and how theoretically they would use Nick Eman. But at corner, Paul, you highlighted guys we're okay with that we think are going to be all right. Byron Murphy had a really nice second half of his career or season, got repaid. Isaiah Rodgers, I'm optimistic about him. After that, it falls off the table. And if you've got, you have 3 cornerbacks on the field, 75% of your plays, and if God forbid one of them gets injured, this team just doesn't have depth at corner. So to me, cornerback is arguably the single biggest priority for this team, and I'll be disappointed if that first or third or somewhere by trading somewhere they don't address that position early.
Courtesy of TimberTech and TimberTech.com. What's on deck 9 to noon includes your NFL draft-related talkbacks next segment. The only break from the draft today is Anthony LaPanta, the television play-by-play voice for the Minnesota Wild. Big Game 3 this evening at XL Energy Center. Puck drop about 8:15, 8:20. The heir apparent Anthony LaPanta on Game 3 against Dem Golden Knights. At about 9:40, Nacho Lieber joins us at 10. Courtney Cronin, ESPN, ESPN.com, on the Bears' approach. The Bears have four of the first 72 picks. 10, 39, another, and then 72. So Ben Johnson and crew are in fine fettle this evening. CC will join us middle of the program. Dan Miller, the play-by-play voice of the Detroit Lions, he'll join at about 11 o'clock to aid us with the Lions approach. Then Alec Lewis from The Athletic and theathletic.com brings us home at 11:20. Paul Charchian, I'll see you tomorrow for the Friday football feast, okay?
You'll see me tonight at 7 o'clock at U.S. Bank Stadium.
I'll see you tonight at the Palatial Purple Paradise, and then tomorrow we will feast, okay? That's Paul Charchian. I'm Paul Allen. Eric Nordquist produces 9 to noon. He's assembling the talk back so your voices can be heard around the corner. But as importantly, he has the cash thing and some money to give away, and here we are.
Yeah, the fan and BigDeck.com want to give you a chance to put $1,000 in your hand with the National Cash Contest. Go to KFAN.com, enter the keyword grand, and you might win $1,000 with the keyword grand at KFAN.com.
This is 9 to noon, live on iHeartRadio and KFAN, The Fan.
We have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Bronco Sport or the car I drive, the Edge, you pay the same price as somebody who has worked for Ford all their life. MetropolitanFord.com for the info. The savings makes it like we're on the team. And being on the Ford team rocks, and here's why. Ford employs the most people and builds the most vehicles here in America compared to any other manufacturer. So mash on the website or head to the cool dealership with the cool sales guys and cool GM at 494 and 5 in Eden Prairie. Why wouldn't you? Employee pricing is in the air through May. Find that special price below the cost printed right on the invoice of every eligible vehicle and be part of the team with employee pricing. That's fantastic. MetropolitanFord.com. Metropolitan Ford is your employee pricing superstore.
You have a plan for your business and a vision for its future. So it's important to have a banking partner that works to understand all of your goals and what it will take to help you reach them. Work with a banker who is dedicated to listening first and providing insightful, personalized advice that's right for you and your business. Work with Bremer Bank, because understanding is everything. Put us to work for you today at bremer.com.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Meet Alan, who was diagnosed with sleep apnea.
I was what they call a mouth breather, and I would breathe at night with my mouth open.
And for about 8 years, Alan struggled with a CPAP machine. And then
I saw the Advent commercial, and I thought, well, what do you got to lose? This machine is miserable.
For most people, CPAP machines are miserable. But a simple breathing triangle solution from Advent can be life-changing.
And it really was, to me, it was amazing because I don't think I ever breathed that clear.
This is Dr. Madan Kandula. After having one of Advent's simple breathing triangle procedures, people are amazed at how freely and clearly they can breathe.
I'm happy with the procedure. I'm very glad I did it. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago. I could have avoided that machine I had to have laying next to the bed with the hose wrapped around my head.
Schedule your appointment at AdventKnows.com because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
You are what you eat. But when it comes to beef, you are what your food eats. Hi, I'm Matt Meyer, owner of Thousand Hills Lifetime Grazed Grass-Fed Beef. The cattle on my farm in Clearwater, Minnesota graze their entire lives outdoors on a diverse salad bar of grasses and legumes. Our carefully managed grazing is better for the health of the animals and environment. It also produces the best-tasting, most nutritious beef around. That's why Thousand Hills is the protein that powers the Golden Gophers. Find at your local food co-op, Coburn's, and Kowalski's.
Our podcasts are so good, they're actually radio shows. New podcast posted daily on iHeartRadio and KFAN.com.
I'll predict it. Not once, but twice the Vikings trade back. They're able to draft back, still pick at the end of the first round. Watch it, bank it, bet it. See ya.
So my man wants a Nordo parody for the Friday football feast, in that the team decided to trade back.
Quasey don't dance. He just pull up his pants and do the trade away.
Quasey don't
trade
dance.
back.
Say that again. Quasey what?
I think it's Quasey. Yeah, it's something
Quasey
don't dance. They just pull up the pants and do the rock away.
Right.
And lean back. Yeah, so it'd be Quasey don't dance. He
Yeah.
just pull up his pants and do the trade away.
He had his big boy pants on during free agency.
Free agency never fails
On the Quasey train. Yeah. Quasey train.
Free agency never fails on the Quasey train.
I'm
Trade back.
I'm not in the trade back big boy pants camp. What about you?
Well, if
I like 24.
I like 24, and the only thing that gives me pause and makes me think about a trade back is I've heard it multiple times now, and I'm not going to pretend I've watched film on all these guys, but they do speak of this. There's kind of this, the meat of the draft where the getting is at its best. And they're putting that somewhere in the area of 20 to 70. Kind of feels like an arbitrary spectrum or window there. But if Quasey feels that there's an opportunity for him to get an extra top 70 pick out of some sort of trade back,
yeah,
I think that he would be very much open to making a deal and making that happen. The issue that comes up is, and we were talking about this last night on the stream with Alec, the way I see it, is if that is true, there's this window of 20 to 70 where I'm analyzing my guys, my draft board, and the guy that I have at 25 best overall is really, truly just a hair from being 40. I got this giant clump, this pile of people that I have very similar grades on. Then I'm thinking to myself, why would the Giants, let's just use them as a third pick of the second round, why would they move up or need to move up to 24? If that, and there's never really anything truly conventionally wise in terms of opinions on this, but if that truly is how the draft lays out, how difficult would it be to get a team to make that kind of move? So to the talkbacker's point, if there is a trade back, could it be a couple of spots? I'm not dead on that idea at all. And it could be, and they could get to dealing and all of that with Quasey, and he's pulling in an extra late third here, maybe a fourth to move back a couple of spots, stuff like that. But I do have a problem with the idea of Vikings need picks, so they're just going to move out. Because I think it's going to be a very difficult and potentially costly situation for Quasey, where he's going to move back 8-9 spots. I don't think he's going to get the type of equity that he would get, that you would envision or want in that type of trade back. So I think it's going to be very, very tough to do anything but stick and pick at 24. And maybe it's Tyler Booker. How about that?
And that's pragmatic, and I understand that. But if to do that, if you think there's somebody of the blue chip variety and you want to move back to get picks, like I said during the power trip, I mean, you have to really have a handle on who you, in essence, know is going to go 25, 26, 27, 28, just something like that.
And additionally, to build off of that, why it'll be so hard is I think in a lot of ways the leverage that the Vikings would have in moving back would mean that a Booker is on the table, that type of player is in the mix. So what you would be doing is you'd be stiff-arming the idea of Booker to move back strictly for potentially another top 70, top 80 pick. And I just think it's going to be very difficult to do that. So I lay in line with you where at pick 24, a selection should be made.
If the Minnesota Vikings covet an offensive lineman, specifically an inside offensive lineman at 24, there is a fair possibility that if Tyler Booker or North Dakota State University's Gray Zabel, if those are the top two that they like, well, I mean, there is a distinct possibility both those guys are not available at 24.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then we would need to be privy to the draft board and the grades to see what the fall off is to the next guard. Because if if either of those two are not available, then I shove all my chips to the middle of the table on defensive back. I don't know if it's going to be a corner. I don't know if it's going to be a safety. But I would shove all my chips middle of the table on that for whatever their pick's going to be. But, from a defensive tackle standpoint, this is the day that we can recall all of the stuff that we've heard, we've shared, we've talked about over the course of weeks and months. And from back to the combine, that there were two polarizing position groups that supposedly were so deep, one perhaps in unprecedented fashion. Running back, defensive tackle, and running back. The defensive tackles they're talking about are called three techniques, where think Aaron Donald, think Quinnen Williams for the New York Jets.
Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence would be potentially the A topic with Donald gone. Great call. So it's that type of defensive tackle. Running back wise, we've had people say there are going to be 30 drafted, and I happen to believe that.
Wow.
The late steam is the tight end draft, specifically the top two, but then about 5 or 6 after that are going to play and play immediately. The top two, Penn State, Michigan, Penn State, well, those guys supposedly are game changers right out of the gate. But as the days have gone on, it's for those with whom I chat or what I follow, the potency draft long with those three techniques and defensive tackles, it maybe is not all that is glimmering necessarily is gold as you continue to move through the draft. So I'm not saying that you can't get good defensive tackles on Friday or Saturday. Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave, what they have now, Levi Drake Rodriguez, Jalen Redmond, the players that they have now, 2 of them are young, 2 of them are veterans, and the veterans are both coming off injuries. So drafting a 3-technique defensive tackle somewhere in this draft, if you believe it is as deep as people have made it sound, I mean, that's nearly a 10 of 10 for me.
Yeah.
That you got to find one of them and be right with that player in case one of the front two happens to get hurt and you're not as exactly, overly sold with what you currently have, then invest in it,
I do see where you're going with it. I would ask this, though, rhetorically, kind of if the defensive tackle class is deep, but it may not have the day 3 staying power as some other groups,
right?
Would that lend credence to the idea of potentially going D-tackle at 24 if there's a guy you love? So I mentioned Walter Nolan as we were doing our bit last segment.
Very nice player.
Derek Harmon, and similar to the way that you've spoken of Gray Zabel, I do believe that they'll be gone. And so, whether it's Booker or Zabel, et cetera, at 24, that would be my A topic from an O-line standpoint. But I actually, as much as I've peeked at those safeties and just thinking about that as being an option, and it sounds like it very well could be defensive back-wise. Maybe it's a corner, Jahdae Barron. I love that cat. I think he will probably go early, if not to the pack at 23.
He'll start day 1 for whomever drafts him.
And exactly. And so, but if Harmon or Nolan or some of these cats were available, I would be over the freaking moon if Kwesi was able to send that card into the league and pick one of those guys at 24. That would be amazing. Forget the idea of trade back. It'll save you time on a parody, and it will also fortify that D-line for years to come. And it's copying the Eagles. It's the idea of body on body on body on body. They've done that with the trenches in Philly for years. And I would love to have somebody like that in our mix. So D-tackle, if it isn't day 3 strong, or it doesn't have that staying power, maybe that means that the D-tackle's got to be something to look at on Thursday or Friday.
And lastly here for tonight, in the years, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah has been the general manager with the likes of Ryan Grigson and the personnel staff by his side. O'Connell and the coordinators certainly have a say in what will transpire this evening and has transpired. It is interesting to note the players they've taken in the first round go University of Georgia, USC, Michigan, Alabama. So I'm not saying the general manager is intoxicated with the Power 5 schools.
The helmet schools?
The helmet schools. But I'm not saying that it doesn't matter in this equation.
FCS, though.
So if you're splitting a green and gold helmet compared to that of a member of the Crimson Tide,
right?
It simply, logically speaking, Booker or those from Alabama have faced competition that is higher end consistently on a weekly basis than somebody from an FCS school.
Right. It doesn't play into it as much anymore, but I always laugh. Meat Sauce will say two things in private and public conversations. The NBA draft is rigged, and always take somebody from Kentucky.
Right.
Now, in recent years, Coach Cal's gone, the whole thing, so maybe we can change the name. But there is some credence to the idea and a belief that you just Auburn could potentially be one of those schools. NIL might be screwing the whole thing up. But the idea of I'm going to take high-end equity, things are just different in the SEC, there can be probably, and I would almost guarantee that there are those with that philosophy. Like, in the end, if they're pretty damn close, I'm going to take the guy that played in maybe the toughest conference in the sport.
But that is not in any way to rule out the player who widely was considered by insiders and key media members as the one who outperformed everybody at the Senior Bowl, and that's Gray Zabel from North Dakota State University. And I've shared this before. When certain people share this person was the best at the Senior Bowl, they generally are highly drafted, and they generally are good in the NFL.
Yeah.
So if Gray Zabel is wearing purple, going from green and gold to purple and gold, A, it wouldn't surprise me, and B, I think people would like him a lot.
Well, in your conversation real quick with Tim Polasek, he kind of went down that road. If you remember chatting with him, he kind of talked about the comparison of the steam behind Zabel and the steam behind Carson Wentz as he found his way near the very top of the draft.
Yep.
So if it plays out, if the head coach was giving you any lean in terms of maybe some of the teams and some of the people that he's talking to as he supports Zabel in his draft run, maybe that tells you a bit about where he'll land tonight, which would be probably higher than 24.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch,
thank you, St. Paul.
Gone with those Minnesota Wild tonight. Game 3, Stanley Cup Round 1 series against the Vegas Golden Knights. And TV play-by-play voice Anthony LaPanta amplifies that scenario when 9 to noon continues on KFAN.
You're listening live to Paul Allen at 9 to noon on iHeartRadio and FM 100.3 KFAN, The Fan.
We have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Offer cash incentives or
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
Doesn't mean it's time to replace it. With a certified rebuild from Ziegler Cat, you can restore it to like new condition for around 60% of the cost of new. Plus, you'll get 50% off a rental while the work is being done. Great idea, huh? Get more information at ZieglerCat.com. That's ZIEGLER, ZieglerCat.com.
It's time to drop the puck.
Coming to the Twin Cities in December, it's the 2026 World Junior Hockey Championship. Team USA has gone back-to-back! Tomorrow,
superstars of the NHL will be in your backyard as Team USA looks for a third consecutive goal.
There's so much pride involved. You know, it's Game 7 every single night. Everybody's playing for that gold medal.
Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Secure the best seats today at WorldJuniors.MN26.com.
La Panta.
Live and in concert at St. Croix Casino Danbury, Saturday, May 31st, outdoors. Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes. Leanne Rimes, Saturday, May 31st, an all-ages show. Tickets on sale now at GoPlayWin.com. Leanne Rimes at St. Croix Casino Danbury, Saturday, May 31st. Get your tickets now at GoPlayWin.com.
We hear it every day. I'm a safe driver. Then in an instant, it happens. A car crash. And you remember, for over 25 years, 1-800-ASK-GARY has helped over 350,000 people find the legal and medical help they need to get the settlement they deserve. You remember 1-800-ASK-GARY.
Distracted driving ruins hopes, dreams, futures, potential, careers, opportunities. Distracted driving could ruin lives. Drive smart.
Extra enforcement now on Minnesota roads. A message from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom, but right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom. And the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming, even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited Internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or paying for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-813-4011. 800-813-4011. 800-813-4011.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Unbeatable anniversary savings of 73% off installation labor on your siding project. BuildersandRemodelers.com.
This report is sponsored by Luther Brookdale Mazda.
Fan forecast.
Beautiful day ahead of us. Oh, and it's draft day.
Up to $2,000 auto show bonus cash? Luther Brookdale Mazda. 0% APR for 36 months on qualifying new Mazdas? Luther Brookdale Mazda. Midwest's largest volume Mazda dealer, 5 years running? Luther Brookdale Mazda. See dealer for details. The only thing we overlook is $694. From the 651 Carpets Plus, home of the Next Day Install Studios, this is 9 to noon on FM 100.3 KFAN, The Fan.
For Theodore, and he lost the handle on it. It's a 2-on-1 for Minnesota. Kaprizov in, a shot, save, rebound, he scores! Kaprizov's first shot caught the pad of Hill and then trickled through the 5-hole, and Minnesota has a 4-0 lead.
La Panta.
Anthony LaPanta, TV play-by-play voice for the Minnesota Wild. It's Paul Allen. How was your Vegas trip? Not a bad city to spend multiple days, right?
Sure wasn't. 5 nights in Vegas. I don't know that I've ever been there that long before, but it was the games were terrific. The atmosphere was good, and all was good. I can think of a lot of other places where it would be lower on the list to spend 5 nights. That's for sure.
Did you happen to head to Mastro's at the Cosmopolitan and teach them how to properly prepare steaks?
I always love that one.
Not on this trip. I've been there before. I like that Mastro's, but this trip, no. There was no steak on this trip. There might be when we go back for Game 5. This one, I went out to one of my favorite spots is off the strip, a little Italian place called Bootleggers, and next to the Copa Room, where on Monday nights you can catch Santa Fe and the Fat City Horns. So I took advantage of that on Monday night, but there was no steak on this last trip.
There may have been no steak, but there was plenty of beef in game number 2. And off that tweet you put out yesterday at Anthony LaPanta, the Wild has out-hit Vegas through the first 2 games. I think it was 69-37. And Foligno has 23 of those hits through the first 2 games, and with no infractions called, no arms in the air by the officials. So is that an approach against a heavy team like Vegas that you expected to be effective, the hitting, the heavy checking approach?
Well, it's interesting because Vegas is known as a big, strong, heavy team, and they are. Their defensive core is among the biggest in the league, but they're not a real heavy hitting team. In fact, the Wild had more hits than Vegas over the course of the season. They had more block shots than Vegas over the course of the season. But it's an area of the game where I thought the Wild had to be able to maintain discipline. It was one of their undoings the last time they were in the playoffs a couple of years ago against Dallas, where they got caught running around, they took penalties, and lost their discipline in that series. And that combined with the fact that they couldn't kill a penalty wound up being the difference. And in this case, I thought they had to be able to be physical for sure, but the discipline part that you mentioned is the more important, and that has really been significant. Wild have taken 2 penalties in 2 games, and I expect we might see a little more than that. I mean, each team's only been penalized twice through the first 2, and I think that probably evens out a little bit. But Foligno, among the most significant in this series, has been able to be physical, but yet be effectively physical, where it's not just running around making a hit for the sake of a hit or for trying to put a guy through the wall. They've been hits that have created loose pucks. They've been hits that have led to scoring chances, and I think that's been a big part of the Wild's success so far in this series.
What, Anthony? What do you like about the Wild's chances to win the series moving forward? Because it's more about it than me, man. But I didn't think they were bad in Game 1, but I also felt like Vegas was the right team the entire game. And then in Game 2, they absolutely stomped the Golden Knights. So off what you've seen through the first 2 that can become common thread, what do you like about their chances to win the series moving forward?
Well, I think there's a couple things. Number one, I think we've seen, and I actually thought it again, that 5-on-5 the Wild would be able to put Vegas. And I think the teams have been pretty even 5-on-5 in this series. And I think the Wild have a slight edge in goaltending. I think Philip Gustafsson over the course of the season has been, I'd say, just a notch ahead of Aiden Hill, and I think he's been better than Hill so far in this series. I think the area where I thought coming in, somehow, some way, 2 things would have to happen. The Wild would have to have an edge in special teams, and they have not yet. Now, they haven't been a big part of the series because there have only been 2 power plays for each side. But I think if there's more than that, the Wild have to be able to play even or slightly ahead in the special teams. And then I thought their stars had to be able to match the biggest stars, and not just in feel and flow, but they had to score at a level that could match the Vegas stars. And so far, the Wild stars have been better. Boldy and Kaprizov have been better than Eichel and Stone so far in this series. And if that continues, the Wild will win this series. And, they're going to have their hands full. I think Eichel and Stone haven't been at their best yet. We'll see their best at some point during this series, and might be tonight in Game 3. But at some point, they will ramp up their game, and the Wild will have to be able to match that. But if they can maintain it, if Kaprizov and Boldy outscore Eichel and Stone, the Wild will win this.
The Wild has played Las Vegas pretty well when games are not on weird back-to-backs. I mean, like when Eichel had that hat trick The Vegas caught, correct me if I'm wrong, the Wild on a back-to-back traveling back from Dallas, 3 games in 4 nights. So that has some context to it also. But with Vegas and their coach getting after them after game number 2, what do you expect from the Golden Knights tonight that may be different from the first 2 games?
Well, and you're right. Cassidy did get after him. In the regular season series, I thought there were some aberrations to it. And they played 3 times, and all 3, the Wild were on the back end of back-to-backs, twice with travel involved. And now Vegas was on the back end of back-to-backs in 2 of those, but one of them was they played the Rangers in Vegas the night before the Wild flew in from San Jose after playing the Sharks. So there was a little bit of that. The other thing was Eriksson Ek only played 1 of the 3 games. Kaprizov only played 1 of the 3. So Vegas never really saw the true Wild. But now, if I'm Bruce Cassidy, if I'm Vegas, I'm looking at this saying, all right, guys, we've played this team 5 times. They have yet to get to 25 shots on goal in a game. We've held them to an average of under 20 per night. And if, again, now I'm putting myself inside the Vegas room, and I'm saying, look, for the last 40 minutes of game 2, we had the puck. We had the better of the play. And yes, they beat us, but they beat us because for 10 minutes, we got knocked off of our game, and the Wild scored 3 times in the last 10 minutes of the first period. That would be the spin I'd be delivering if I was Cassidy. And so I think we'll probably see we might see Vegas's best effort so far in the series early in the game in St. Paul tonight. I think this is they're the deepest team maybe in the league. Like Dallas might be the only team that I'd put up there like lines 1-4. Vegas is deep, and their defensive core is solid. I think that's where they look at it as they've got an edge, is that we don't have to overplay a top line. We don't have to play a top 4 defenseman as much as Minnesota's playing them. We're in this for the long haul through the series and the playoffs. That's where I would assume that Cassidy's probably coming at this, where if I'm John Hines, I'm coming in saying, hey, now I get a chance to match up tonight. Eichel and Stone, when they were at home, they got to dictate where they played. Tonight, when they hit the ice, Eriksson Ek's going to be on the other side. Brodin and Faber are going to be on the other side. And good luck trying to get on your game playing against the best we've got. So I think that's the intriguing matchup to see tonight, is now that Minnesota gets to dictate, and it's not 100%. You don't get the match every single time, but I would bet tonight that there won't be very many shifts where Eichel's on the ice and he's not going up against Eriksson Ek and he's not going up against Brodin and Faber. So I think the battle is going to be interesting. One of the intriguing parts of playoff series is always the adjustment part. And was talking about this a little bit last night, that one of the big challenges is, can you effectively make changes even when you're coming off of a win? Because sometimes coaches have a tendency to, well, this worked. Why would we change? The reality is, when you're going up against the same team 7 times, they're going to make changes tonight. Vegas will have an adjustment tonight. So Minnesota's got to come into it and be willing to make some minor adjustments. Yes, you won game 2, but what do you have to do better in game 3? Where can you make an adjustment that might force Vegas's hand in game 3? And that'll be one of the interesting things to watch tonight.
Indeed. And off that,
La Panta.
John Hines, coach of the Wild, joins 9 to noon weekly. And yesterday, he stressed lineups are game-by-game situations. Now, I mean, they're, wholesale changes and like 3 players are healthy scratches who played in the first 2. Nobody's counting on that. But like with the 19-year-old defenseman, Zeev Bouillon, do you think there's a chance potentially that he's not in the lineup tonight?
I think there's a chance, and I haven't talked to John about the lineup yet at all for tonight, but I'd be a little bit surprised if we didn't see John Merrill in one of these 2 games at home. I don't know for sure if they would lean toward tonight in game 3 or Saturday afternoon in game 4. It's a little bit of a quick turnaround with a late start tonight and an afternoon game on Saturday. And Hines has stressed that when you look at teams that make runs, deep playoff runs, they very rarely are playing 6 defensemen. Most of the time it's 7 or even 8 guys that you'll see over the course of that. And I think you have to use everything that's at your disposal. And John Merrill's been good for Minnesota this year. I'd be a little surprised if we don't see him in one of these 2 games. And with Zeev, I think it's interesting because if there had been more power play opportunities in these first two games, and you'd had more of an opportunity to see him get his feet on the ground at NHL speed, maybe his game would feel different. Because the other part is that when you're on the road and you can't dictate matchups, it's a little harder to throw your third pair out there and know that they might all of a sudden get bottled up in their own zone against the Eichel and Stone line. But there's only been 2 power play chances for Minnesota. They didn't practice between games 1 and 2. They didn't practice yesterday because they were flying home from Vegas. So there haven't even been those chances to just get him more touches with the power play guys, with the top end guys. So, we probably haven't had a fair chance to assess how good Williams' game has been. And he's been fine. I don't think he's been as impactful as he may have been if things were different in the situations in these games. So maybe tonight's a night to let him just step back and relax a little and throw John Merrill in there and then come back with Williams in game 4. I'm not sure, but my guess would be that we'd see Merrill in one of these two. And then the other question is, within the forward lines, will there be an adjustment? And Hines made an adjustment with Hartman and Rossi between games 1 and 2. I don't know. I think we need to see more from Marco in this series. But so far, Ryan Hartman's played well enough where he forced that hand. He pushed his way up in the lineup. And, it'll be interesting to see if there's any adjustment there. I'm not sure what John has in mind, but I think we could see something different to try and ignite or light a little spark under Marco Rossi for game 3.
Off that, Anthony, what are some things with Ryan Hartman's game that you've liked through the first 2?
Well, I think he's been more like the Hartman we saw a couple of years ago that scored 34. He's been a fiery competitor. He's been an agitator, but he's also been disciplined. And I think when you look back at game 1, he took the cross-check to the chin, wasn't called, but there was no retaliation. He got hit by Barbashev in open ice that could have been called interference. It wasn't called, but there was no retaliation. And then he ultimately did draw the only power play that Minnesota got in that game. But I think the biggest thing is that we've seen him not allow non-calls to get under his skin, where then he's lost his mind and all of a sudden wound up taking a cheap shot. Or, you think about that cross-check from Haig to his chin. Absolutely should have been called. Absolutely a missed call. But there was no turnaround and a whack across the shins or anything from his part. It was, all right, well, I didn't get that call. Let's keep playing. And I thought he was really good in game 1. And then I thought when Hines switched the lineup and put him with Nyquist and Foligno for game 2, their shift about 5 minutes into the game might have been the most important shift of the whole game. And they didn't score, but Vegas had the puck for the first 4.5 minutes. And all of a sudden they had a shift that swung the momentum in Minnesota's favor. There were a couple big hits by Foligno on the shift. There were a couple good wall plays by Hartman on the shift. And then it was their next shift where they scored Minnesota's second goal. And I just thought they did a great job of shifting the momentum. And so many times that's what you need from your third and fourth line guys, is a shift that doesn't always necessarily result in a goal, but it results in changing the feel of a game. And Hartman has the ability to be that kind of player when he's on his game, because he is physical. He is a competitor. He is a feisty guy and a little bit of an agitator in him, but he also has skill. And so when he brings that, but brings that with discipline, he can be a really dangerous player.
Anthony, lastly, so off that, what did they do with Nicholas Haig? I mean, if it's the regular season, it's dramatically different. I get that. Is it just cool that he cross-checks Hartman in the face and punches Kaprizov twice and the second one right down to the ice, nearly knocked him out? I mean, there's just no fighting in the playoffs, right?
Well, there can be fighting, but I think Minnesota in that spot was, in both cases, they did the right thing by not retaliating at that moment. And the little skirmish by the net where there's a whole bunch of guys throwing punches, and in the playoffs, maybe it results in a guy from each side going. Haig's punch to Kaprizov in the chin during the regular season probably gets called. I thought it was interesting, though. It just felt like the officials at this point had decided that we're just not going to put a team on the power play in this game. But you think about when Hartman got cross-checked by Haig, that game 1 was still very much in hanging in the balance. And if somebody goes and takes a run at Hague at that point and winds up with Minnesota being a man short, maybe it ends any chance of a comeback in that game. And the same thing if Kaprizov gets popped in the chin, Minnesota's up in that game. What if they retaliate and put themselves a man short? Now all of a sudden Vegas scores a power play goal and that building erupts and the Wild are hanging on for dear life the rest of the way. I think tonight you may see, there could be a controlled response to that. But, you could throw in Dorofiev's Sloopwood on Eriksson Ek. I mean, during a regular season, somebody might run over and take a shot at him. And I just think Minnesota's maintained discipline so well, and it's been a really even-keeled team all year long. They've taken on the personality of John Hines. And so I think we may see something if the game were to, let's say Vegas is up a couple late in this game or up 3 or something, or then maybe a message is sent. But I'd really be surprised if there was some kind of response in that way early in this game tonight. I think Minnesota has spoken with their play. They've spoken with clean hits, with a physical style, and they've spoken on the scoreboard so far with their response. And I really think I'd be surprised if we saw the team lose sight of that and all of a sudden Foligno or Trenyon or somebody takes a run out of the flow of the game at a guy like Hague. Now, if Hague's got the puck in the corner and 17's on the ice, just ask that Cloud. I think he had his teeth into the plexiglass about 6 times courtesy of Foligno in game 2. I think, you'll see somebody make sure that a check on Hague is finished, but I don't think it's going to be a let's go after him and drop the gloves. I just don't think Minnesota wants to get off their game in that way.
Appreciate the time, my brother. Have fun tonight. Let's stay in touch, all right?
Yep, anytime.
See you, bud. Anthony LaPanta, TV play-by-play voice for the Minnesota Wild. Second hour NFL Draft Round 1 is this evening. Ben Lieber, beloved Nacho Lieber, joins 9 to noon next.
This is 9 to noon, live on iHeartRadio.
We have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
This report is sponsored by Gens Ryan.
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
Or consider Steve's Appliances and learn more at stevesappliances.com. A couple of reasons why. First, best price guaranteed. Best price guaranteed. Put them to that. Secondly, we have a customer appreciation sale a week from today, May 1st and 2nd, and a $3,000 GE kitchen set is at stake. So sign up for that at stevesappliances.com.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce here. Imagine this scenario, okay? It's the weekend, it's nice out, and you have to get up on a ladder and clean your gutters. I don't, because I have Gutter Helmet. The best thing I've ever done. I don't worry about that. I'm never getting up on a ladder again. But if you don't have Gutter Helmet, you're going to spend a beautiful day outside with icky gloves on cleaning wet leaves out of your gutters. Don't do that. Go to gutterhelmetmn.com right now. You get 20% off any gutter system for April and May. All you got to do is go to gutterhelmetmn.com.
The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. Now with our Freedom of Choice pricing program, you can choose your offer. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Hurry into your local dealer today for details. Jeep, there's only one. Offer valid on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep brand vehicles for non-FCA employees and retirees. $200 admin fee applies. Not all buyers and lessees will qualify. Restrictions apply. Not combinable with other offers. Ends 4/30/2025. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
Want to make your next meal a little less
ordinary? Well, head to Quick Trip because we're so back with our legendary No Ordinary Chicken. Hand-breaded, fried to golden perfection, and ready for you to devour.
This chicken, it's different.
Hey, grab your own bite of our juicy chicken tenders or sauced up boneless wings. Perfect for dunking, dipping, and just devouring. Feeling extra hungry? Well, sink your teeth into our crispy chicken sandwich. It's so good you'll want to write it a love song.
Oh, chicken sandwich, you complete me.
Yeah, okay. Maybe not a song, but it's one great sandwich. And hey, if you're feeding the whole flock, grab the 8-piece chicken meal dinner for tonight, tomorrow, or the whole week. This isn't just any chicken. It's Quick Trip's No Ordinary Chicken. The legend on your plate and flavor that rules the roost. Stop in your local Quick Trip today and taste the difference.
Athletes, weekend warriors, listen closely. It's Neos Elite, which provides IV cellular therapy and personalized recovery protocols delivered right to your home or business. Book now at neoselite.com. Save $500 off your first treatment with a KFAN special. That's neoselite.com.
What's the real cost of a neglected roof? It's hidden leaks, rising energy bills, and oh yeah, structural damage that can cost you thousands. Perfect Exteriors believes your home deserves better. That's why we use only high-quality materials built to last, with an enhanced warranty that covers both materials and labor for 50 years. Schedule a free inspection today at perfectexteriorsmn.com. A strong home starts from the top.
Missed the tax deadline? Have no fear. Jackson Hewitt is here. File with us for only $149 or less from now until April 30th. But hurry, penalties are adding up for federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Nobody likes to sit around and wait for an answer, and my friends from the Pomerleau team with JPW Realty will tell you how much your home is worth, and they'll tell you for free in less than 30 seconds. Just type in your address on PomerleauTeam.com. That's PomerleauTeam.com.
Builders and remodelers, anniversary savings of 73% off installation labor. Official partner of our Minnesota Twins.
A fireplace isn't just for warmth, it's where memories are made. During the spring sales event at Fireside Hearth and Home, save up to $1,500 on fireplaces, inserts, and stoves, plus 18 months interest-free financing. Create the cozy gathering space your family will love. Visit fireside.com or your local showroom today.
Draft coverage all weekend is presented by Heating and Cooling 2 on the audio home of the Vikings, iHeartRadio, and FM 100.3 KFXN, Minneapolis, St. Paul, The Fan.
Lieber. Nacho Lieber. Ben Lieber at Nacho Lieber via the tweet machine. Watch him on television today, Twin Cities Live from 3 to 4:30 on Channel 5. And welcome back to 9 to noon. It's 10:07. A couple here with Nacho. Up to Courtney Cronin, ESPN, ESPN.com. She covers the Chicago Bears for the mothership. She'll be joining at about 10:45. And let's begin there. We discussed it a little bit last week, but the Bears at 10. They, the Chicago Bears have picks 10, 39, 41, and 72. With 39 and 41, you can do something with that. You can get back into the first round.
For sure.
There's a lot you can do when you have 39 and 41 that close together. Keep one, trade the other, or whatever. But when it comes to their approach at 10, we've discussed offensive line for them, running back. The closer we get to it, the more I've just talked myself into what Ben Johnson, their new coach, was able to do with Sam Laporta. And one of those tight ends, the Penn State guy or the Michigan guy, it's when they took Jahmyr Gibbs, they were lambasted early from the outside being like, whoa, man, nobody had him close to 10th, whatever. Ben's like, I don't care. Watch me now.
Yep.
So for them to do that and take somebody where nobody thinks they're going to go, could be a tight end, who knows? That wouldn't surprise me. What do you think about those Bears at 10?
Well, a lot of rumors are they're going to try to go up and get Ashton Genty and all this other stuff. I mean, they are going to be aggressive and they want that type of runner. Just like you said, Ben Johnson just kind of wants to rebuild a little bit of what they did in Detroit, and you can't fault him for that. I definitely think that they're going to be leaning offensively. You got offensive-minded head coach in his first draft. I think they'll let him sort of take the reins on this one. If if it's Tyler Warren or if it's Colston Loveland, which I think is a little bit of a stretch at number 10 to take Colston, I could see, Tyler Warren being a guy that they take. I mean, why not go 12 personnel, find mismatches everywhere. And it sounds like if you believe in a lot of the analysis, Tyler Warren's kind of a do-everything type of player. You don't have to take him off the field much. It's not like you're going to tip your hand if you have him and Cole Kmet on the field at the same time, like, well, they're going to throw the ball here, or this is situational football. Like, no, you can leave him on the field because, he's gritty, he's grimy, he can put his hand down on the ground right next to the tackle, and he can do some blocking. He can do some digging out of some players. And so you really have kind of a do-it-all 3-down player. And, you look at the rest of the division, you're like, man, this is going to be a matchup nightmare. How are you going to guard against all these guys? And then, what they think is going to be a quarterback that's much, much improved.
What do you think of the Bears tackles? Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright. They took one of them deep draft, the other they took high in the draft. Because there will be some primo offensive tackles
for sure
available around there. So, this is, again, with Ben Johnson as the coach, with what he had, okay, we have Montgomery and Gibbs. That worked. He drafted Laporta. That worked.
Yep.
But that's behind Decker over to Penei Sewell with Jan Hassan's Frank Ragnow in the middle.
Right.
So that absolutely could be the key to the start of the equation, especially with the depth of the running backs in this draft and them having 39 and 41. So maybe offensive tackle, right?
Offensive tackle would make sense too. I don't claim to know everything about the Bears' situation offensively on their offensive line. They may like their guys, but
brought in a couple of free agents.
If it's one of those things where you like them, don't love them,
yeah.
And if that's where they feel, then you could have your chance at Calvin Banks, who's like a true left tackle. Membu from Missouri, he plays at right tackle, so you're going to have a choice. We all think that Will Campbell is going to be gone. He's going to probably go to the Patriots. So if you have the choice between those two, you find yourself a starting left tackle or a starting right tackle exclusively. Now, some teams have them both of them as potential offensive guards. So if that's an area where they're like, well, we have these two really good high-end offensive tackles that have position flexibility. Banks is a little bit taller at 6'5". Membu's a little shorter at 6'4", maybe more of a natural prototype guard look. Then that maybe is the route that they're going as well. So if you are one of those tackles on the Bears team and you see the team draft an offensive tackle, just, emotionally maybe pump the brakes a little bit because they can slide inside.
Now, they didn't get 2 offensive linemen via free agency. They traded for a couple of offensive linemen. And so he did that before free agency even opened. Now, with the Vikings at 24, and do you have a final call for 24? Like what you want, what you think, all that.
No, final call is a smattering of different options because that's just is what it is at 24.
Right.
If you're out there and you say you claim to know for sure, who absolutely is that we're going to pick, then I'd love for you to come over and just like pick all my lottery numbers because it could be a bunch of different guys. Now, it's not going to be 20 different guys. I think it's probably more like 5 or 6. And offensive line, I think, being the most important. And there's going to be some defensive linemen in there. I've always said I'd prefer, a really, really talented pass rushing defensive tackle over most cornerbacks. Give me the best cornerback in the draft. If you think it's, well, I'll take Travis Hunter out of it. I'll take Travis Hunter out of the equation because we know he's not even an option. But if it's like a Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron, I would rather have the defensive tackle. In this draft, maybe the 3rd or 4th best defensive tackle than maybe one of those corners. And but if there is a run on defensive tackle and there's a run on offensive lineman, then you are going to really have some talented secondary players available. So it is going to be offensive line, defensive line, corner safety, situation. Those can be sort of a slash because if you have a much higher rated safety than a corner, then it makes sense to take the safety.
In your second year here, 2007, when they drafted Adrian Peterson, do you remember what you thought?
Not too much. I mean, I knew that he was super physical, and you're kind of reading all this stuff and hearing all this stuff, like, well, he's got injury concerns. He's red flagged because of injury in his collarbone, all that stuff. At that time, I didn't put that much stock into the draft. I didn't think too much about it. So I was like hearing all the cursory stuff that's just kind of floating around the ether. So I didn't really pay that much attention.
All right, let's go to 2009, your fourth year here. So they draft Percy Harvin from Florida, 22nd overall. And he goes through rookie camp, and you're doing organized team activities and everything. Then you get together a winter park for mandatory minicamp, and you get a load of this Florida rookie. I mean, I was so enthralled by him on kick returns during that mandatory minicamp. I called Barreiro, and I said to the producer, if you got a spot, I need to come on right now and tell you what I'm seeing. I mean, this is the NFL Rookie of the Year. I've never seen anything like this in my life. But you played against it through training camp and everything. What do you remember about Percy?
I'll be real honest with you. I thought he was a really talented player physically. I think he shined more when we put the pads on. There's a lot. There are a lot of guys. I think you become a little bit immune when you're in it for a while. That these guys come out, and if you didn't know anything about these players, and you didn't know where they're drafted, they were, as Mike Tomlin would say, nameless gray faces, and you saw them all in shorts and helmets during OTAs, you would mistake a 6-rounder's athleticism for a first-rounder. Because they all look freaking special. Right. They all look like specimens. They all have, they're quick, they're twitchy, they look all these things. They all look the part. And Percy was kind of the same thing for me. He was smooth. He was a smooth accelerator. You could tell he had the quickness, but he wasn't overly twitched up to where you're like, oh my gosh, like this guy. I mean, his body moves are herky jerky. It wasn't like that. It was just smooth. And then you put the pads on, and then you see his physicality, because before you're like, well, he's nicely built, but he's not impressive. And whereas Adrian was like, oh my God. Look at the granite that was chiseled to make this human specimen.
And he's fast.
And he's fast, right? But Percy wasn't really like that. He wasn't physically imposing. Yeah. So I think for me, Percy really, really shined when you put the pads on, and you realized nobody could tackle him. You couldn't catch him because he was quick enough. He was fast enough. His acceleration was deceptively fast. And then the way that he was able to bend his body down and create these points of contact that protected his legs, and he would just bounce off people. You're like, this guy's unbelievable, like, okay, and then you just sort of like, okay, well, we're in practice, and maybe it's a little different because we're not going, it's kind of live, but not really live. And then we get to the preseason games and the games, and we're like, this guy is as unbelievable of a player, offensive player, as I've ever seen, and he totally lived up to that.
Now that you've been looking at all of these players and trying to lay things out in the path to 24 and for the draft show and all the conversation taking place tonight, who are maybe one or two players? And then, I know Travis Hunter's going to be in that mix, certainly, maybe Abdul Carter, but some guys that kind of offer you now as an analyst that same type of Adrian Peterson, are you bleeping kidding me with this Greek god that just happens to play football?
Well, you and I were just talking, and I'm so glad you brought him up. One guy that I cannot get out of my head that he's not going to be there at 24.
No, he's not.
He's too good.
But I love him.
But you and I
you're super excited right now.
We're both in love with Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
And there's a pop that he plays with his hips that I think none of these other guys, Mason Graham certainly doesn't have that. He's just more about kind of a bulldozing, he's a very talented guy, but he's not like Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan's 6'4", he's under 300 pounds. He's a leaner interior defensive lineman. He can play a lot of different positions. Like, I love his position flexibility in a B-flow scheme. The way that he can bend his body with balance and strength, none of these other guys have. There's a tenacity in the way that he moves that none of these other guys have. You look at Kenneth Grant as an interior defensive lineman for Michigan. He's a big-bodied guy. Can he make plays? Absolutely. Is he impressively quick and fast for being almost 340 pounds? Yes. Same thing for Derek Harmon. Derek Harmon transferred from Michigan State to Oregon. He's around 315 on a 6'5 frame. I like him for other reasons because he's much taller. He uses his length so much better, but he doesn't move like Walter Nolan. I would leap at a chance to get Walter Nolan. And even if Gray Zabel is there, even if Tyler Booker is there, I would say you cannot pass on this guy. He's going to make your defensive line so much better. And he would be a day one starter, and I think he'd be a game wrecker.
It's crazy and you broke it down so much more deeply than I will, and I appreciate it. But as I was telling you back here, he's just never not in the backfield. And maybe it's the bending and the hips that you're talking about, but there is this almost instinctive, intuitive nature to his game where he finds a way and he can contort himself in ways just to get to the freaking finish line. And this isn't just about pressuring and dropping L's on QBs, although ultimately, right, like I always use Tom Johnson as an example. That's the last time we actually had a 3 technique that was finding his way into the backfield with any frequency. Right. As crazy as that is. So that was 2017. But with Nolan, not just from a pass rushing standpoint, tackles for loss in general, disrupting the run game, he is absolutely like the, football's version of the 5-tool player, as good as it gets. But the problem is, and we were talking about it last night on a stream with Alec Lewis from The Athletic, there's these massive, I'm sure you've seen this, Ben, these broad spectrums of where players will go. So as you were breaking it down, I'd love O-line, love D-line, corner, safety, kind of that hierarchy for 24. It's really tough to attach solid, stone-cold cemented names to it because Nolan could go 11th. Nolan could go 22nd. I think is that the Chargers spot, right? Maybe they want to find somebody to replace Joey Bosa, but if Nolan's available, they might take a guy like that. It's just the broad spectrum of where some of these guys can go makes tonight's draft so fascinating.
Yeah, excuse me, it really does. I think we all agree that the top 5 is locked into a point where it's not going to really affect much of the draft. If Jacksonville doesn't take Genty, it'll shake things up a little bit, but Genty's still going to go top 10. And so I don't think it's going to greatly affect any sort of runs that happen as far as offense and defensive linemen. So, yeah, that's what makes this really compelling. You get outside the 9th pick, and it really is a free-for-all. We don't really know. I mean, we like to think that the Daniel Jeremiahs of the world have a really good finger on the pulse, like literally talking to teams and get a feeling for like, okay, I know on paper we have this position secured, but we got to look to the future and don't put it past us to address this position, even though it doesn't look like a position of need. You filter all of that stuff out, and it still leaves us with a lot of options at 24. It could be a bunch of different guys, and I feel like you and I are on the same page with this, along with a lot of other people, that if everything shakes out the way these mock drafts are shaking out, Gray Zabel seems to be like the shoe-in to be there, and he absolutely fits a need for us at 24.
I think they would take Booker over Zabel if those two were available. But in closing for this segment, that amplifying what you've done with the Minnesota Moving Company, and then and Booker, Zabel, Booker, whomever.
Yeah.
Obviously they have to be good, and obviously they have to fit what you want to do. But wouldn't that truly be the final piece to give J.J. McCarthy absolutely his best chance to succeed?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so you have 3 receivers you like. You brought in Rondale Moore. You got 2 tight ends you like, 2 new offensive linemen, a backup running back for Aaron Jones who complements him beautifully off what Jordan Mason has done. It seems like if you have an opportunity with somebody you like and you're not forcing it to take that position, one of those players, then that solidifies what really still is the identity of the team, the offense.
Well, and let's talk about this too. You know, I know everybody's trying to find the best pieces available at your positions of need and all that stuff. But I don't think that Blake Brandel he's not a bad player.
Right.
You know,
he needed last year.
You know, are you going to tell me that he's not going to grow as a player from last year to this year? Of course he is.
Right.
Especially if you surround him with Darrisaw when he's back healthy. You have a super experienced Ryan Kelly at center. If all things just stay the same tonight, at least in the first round, and we don't address offensive line, it's still a really, really good offense in totality.
Yeah.
You know, so yes, do we think that we're upgrading with Booker or Zabel at left guard? Sure. But they're also going to be rookies.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's always like some rookies that just stumble a little bit, and it takes a few games, half a season, maybe a full season to fully get up to speed and really showcase who they really are. So I wouldn't necessarily say that we have to upgrade at left guard. If it's there and it presents itself, great, we can do that. But I don't look at our offensive line. I don't look at our offense right now as any sort of true weak link. It's just that, you know, you get these shiny new toys in front of you, and you feel like, okay, well, you know, Blake played decent, but maybe not great. What if we get a guy that can play great?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yes, that would be amazing. And
then Brandel becomes high-end swing backup.
Yes, correct.
You know, Rouse is in his second year. They like him, he hasn't played. You have School, who may start at left tackle to begin the season. So now, you know, you in essence, you got to hit on the guy, but perhaps you fortified the troops. You fortified the entire room by making that move.
Yeah, you absolutely do. That's the thing. I guess I'm just trying to say that when it comes to J.J. McCarthy having the things that he needs, he's got it already.
Right.
You know,
I agree.
He's got it already. I mean, once Darrisaw's healthy, you know, when Darrisaw's back, changes everything. You know, you do have to maybe start looking at right tackle. I mean, do we find a true swing guy that can play tackle and guard for not maybe this year, but maybe next year? Like you do have to cast your gaze a little bit further down the road too with some of these selections. Very much the same thing we're doing with Harrison Smith in the safety position. So, you know, I look at some of the best offenses, you know, offensive lines that we look in recent history. You look at the Dallas Cowboys. They had a great offensive line for a stretch of 4 or 5 years. What did they do with it? Not much.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's important, and we all want it, and I believe it. We got to win in the trenches. But if we walk away from this draft at 24 and we don't address offensive line, that's fine. I think that we can play a high-level winning football with the guys that we have right now.
Ben Labor with yours truly, Pete Bursich and Paul Charchian at U.S. Bank Stadium tonight for a Vikings Draft Party radio show. It begins at 7 o'clock. We'll preview that and put a wrap on the draft with Nacho Lieber when we return to 9 to noon. But first.
Well, all I can think about is Walter Nolan right now, but we might as well give some cash away. The Fan and BigDeck.com want to give you a chance to put $1,000 in your hand with the National Cash Contest. Go to KFAN.com, use the keyword money. You might win $1,000, like winning money by the keyword money on KFAN.com.
You're listening live to Paul Allen at 9 to noon on iHeartRadio and FM 100.3 KFAN.
I have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Are your floors sagging? Are musty smells reeking throughout your home? Contact Innovative Basement Authority, the crawl space repair experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at Innovative Basement Authority.
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
This summer, must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. Now with our Freedom of Choice pricing program, you can choose your offer. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Hurry into your local dealer today for details. Jeep, there's only one. Offer valid on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep brand vehicles for non-FCA employees and retirees. $200 admin fee applies. Not all buyers and lessees will qualify. Restrictions apply. Not combinable with other offers. Ends 4/30/2025. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce here. Go to chillboys.com for the greatest undies of all time. I wear them every day. They have the dink shot, the tackle box, and of course the golfing pair that I love called the Caddy. Use the promo code SAUCE15 for 15% off. Check them out at chillboys.com.
Celebrating 25 years with a $25,000 giveaway at the casino at Canterbury Park. Join us as we mark 25 years of blackjack, poker, and more. To celebrate, we're giving away $25K this April. Don't miss the $25K giveaway at Canterbury Park in April, canterburypark.com. Moms, those incredible women who've cared for us in their own special way and mean the world to us. This year, take a moment to truly celebrate them. Make them feel seen, loved, and deeply appreciated this Mother's Day. My dear friends Andy and Revital at Continental Diamond are here to help you find the perfect gift, something that says thank you for every moment you made us feel loved. The team of experts at Continental Diamond, unmatched. Continental Diamond, the jewelry store Minnesota adores, continentaldiamond.com.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Matt Boldy stays hot, and the Wild have the opening goal in Game 2.
After a big road win, the Wild return home and host the Knights in Game 3 tonight on The Fan. Coverage starts at 8 on the audio home of the Wild, KFAN.
Basically, wall-to-wall draft coverage right here on your home for Vikings football, The Fan. And we're streaming throughout the day. Draft coverage has been brought to you by Heating and Cooling 2. You can just go to heatcool2.com. Thank you so much to Heating and Cooling 2 for bringing you such things. But throughout the day, all of our shows are going to be streaming, I believe, today and tomorrow. So KFAN.com/watch is the spot if you want to see us on video. Free iHeartRadio app for the listening side of things. Talkbacks via the app, always appreciated. Thank you for hanging out with us as we find our way to pick number 24 in tonight's NFL Draft, a show that'll begin at 7 p.m.
9 to noon. Lieber.
Courtney Cronin, ESPN, ESPN.com, about 15 minutes from now. Final segment with Ben Lieber. Don't forget to watch Ben on TV today, 3 to 4:30, Channel 5. It is Twin Cities Live, TCL. Yeah, you know we. Then you'll hear us this evening at U.S. Bank Stadium. Can't wait to see everybody for the Vikings draft party. The radio show is from 7 until 10. We're expecting to chat with the likes of Jared Allen, maybe Adrian Peterson, running back Aaron Jones, Blake Cashman, and others. What did Aaron Jones? What did you think of Aaron Jones' season last year overall?
You know, I thought it was really good. I mean, I think when you look back on it and don't look at it from a week-to-week standpoint, because you did see him just sort of, you know, he's battling through some stuff. You could tell I don't know what week it was, but you could just tell that like there was something bothering him at times, and he just keep re-injuring and getting banged up. But when you look at the totality of the season, it was awesome. I mean, it's kind of what we needed. And yeah, would you like a little bit more of a home run ability at the top end speed? Sure, but I think in this offense, all you really, really need is just somebody that poses a threat to pick up first downs.
Yep.
And I don't necessarily think you have to have these home run hitters anymore, especially when you're 60% passing the football anyway. You need a good pass catcher, and he continues to shine blocking on third down. I mean, how many times did both Pete and I was like, whoa, like, did you see that the A-gap blitz pickup by Aaron Jones? Like, that was ridiculous. Like, we were, from a football standpoint, you look at those little things, like those things really, really matter to keep your body on the field for 3 downs. And what a great leader that he is for all the young guys. And so I think having Mason here now and having a true number 2 running back that you can really, really rely on, I think both of them are going to have really big years.
And
I'm sorry.
And how do you expect them to split reps? I mean, we have a lot of time to watch this and think about it, but Jones and Mason, like with Jordan Mason here, I don't see Aaron playing 80% of the game, Jordan 20. No. But what do you anticipate?
I'd be fine if they went 50-50. I don't think Aaron, I'm putting words in his mouth here, but I don't get the feeling that he has to prove to the league that he has to be on the field 80% of the time and getting a bulk of the reps. I think that he understands where he's at in his physical career and that he's best when he's got more fresh legs and takes some less hits. So you're going to get a longer career from him, which financially is going to be more beneficial if he does play a little bit more 50-50. And he feels like he's got somebody that's just as competent going out there because he's all about the team. I mean, if he feels like he's take a break, a series or 2 or 3 here and there, then he knows that, there's not a big drop off offensively by having Jordan out there. So, I don't think that he's pounding his chest and, being stubborn about getting a ton of reps. 50-50 is good with me.
That was the route I was going. I felt the return on investment with Jones's reps did kind of tail down at the back end of the season. So keeping him fresh is an A topic for me. But in terms of the running back situation, how drastically, and think about J.J. McCarthy now, heading this operation, how drastically does the offense as we know it through 3 seasons of Kevin O'Connell change? Or does it not drastically change at all, given Jordan Mason here and maybe some different skill sets that McCarthy might have?
I think that I could see us changing in a way where offensively we see a little bit more of a pull scheme. I could see us dabbling with a little bit more of power football. Some of the play actions kind of marry up to what Michigan was doing, and you really get JJ comfortable, kind of doing the same sort of play action footwork. And I think that he's athletic enough to do what KOC's always been doing. But you see sort of this evolution of offensive line where I think that we're actually going to be on the move a little bit more. I think that even if we run some zone scheme, it's going to be a wider zone scheme to where we really get those elephants on parade out in front, and we have a more athletic quarterback in McCarthy that he could take, sort of this circuitous sort of play fake all the way around and cover a lot of ground and do it still in time. So I think the offense is going to look a little more athletic, and in doing so, I think you're going to see some offensive linemen more on the move.
We were talking about it with Charch in the open. And Charch had mentioned Ibuka, this wide receiver out of Ohio State that he absolutely loves, and for good reason. But just kind of the idea of
there's no chance.
I don't think there is either.
I didn't want to ruin his penultimate 9 to noonday. But no, they're not taking receiver at 24.
Well, and then that was my touchdown call, because I'd be curious if there was a position or situation that would absolutely shock you. We've set this up now where it is O-line, it is D-line, it's corner, it's safety. Is there anything that happens at 24 tonight where your jaw would be on the floor at US Bank Stadium?
Well, I think receiver would be one of them.
Yeah.
For sure. just because the exact like reaction that PA gave you is kind of how I'd feel. Like I don't know what we're doing here. We have too many other areas of need. Why are we going here? I actually think that inside linebacker would be a shock to me. An edge rusher, even though we have 2 Pro Bowl edge rushers, necessarily wouldn't be a shock to me. And we hope that Dallas Turner is going to be way better than in year 2 than he is in year 1. But we just know that getting to the quarterback is a premium in this league. So
that's interesting.
It wouldn't shock me. I don't put that as a high likelihood. I think inside linebacker, you talk about Jalen Walker, Jahad Campbell, and then this Carson Schlesinger from UCLA, who's most likely going to be in there in that 24 range. If they took Carson out of UCLA, who's a very talented football, maybe the most instinctful inside linebacker of the 3.
Wow.
I think that would be a shock.
You know what's interesting about what you just said, and I haven't really thought it out, but it's clear with Grenard and Van Ginkel, you can do things at a very, very, very high level against the run and against the pass. Now, Turner is still a wild card until he's not a wild card, correct?
Correct.
First round pick or not, he's a wild. There needs to be improvement and dramatic shown. Until we see it, I look at it from a wild card standpoint. And then Patrick Jones goes to Carolina. Patrick was serviceable. Patrick was good at times, but serviceable all the time. And now undrafted Gabe Murphy, he got some opportunity last year, and from training camp and all, they love him. But still he hasn't played a lot. So that's 4 right there, and they generally all play. So you got a couple of wild cards at 3 and 4 behind the obvious 2. I think that elevates. If there's an edge that you love, I mean, I'd be surprised if they did it. But if you look at it from that standpoint, through that lens, it makes a little more sense than I originally thought this morning.
I mean, if you look at the guys potentially available in that 24 area. If I'm probably going to butcher his name, Ezaraku, the pass rusher out of Boston, the pass rusher out of Boston College, dude, he led the nation in sacks this year, and he's potentially a mid to late round, first round draft pick, which is kind of crazy to think.
I think and sorry to clip, but I think he goes right in front of us.
He could.
Yeah,
like Chargers 22 maybe.
Well, his coach at Boston College is Green Bay's defensive coordinator.
Correct. Oh, Hafley, yeah.
Hafley, and from what I understand, Hafley loves the guy. He brought him there.
He should.
Right. And somebody to bookend Rashawn Gary or work with him. That I would bet that Boston College cat goes 23.
Well, then James Pierce is there from Tennessee.
Okay.
If that's the case, and that's the way it's going to go, because we're guessing Shamar Stewart from A&M probably goes before that as well. So my point is, there is going to be a talented pass rusher that you could convince me. Again, I put this at like the 5% that we go true edge rusher.
Yep.
But if a guy like James Pierce, who's 6'5", 243, you're like, all right, well, he's just a nickel dime guy. He's not a run stopper. If we take out some of the beef that we have, and we have Dallas and him, and we've got, already our 2 outside rushers, and, we get Gabe Murphy involved, and Gabe's actually he's a thick guy.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
not tall, but thick.
He's probably in that 265, 270 range. I mean, okay. I'm like, you got this complete jet package that's coming in on 3rd down. You're like, all right, I can live with that.
Right.
Like, I think that'd be kind of fun to watch.
Ben Lieber, half of your quadruple header today is complete. Power Trip Morning Show, 9 to noon, and now you rest. Twin Cities Live, 3 to 4:30, Channel 5. Right. Draft Party, KFAN, 7 o'clock at the stadium.
Can't wait, man.
Yeah,
it's a fun day.
Blessed day for you, man, and it's very fun. Thank you.
Yeah, see ya.
Ben Lieber, courtesy of Maple Grove Lock and Safe. Maple Grove Lock and Safe, thank you very much. Courtney Cronin from ESPN helps us with the Bears part of the draft and much more when 9 to noon continues on KFAN.
This is 9 to noon, live on iHeartRadio and KFAN, The Fan.
When you want to take a break from
We
sport.
have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling too.
I've been around heating and cooling too for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
To care for you. 651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
Project. 73% off install labor on your windows, 73% off install labor on your doors or patio doors, and 73% off install labor on your roofing project. Plus, 36 months, no interest financing if qualified. From the Twin Cities' only home improvement company with a Better Business Bureau A+ rating and accreditation for over 55 years. BuildersandRemodelers.com. Nobody does it better.
Huntington is banking that just clicks. Like early pay. Moving up payday so you could get your money faster. Up to 2 days faster. And there's no cost. It's your money, right? So stop playing the waiting game. It's just one more way we're looking out for people every day. Hey, Twin Cities, is your bank looking out for you? Maybe it's time to switch. Visit your neighborhood Huntington branch or make the switch at huntington.com/yourmoney. Direct deposit and eligibility requirements apply.
The Minnesota Wild have saved the best for last.
Scores! Ben Zuccarello wins it in overtime!
Your Minnesota Wild are back in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and season ticket members receive priority playoff access.
Circle cross ice, Kaprizov scores! What a play! What a shot!
Don't miss out on the thrill of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Secure your seat today at wild.com/playoffs.
What you got, come on. Andy, how does it feel to win the summer?
Feels real good, Holly. Like a lush lawn.
Let's talk about the dandelions. How did you beat those?
It's a team effort here. My tech Danny from Weedman came in for the weed control assist.
What's next?
We're talking fertilization, aeration. There's a lot in store.
There you have it. It's Weedman for the win. Visit weedman.com for a free quote and save 50% on your first service with promo code WIN.
Welcome to the real Magic Kingdom, Deer Run Golf Club. You know, golf is a magical, mysterious game invented by Scottish shepherds. As the modern world becomes faster, more impersonal, and more of a virtual reality, the human soul yearns for the original game of the Scottish shepherds. That sheep out of the fairway! Though Deer Run GC has all the modern amenities, such as the latest easy-go golf carts with GPS unit and fully stocked beverage carts. Cheers! DRGC has kept the magic of the past with its charming old brick clubhouse and an Irish pub to bring you back to the days of Celtic lore. And then you can tell all your golfing buddies how you sank that long putt on the last hole, when we know it was just a tap-in. Deer Run Golf Club. The real Magic Kingdom. DeerRunGolf.com.
Hey everybody, it's Chris Hawking. Listen up, if you are in the market for a generator, a water heater, a heating and cooling system, maybe a water treatment system, the Aquarius Home Services and Connecticut Customer Appreciation and Open House event is happening Friday, May 2nd through Sunday, May 4th. Big savings on tap for all those things you need for your house. Get to know the people at Aquarius Home Services. You're going to love them like I do. Stop by May 2nd through May 4th in Little Canada at 694 and 35E. It's located right across from Dock 86. Find all the details at AquariusHomeservices.com. Aquarius, earning the right to be recommended.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Bradshaw and Bryant seeking justice for the injured. Online at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
This report is sponsored by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning.
Fan forecast.
It's raining all day and it's draft day.
April showers bring big HVAC savings, like up to $7,500 off ductless mini splits or heat pump combos, or $1,000 off a garage heater install, $50 off home sale inspections, and more. Ends April 30th. Call Standard Heating and AC, certified York dealer.
You're listening live to Paul Allen at 9 to noon on iHeartRadio and FM 100.3 KFAN, The Fan.
NFL Draft.
Courtney Cronin at Courtney R. Cronin writes about the NFL and covers the Chicago Bears for ESPN and ESPN.com. We see her on television a lot, here on the radio, and we read her stories. And before we get into the NFL Draft, Bears immortality Steve McMichael, Courtney, has died after a battle with ALS. How hard does that hit Bears fans, young and old?
I think young, old people who got to watch him play, people who didn't, all feel the same about it. I mean, he became a symbol within this franchise for a long time. And it was like when he was playing and then after he was playing, that 85 team was so prevalent in the community, PA. Like, they were around everywhere. And he was a big part of that. I remember the first time my dad took us down to Bourbonnais, which is where they used to do training camp at Olivet Nazarene, we were at some hole-in-the-wall pizza place. Like, we were hungry. We had to get something to eat. This is probably 2003. Maybe I was a kid. And my dad's like, that's Steve McMichael. That's Mongo, Ming, the Ming Dynasty, the whole thing with him. And he was like, we were like, should we go up and say hi? Like, I had no idea who he was as a kid, but we went up and got a chance to meet him, and he was a caricature of himself, nicest guy in the world, stopped to take pictures with my brother and I, and that was my introduction to him. And I know so many people around here have stories like that, some wild stories of, their time with McMichael, and obviously his legacy extends beyond the National Football League and the teams that he played with. I mean, he was a big part of wrestling and that community, and I know that Ric Flair had a pretty, emotional tweet that he put out yesterday about losing his best friend. It's just amazing how many corners of the sportsverse he touched throughout his 67 years here on Earth.
And Courtney has quite the touching story on this at ESPN.com underneath the Chicago Bears after you go to NFL. And may God rest the soul of Bears immortality, Steve McMichael. Now, are you attending the draft in Green Bay? And the reason I ask is before the McMichael story, your last byline was Lake Forest, Illinois. So do you do it from Illinois or do you do it from Green Bay?
No, we do it from the team facility. I just think it when you don't, even last year when they had the number 1 overall pick and they had number 9, it makes more sense to be at the facility because the general manager talks, the head coach talks. And a couple years ago, when Darnell Wright was drafted, I think that was when the draft was in Kansas City. He wasn't even there. So, I mean, you do run the risk of the prospect you're drafting, your team drafts not being there. So, for me, I will be hunkered down at Hallis Hall for the next 3 days.
So the Bears 10, 39, 41, and 72. That's just 39 and 41 together like that. That's there's so much you can do with that. But would you guess they most likely stay at 10? What do you think?
Well, there's some buzz around them right now being in love with Ashton Genty, and you can understand why. The guy is a tremendous playmaker, not just for his contributions as a running back and being a Heisman Trophy finalist. I think Ben Johnson eyes, a similar usage for him that they had with Jahmyr Gibbs and using him as an option in the passing game. And if you can upgrade your backfield, what's the sweet spot to trade up? Because it does not at all feel like he's going to be there at 10. Like, we hear about Jacksonville being interested, of course, the Las Vegas Raiders, and, giving Pete Carroll his new version of Marshawn Lynch. If they trade up, I think you've got to be disciplined with not going up too far. But if they want him, it feels like they've got to get in front of Jacksonville at 5 trading up with the Patriots, I think that's too much. But I know that there's a lot of buzz about him, about the left tackle of the future potentially, maybe even an edge rusher at that position. And then, of course, the guy that I took in our NFL Nation mock draft was Tyler Warren. So they could go a lot of different ways tonight, which is why they're the wild card of this draft, because there's not one clear-cut need considering what they did in free agency. But knowing that you paid Ben Johnson $13 million, he's very clearly going to have a say in personnel, probably certainly more than Matt Eberflus did. How much say is he going to have in getting his offensive guys in year one to be able to do what he wants to get this offense on track?
So who gets final say on the picks? The new head coach or general manager Ryan Poles?
It'll still be Ryan Poles from my understanding, but I do think that Ben Johnson and how much, he was the hottest coaching candidate this cycle. He's going to have quite a bit of say in the direction that they're going. And, for all intents and purposes, they say they're all on the same page at the way that they stack the board, because they had obviously been doing draft prep long before they hired him as a head coach, long before they hired the coordinators, and they claim that they're all pretty aligned. I'll be very curious to see if that alignment comes out in the form of there's a surefire guy that they all have to get and they feel comfortable moving up to get somebody, or whether that person falls to them at 10. I don't see a scenario realistically right now because of the quarterbacks where they're able to trade out of 10. But if it goes, the way that I think Ben Johnson's hoping, they get either Tyler Warren or Ashton Genty or the left tackle of the future, and somebody that you can build around, not necessarily have the guy have to play in year one, but have him in the system, get ready to go. So year two, you're not starting a rookie, you're starting somebody who has been in your system for a while, because Braxton Jones is a free agent. He's coming off an injury, which, is going to take some time. He's not going to be full go at the start of training camp, but you do have the option to get somebody in at left tackle to create competition at the spot that needs it. And then think about next year and the long-term effect of potentially having a franchise player.
CC, any early tells on the dynamics of that relationship, new head coach and Poles?
It's interesting because obviously he and Matt Eberflus came in at the same time. And, there was always kind of this awkward nature from Eberflus whenever he got to the podium, whenever he spoke publicly. Ben Johnson's the antithesis of that. Like, he's so confident. He's so, unabashed in who he is. And even the other day, so he throws out the first pitch at the Cubs game, and he throws heat. Throws a sinker. You could tell he was practicing it. And Ryan Poles gets to the podium the other day and immediately starts kind of ribbing his head coach. He's like, look, I'm glad he came with some movement. I thought he was just going to come with speed. It's nice to see that he was, taking this thing seriously. And I think that's, they're similar. They're close in age. This is Poles' first real head coaching pick. I mean, he was hired 2 days before Matt Eberflus was hired. He was not really a part of the process of hiring and interviewing the head coach the last time. So, I mean, this was his guy. And remember all those rumors that came out before the hire was made about Ben Johnson wanting to go somewhere where he was going to be able to pick his GM? Clearly being in a place where the GM was already here and feeling like you could be aligned with him shows that, they think it's going to be the right fit. And we'll see when they come away from the draft and just how that process goes and what the behind the scenes looks and feels like, if that's really the marriage that they thought it would be.
They and outside of the draft, the Bears just gave corner Kyler Gordon a big deal. What? We hear a lot about Jalen Johnson, but what's good with Kyler Gordon's game?
I mean, he's an athletic freak first and foremost. He was the first draft pick for Ryan Poles, so you got to feel good if you're the general manager. It's a draft day success for you in 2022 to have this guy become. We know how much the nickel position is played in the NFL. So starting defensive back. And to get him the contract that makes him the highest paid defensive player, highest paid at his position, one of the highest paid on the team too, I think it speaks volumes to just how to view his usage. And that's saying something because none of these coaches have worked with him yet. And I remember Dennis Allen, one of the first things he said when we had a chance to talk with him in January, right after he was hired, was how much he was eager to work with Kyler Gordon because, you're a traffic cop in that position and he can do so much. He can, play up in the box if you want him to. They're going to start trying to get him some reps safety is what Dennis Allen said. He told him right after he got the contract, all right, at a second position, learn outside corner, learn safety. And we've seen him play outside corner before, especially the early years of his career here. But he's versatile, man. He can play a lot of different spots in that secondary, and they're not going to be the soft coverage zone anymore that they were under Matt Eberflus. They're an attacking defense, and the back end's going to have to cover better than they have before, and he's a big part of that.
All right.
Time for two more.
Why, outside of the covenant for a second, Courtney Cronin, ESPN, ESPN.com, at Courtney R. Cronin via the X Machine. Why do you think Keenan Allen hasn't landed with the team? Like outside of his big games against the Vikings last year, Keenan Allen, what do you see in him?
Well, he's 32, and he's got not like a degenerative foot condition, but it was the plantar fasciitis that slowed him down early on, and I think he lost some speed with that. You know, he's a veteran receiver. I imagine he probably doesn't want to show up for OTAs, and I can't blame him for that. Well, there's some other guys that are still out there, too, that are in that, other side of 30 range that I would imagine, if he wants to stay in L.A., it was hard for him last year coming here because he had spent the first 10 years of his career with the San Diego and then Los Angeles Chargers. And he did this whole year by himself, no family. I think, for him, it was taking time this offseason to figure out, do I want to keep playing? Which the answer is yes. For every conversation I've had with Keenan, it's that he wants to continue playing. And at the end of the year, he felt he was auditioning for 31 other teams. But I think it's going to come down to the timing of when he signs. I think he's got one or two more years left in him. And then beyond that, can he finish out his career in the place where it started? I think that would mean a lot to him. Coming to, slight discount. Remember, he was getting like $23.1 million last year because it was the final year of his deal when the Bears traded for him. Naturally, he's not going to get a deal of that size, but I do think for a hometown discount, if he could make that work for the Chargers, that they'd be willing to sign up for that.
Lastly, and thank you very much for the time. From what you know now, Courtney, what are some things Johnson and the gang can do to get Caleb Williams to improve?
How about play action? Does that work for you? We saw none of it last year. All the under center stuff that Ben Johnson's been talking about, Caleb needs to, he's going to be an under center quarterback because he's primarily been a shotgun quarterback his whole life. That's what helped Jared Goff. You roll the quarterback away from pressure. You use the bootlegs to get him on the move and create some advantageous situations offensively for him to, not constantly be under pressure. I think the offensive line being flipped in one offseason certainly helped, but he's, they brought him here for Caleb, and now everything they've done in the offseason, it kind of feels like the Bears will soon push their chips to the table and say, okay, Caleb, it's on you. It's on you now to make it work, considering everything they did to prioritize his development, his further growth, and thinking that he, can be a franchise quarterback. They've got to know the answer to that after this season, though. So often we don't see quarterbacks really get to year three, especially first rounders. If you don't know, then you're kind of in if you don't know, you do know. They've got to have an answer on him by the end of this year. And I think that they believe the situation that they're in now with a new coaching staff and a lot of new players around him, that they'll be able to do that.
That was awesome. Have a wonderful day. We'll follow you from afar and talk soon. Okay, Courtney?
Take care. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yep, appreciate you. Courtney Cronin at Courtney R. Cronin.
CC.
Covers the Bears for ESPN and ESPN.com. Some more adversarial updates are around the corner. Dan Miller, our friend with the Detroit Lions, joins 9 to noon next.
You're listening live to Paul Allen at 9 to noon on iHeartRadio and FM 100.3 KFAN.
We have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling too. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
University, you can take advantage of the North Star Promise Scholarship. Free tuition is possible for eligible students. Find out more at the North Star Promise online info session, April 23rd at noon. Visit metrostate.edu/northstar.
Hey, with our friends at Steve's Appliances, stevesappliances.com. Big customer appreciation sale coming up. It'll be a week from today and tomorrow, May 1st and 2nd at Steve's Appliances. Go to the website, stevesappliances.com. You'll see atop the front page, customer appreciation sale. Enter to win our grand prize giveaway. That is a $3,000 GE kitchen set. So the customer appreciation celebrations begin at 11 a.m. next Thursday and Friday. I'll be there on Friday. But sign up and qualify to win that grandiose prize at stevesappliances.com.
Stop in this Friday and Saturday for the Acme Tools Spring Sale and save up to 12% on your favorite power tools, machinery, and accessories from over 100 of the world's best brands. Talk shop with factory reps and try before you buy. Take advantage of daily doorbuster deals and register to win a prize package from Milwaukee, valued at $499. Don't miss the Spring Tool Sale this Friday and Saturday, only at Acme Tools. Do your best work.
Huntington is banking that just clicks. Like asterisk-free checking. An account that's filled with features, but no monthly maintenance fee, no matter what. Because it's your money, right? So we think you should keep it. It's just one more way we're looking out for people every day. Hey, Twin Cities, is your bank looking out for you? Maybe it's time to switch. Visit your neighborhood Huntington branch or make the switch at huntington.com/yourmoney.
Hey, basketball.
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
In your lives, are everyday tasks becoming more and more daunting? You can stop the suffering right now with Neos Elite. The regenerative therapies are designed to reduce pain, restore function, and get you back to doing all the things you love. Learn more about this proven elixir to pouncing on that pain at neoselite.com. They come to your home or business for the treatment. There's no surgery and no downtime, just results. Book now at neoselite.com. Mention KFAN and receive $500 off your first treatment.
Missed the tax deadline? Have no fear. Jackson Hewitt is here. File with us for only $149 or less from now until April 30th. But hurry, penalties are adding up for federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Start your engine!
It's loud.
It's about to get crazy. Let's go!
It's live.
They're side by side for the lead. Who's going to get there first?
It's the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Only on the CW.
Live all season.
Like that, baby! What a thriller!
See NASCAR superstars Justin Allgaier, Austin Hill, and Sam Mayer.
Let's go win a championship!
Alongside racing's hungriest up-and-comers.
Whoa! Timbers are flaring! Tell him I'm coming for him! That kid is amazing.
I want to be the best in the Xfinity Series.
High octane.
Whoa!
No fear.
The danger is real here.
This is why you love racing.
It's just so fun. I just love this game.
This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
The countdown starts Saturday at 2, live from Talladega Superspeedway. And tune in weekday mornings at 6 for the National News Desk, America's News Now, only on the CW Twin Cities.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
73% off labor plus no interest financing. Builders and remodelers.
From the 651 Carpets Plus, home of the Next Day Install Studios, this is FM 100.3 KFXN Minneapolis, St. Paul, The Fan.
Jared takes,
stumbles coming out of there, wants to throw, does downfield, got a man wide open. Sam Laporta, touchdown Detroit Lions. Oh my goodness. Jared stumbled coming out from behind center, regained composure, regained his grip on the football, and then threw it down to a wide open Sam Laporta for a touchdown.
The voice of Dan Miller, play-by-play voice on the radio for the Detroit Lions, and also a sports director at Fox 2 in the Motor City. And Dan, one of my favorites, joins us now. Dan, what excites you more right now? The Lions and the NFL draft, Lions selected 28 for now, or the Pistons and the New York Knicks knotted at 1 in the series coming back to the Motor City?
Then I'll put the Lions on the clock after that. It's look, this Pistons thing has been a long time coming, and they've been irrelevant for a long time, and pro basketball hasn't been fun to watch around here for a long time. And you know, they had a kind of a moment with Blake Griffin, but nobody really took that seriously or thought that it had any staying power. But this does, and the turnaround from last year to this year, where it was just miserable, to this year, it's an enjoyable team that you can sit down and watch and believe they have a chance to win. They're doing things the right way. It's just really been fantastic. And it looks like it's something that's built to move into the future with a star to build around in Cade Cunningham and some of the other young players and then the vets that they've added. So, look, it's a really good time to be a sports fan in Detroit with the way the Tigers have started. And, you know, Lions, look, the draft is one of the biggest events in all of sports. And it's big in every NFL city. And then what the Pistons are doing. So it's unfortunate the Wings couldn't close it out and kind of have their part in this April as well. But this has been a lot of fun, and fans are really enjoying it.
Lastly on this topic, J.B. Bickerstaff. He was a former weekly guest on this radio show when he played for the University of Minnesota. Then he's been coaching all over the NBA. I'm a big fan of J.B. Bickerstaff, how he handles man, how he works with all different types of person. I would imagine they love him in the Motor City, right? He's done a good job.
Oh, he's been terrific. And look, Monty Williams last year was just a disaster. And, you know, part of that's on him, part of that's on the team for, you know, basically taking a coach who told them several times, I don't want to coach, I want to take a year off, and just throwing more money at him and more money at him until he couldn't say no, and sat up there the day he was hired and said, basically he was there because he couldn't turn down the money. And, you know, it wasn't as if he was saying he didn't want to be there, but it was just a bad situation all the way around. And JB has come in here with Trajan Langdon and just changed the culture of the organization and the way that they present themselves and do things and develop players, and he's been terrific. And look, PA, I know you got some DC in your background as well. I remember growing up when his dad was second on the bench to Casey Jones with the Bullets. So it's kind of a full circle moment for me now, covering his son out here and watching this thing work. So it's pretty cool.
Wow. And before that, you know, think about it, Dan, it's 2025. Dick Motta, former coach of the Washington Bullets. Yeah. What would happen now on social media if his team was down 3-1 in a series like they were to George Gervin and Larry Keenan and the San Antonio Spurs when he said this? If he's quoted as saying, the opera ain't over till the fat lady sings.
I always love that.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, and you know, those are moments you think about how they resonated when we didn't have that, when we had to read about it in the next day's paper, and we didn't get it 10 minutes later on ESPN or coming across, you know, Twitter or whatever it was. And I actually had the chance to, and we'll go a little inside baseball here. I did something with George Gervin probably about 6 months ago, and I said, man, I got to tell you, when I was growing up, a couple of your series with the Bullets were just amazing. And we talked for about 5 or 10 minutes about those series, and he didn't come out on the right end of any of those, and he's still kind of angry about it. But those were amazing, amazing baskets. The kind of series that we all have somewhere in our life that you never forget. And those were, for a young sports fan like me, a series that I never forgot.
Dan Miller calls Lions games on the radio.
Fox.
And he's done it for right around a couple of decades, one of the kinder people in the game. And with the NFL draft today, round number 1, the division champions, the team with the proverbial targets on the backs would be the Detroit Lions. So 28, defensive end to complement Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, that sounds good enough to eat. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it feels like. The one thing is, I think we've learned with Brad Holmes that you just don't know what he's going to do. And trying to think, assess a need and apply it to that position and assume that there's a player, and here's the key, that he likes there, becomes the difficult thing. Yeah, there's no question what you're saying makes the most sense if everything lined up perfectly. It feels like a big guy in one way or another, whether it's an interior defensive lineman because Aleem McNeil's not going to be ready for a while. DJ Reader would be going into the last year of his contract next year. Or an interior offensive lineman where they lost Kevin Zeitler. They do like Christian Mahogany. I don't know how many more years Frank Ragnow wants to play. And, Graham Glasgow was not terrific last year. He had some injuries. Question is how much of it's injuries, how much of it's age. So interior offensive line, I think, is something they'll address at some point. It feels like at 28, something from that group will be available based on what this draft looks like. And I wouldn't be surprised. You saw him move up last year for Terrion Arnold. I wouldn't be surprised if they move back, but I also wouldn't be surprised if there's somebody they target that they feel like they can move up. I think they feel good enough about their depth chart that they would give up some capital if somebody that they really like is sitting there and there's a deal that makes sense with another team. So that's a long way of saying I think there's a lot of possibilities, but that's also what you deal with when you're picking 28.
Now, with safety,
it was easier when we were picking third all the time. I could
right.
narrow it down a lot better.
Now, safety Kirby Joseph got that new deal, and DJ Reed was the signature free agent they brought in from the Jets. I mean, you got Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, DJ Reed. What a wonderful starting point with Hutchinson rushing the quarterback. Whatever's done in the draft, wow. I mean, that's Kirby Joseph is a really nice player, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about Kirby that they talked about when he was drafted was ball skills. And he's got 17 interceptions in 3 years. I mean, and he led the league in interceptions last year. He's kind of exactly the guy that they told us he was when they drafted him, and better. I mean, you don't anticipate that a third-round draft pick is going to become the highest-paid safety in the NFL, but he does things the right way. He's a good kid. He's a good locker room guy. He's just, earned every cent that he got paid. And, there's interesting times, just to kind of broaden that conversation, coming for this Lions team, because you mentioned it. You've still got Branch who's going to need an extension at some point, and Aiden who's going to need an extension at some point, and Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs. And you just wonder, at some point, how many of these guys they're actually going to be able to pay when you look at all the extensions that are already on the books. It's great to have this depth chart, but I do look at this and wonder, at some point, and throw Jamison Williams in there as well, somebody could be the odd man out. It's just impossible in this league to pay as many guys as they have sitting there right now, by my eye.
Lastly here, one of the final two is it wasn't, there was a signing the Lions made that was not ballyhooed. I mean, a lot of people around the league were like, okay, we're happy for Roy Lopez. I'm telling you right now, ma'am, because I know people on the Arizona Cardinals coaching staff who used to be here, including Jonathan Gannon, their head coach. You guys got a good player in Roy Lopez, man. I don't know what they're saying about him up there, but his arms are long. He's super active. He's like a born leader. But I bet you that helps from a defensive tackle standpoint.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you bring that up, because you're right. That's kind of an under-the-radar signing that they made. But when you listen to, Brad Holmes, or you listen to Dan Campbell talk about him, they really like him. And it's all the intangibles that you mentioned. It's the nastiness. It's the ability to be a part of a rotation. It's the player that he is, the man that he is. And I think, again, it's interesting that you bring this up, and I'm really glad to hear that you hear the same things, because, and I don't want to make him out to be, somebody that's going to come in and dominate the line of scrimmage, But you need these guys that are glue guys that come in there and can be in your rotation and be good locker room guys and be good leaders and be examples of what it is to be a football player. And those are all the things that we've been hearing about him. It's talent and it's intangibles as well for a guy that, as you said, was not a ballyhooed signing, but all the things that we're hearing about him is that he's going to be a really nice contributor. And you've got to have those guys. The big, guys with the bright lights on them, that's great, but they don't make up your whole team. There's a whole lot of guys other than that have to chip in and be contributors, and it sounds like they believe that's what he is, and it's great to hear that you're hearing the same thing.
Appreciate you, brother. Enjoy the evening, and we'll talk soon. Okay, Dan?
Thanks, PA. Always good.
See you, bud. Dan, the man on the fan, box for the Detroit Lions, and I'm also sportscaster and sports director for the Fox affiliate in Detroit. Means he's all over it. Tigers with Scooble. The Pistons 1-1 with Cat and the Knicks. And then, of course, the NFL Draft Lions at 28 this evening.
Fox.
Alec Lewis is our final guest today. Covers the Vikings for The Athletic and theathletic.com. He takes place after a short pause and this.
Yeah, first of all, you can check out Alec Lewis and his backwards hat and his analysis on video. The stream is going all day thanks to our buddies at Heating and Cooling 2, the website heatcool2.com. Thank you to those guys for bringing you all-day streaming of KFAN content. KFAN.com/watch is the place to go to watch. Now, with that said, we got a cash contest. So KFAN.com, before you watch, the keyword is bank, thanks to BigDeck.com. And the fan, they want to give you a chance to put $1,000 in your hand with the National Cash Contest. The keyword is bank at KFAN.com.
Live on iHeartRadio and KFAN, The Fan.
KFAN, Total Traffic.
From the 1-800-ASK Gary Traffic Center.
We have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling 2. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Walk in today or book online at FantasticSams.com. FS, your destination for color.
Hey, basketball fans, it's time to elevate your game by upgrading your deck with TimberTech. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand. It looks just like real wood, but without the constant maintenance of a traditional wood deck. No rotting, no splintering, just all-star performance backed by industry-leading warranties. So whether you're watching the big game or hosting your own playoff party, your deck will always be ready for tip-off. See for yourself why TimberTech is everything wood should be. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
You have a plan for your business and a vision for its future. So it's important to have a banking partner that works to understand all of your goals and what it will take to help you reach them. Work with a banker who is dedicated.
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
Electrical system, assessing the condition, identifying potential hazards, and recommending necessary upgrades or replacements. If you experience electrical problems, contact your old home specialist, Affordable Electric, at affordable-electric.com. Affordable Electric, shockingly affordable.
Home Internet from AT&T presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta.
What's on the menu?
Your fave, Mom, carbonara. I'm streaming a new recipe.
Hold on to this internet, son. It's a keeper.
Oh, I will. It's the one.
So, no more one-year stands?
Nope. With home internet from AT&T, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Equipment fees were never right for you.
I'm done playing those games. What I have now is straightforward.
Okay. In the spirit of being straightforward, your carbonara is carbonara-ish.
And this is takeout. I was going to pass it off as homemade.
Oh, you did that for me.
Well, now that we're being straightforward with each other, I just want to say that...
Careful now. No equipment fees, no annual contracts, no price increase at 12 months. Straightforward is better with home internet from AT&T. Geographic and service restrictions apply to AT&T Internet services. Visit att.com/internet for details.
Over 55 years of Better Business Bureau A+ rating and accreditation. Builders and remodelers.
All your favorite KFAN shows are also your favorite podcasts. Listen back on iHeartRadio and KFAN.com. Presented by Builders and Remodelers.
9 to noon.
There we go, Paul!
Time for two more.
If we were to live stream via the Alec Lewis Show podcast, if we were to live stream the media room at Twin Cities Orthopedics Performance Center, say beginning at like 5 o'clock today through pick 24, what would we see?
It's pretty quiet in there. Some of the writers who attend, and good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
If I knew I was going to be on camera, I wouldn't have worn a bat. I wouldn't have dressed like I'm a college kid.
You're on this radio station more than me.
But if you were to put a camera in the media room, you're going to see some writers just bashing some food that is created and made by likely the TCO Performance Center chefs.
Yeah.
But it's pretty quiet.
That food in the third floor cafeteria is high end.
Well, they'll take that elevator, they'll put some food on a cart, and they'll bring it all the way down there for us. And I mean, that's really, of the questions that I have tonight, there are many, but one of them is, what is the spread going to be in there? Is it, are we lucky enough to get lamb chops?
Really?
Is it going to be taco bar?
I make tacos favored.
Yeah, tacos would probably be on FanDuel. It'll be interesting, but very excited that the draft is here. I've written probably enough about the draft for a lifetime, and looking forward to seeing what happens.
Alec Lewis, The Athletic, theathletic.com, at Alec_Lewis via Twitter. There you can learn more about the aforementioned podcast, the Alec Lewis Show podcast. And into the draft tonight, you got all the steam squared away? Any late changes to the equation?
What's your steam?
I predicted earlier on the Power Trip Morning Show.
Oh, okay.
The Minnesota Vikings at 24, if available, would select Alabama guard Tyler Booker. And Gray Zabel, the North Dakota State guard, is absolutely, I believe, in play. I actually think Booker will go ahead of Zabel tonight. So, yeah, that's what I got. What do you got?
You're all over the place.
I'm not?
No, I like those two. I like those two names. That's probably where I would start.
Guard.
Yeah, I mean, interior offensive line. The idea of having a guy like Gray Zabel who has the flexibility to potentially play center in the future, to potentially, I mean, if he were to have to play right tackle in the future, that's intriguing. Tyler Booker is more of the, it's funny, I texted with an NFC executive yesterday.
How is Ryan Pauls? I've heard a lot about what they're going to do at 10, but I haven't talked to him in a while.
And the way that this executive described Tyler Booker was, he is a phone booth brawler. I'm not really sure what that means. I've never really experienced the phone booth. I'm a little too young for that. But no, watching Tyler Booker, he is you get all your draft descriptors: strong hands, good anchor,
born leader.
And really, like, that's the thing with Tyler Booker.
He was a team captain.
Is you're betting as much on the person with him. We've heard 700,000 times that they want smart and tough football players who love football. And he would fit that bill kind of directly. He also has experience with J.J. McCarthy.
I didn't know that until recently.
In his background. So, I mean, the question for me, more than anything else, and the most interesting kind of aspect would be, if I'm sitting in that meeting room and you're at the draft party and the folks driving around listening to this or watching on the live stream right now see Zabel off the board, Booker off the board, and the Vikings are at 24, then it becomes a very interesting situation for me to watch. Is Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle from Oregon who's versatile in the front, does he become the guy? Well, I've heard some stuff. Derek Harmon, there's some medical stuff with him. It kind of sounds like shoulder, hip. How serious is it? I'm not going to pretend to be an orthopedic surgeon here, but that's an interesting one. If it's not that, is it defensive back? I mean, every mock draft in the history of the world has had Nicky Manwari from South Carolina. For me, that player is probably a little in the prototype of like a Lewis Cine. That scares me a little bit. So would it be a defensive back? Would it be a cornerback? Jahdae Barron? Would it be Will Johnson from Michigan if he falls? Like that would be the most, I guess. I mean, it would be a little bit. I mean, it would be interesting, and I'd be like pretty anxious to see what they would do if those two interior players are off the board.
Well, where I may be stuck tonight doing the Vikings draft party radio show at US Bank Stadium is if Booker and Zabel are both available. I mean, because now we got to ride. If God gave me any form of a gift of discernment, then I got to ride it tonight. I don't think there's a chance both are available at 24. But, I mean, if they were, I firmly believe they would take one of them, don't you?
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if both those guys are on the board at 24 and the Vikings didn't take one of them. Yeah. I'd be pretty surprised. I will tell you.
I'd go DB. Like if they're both gone, I would absolutely go defensive back.
Are you talking cornerback or safety?
Great question. That's a great question. And I can't answer it. And, I don't have a name. I just, from what I believe is if they can't get their way to specifically one of them or either one aren't available, defensive back will be the selection at 24. I don't have a name.
Here's the interesting aspect of that. So let's just take cornerback for a second. Mm-hmm. I just looked this up when I was sitting back there with Nordo as he was doing the production. Last year, Byron Murphy Jr., Stephon Gilmore, and Shaq Griffin were on the field together like 25% of defensive snaps. So not like...
They got bored with Shaq late.
Well, they got bored with him late, but they also love playing with three safeties. Two deep safeties and Josh Metellus as like a slot defender, and then they usually play with two cornerbacks. So a Byron Murphy Jr. and an Isaiah Rodgers, like that's how I would peg it. And then if they played with three cornerbacks right now, you'd probably have Okudah. So in play, maybe Mekhi Blackman. Yeah. But to add a player like Jahdae Barron, he's in the same like mold of a player, smaller guy, shorter in stature. I love him as a player, and I think Brian Flores would love him as a player. But if you don't play a ton with three cornerbacks, it's just interesting. The other safety, if we're talking defensive back, safety, I mean, I'm confident in that this defensive staff believes Theo Jackson can be an everyday, every down type of player as a deep high safety. You heard Harrison Smith talk about Theo Jackson the other day, and he couldn't have been more effusive in his praise. Kevin O'Connell at the owners' meeting in West Palm Beach said to me, or to the entire beat, he's like, when you draft in the first round, you need immediate impact. And so if you were to draft a safety, where does that come if they believe in Theo Jackson as much as I strongly kind of feel like they do? So defensive back is just an interesting conversation. I would more lean interior defensive line, but the odds and stuff online and all of the mock drafts from a lot of the national people that I've seen probably wouldn't be in my favor, but that's just my inclination from everything I know.
With the off-season workouts beginning a couple of days ago, happen to know how the attendance is? I mean, they don't. Public relations doesn't share it. They don't have to share it. Coaches don't share. They don't have to share. But I mean, if you tap on somebody or you just ask like the attendance, do you think, I'm certainly not going to say all are there, but a majority seem to be there.
Yeah, I expect it to be pretty good. I almost put this on social media the other day, but I almost felt like it was too flowery. But I really, you've heard players in past years here that I've covered say like they enjoy showing up to work. And it's kind of like when you enter a certain grade that you're in a class that you're really pumped about, you're like excited to get back to school and see all your friends. Mm-hmm. I kind of get that vibe from this team. Harrison Smith does not at all have to be in Minnesota for these off-season workouts. Right. Brian O'Neill does not at all have to be there, and both of those guys are there. I also, for me, it's also surrounding J.J. McCarthy and kind of starting to build like this new leadership core in some ways without kind of an experienced quarterback at the helm, to where I would expect the guys like Harrison Smith and Brian O'Neill, who are Aaron Jones, cornerstone leadership figures, they kind of want to be a part of it as they build this thing from the ground floor.
Do you hit the backup quarterback beat? I mean, you're on it now. Something pops, you're going to put it out there. But the draft is the A topic at this moment.
Of course.
So how hard do you hit the backup quarterback beat after the draft?
Well, I mean, what do you mean by hit it? I mean,
you think something will transpire relatively soon?
Potentially. I like Kevin O'Connell was asked about it, and the question was essentially phrased something to the effect of, do you hope to do the backup quarterback thing soon? And Kevin O'Connell, I started the answer with, hope is an interesting word to use, which would make me think that they have a pretty defined strategy of what they want to do. But there's not that many options. I mean, that's the unspoken truth.
Well, there actually are a lot of options.
Oh, okay. Easton Stick.
But they're
Easton Stick actually is gone.
Yeah.
He's actually with
when I say
Falcons
a lot
now.
of options, there are a lot of names.
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill is still available.
Aiden O'Connell.
The Raiders could trade Aiden O'Connell.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the film of him last year against the Chiefs. It was not enjoyable. Sam Howell.
Yeah, I've always liked Sam Howell.
Yeah, I don't know why, but again, I'm just being straight with you. Like,
okay.
I
know he's a turnover machine.
He is.
He's gifted. Sam Howell's a very gifted player.
Yeah, I mean, he's an NFL quarterback. It's he is.
Well, he's kind of like Mullins. He's going to throw 2 for your team, and he's going to throw 2 to the other team.
Along the way, he's going to get you.
Might throw more than 2 to the other team.
Right, but along the way, he's going to get you 400.
No. Am I on? I mean, I didn't mean to just absolutely
it was awesome.
Go shredding, but
it was terrific.
I mean, the Kirk Cousins one is interesting to me.
Not interesting. It's fascinating to you. I read Twitter.
I use those 2 words. And my dad's like, can you just go to the dictionary or the synonym, whatever, thesaurus you call that?
Is it fascinating to you?
It is.
Well, it shouldn't be. I was trying to get you back.
Yeah, we can talk more about Sam Howell. You like him.
It's fascinating.
Do you like Sam Howell more than Joe Flacco, or what do you think?
Quite honestly, I can't pick Sam Howell out of a 2-person lineup standing next to Lamar Jackson. I just know he's gifted. But what fascinates you
about the Kirk one?
QB2 Kirk.
I mean, it's hard for me to argue that being the best insurance option right now. You don't have to deal with the mayhem of Aaron Rodgers at all whatsoever. And he is also more capable if he had to step in and play than Tannehill, Aiden O'Connell, Sam Howell, whoever else, Carson Wentz, Kirk Cousins. I mean,
what about Streveler? Streveler was with O'Connell in the Rams.
I heard the name the other day, Logan Woodside. I'm like, is that a real name? Or what are
thought
we
it was a blue liner for the Golden Knights. So wait, that's Zach Woodside.
Yeah. When are we going to talk about Boldy, by the way? No, it's the Kirk one is just like, here's the thing with Kirk. If there is a starting opportunity for him and the Atlanta Falcons are willing to trade him, that's where I would expect Kirk to be. But if there's not a starting opportunity and the Falcons want to trade him, I am of the belief he would rather be a backup here than he would in that situation. Why? Because he has teammates here that he likes and that like him. He has a coaching staff that he likes and that likes him. He has a training staff that he really likes. He likes living in Minnesota. Do I think he'd move back here? Yes, I do. And am I of the belief that if he doesn't have a starting opportunity, the backup job here exceeds what he would prefer the environment of Atlanta? For me, it kind of makes some sense. Now, the questions that some fans would probably ask is, we don't want his shadow kind of looming over J.J. McCarthy.
I like that with him.
I just believe enough in J.J. McCarthy's confidence in himself to where he would not. I mean, this guy won a freaking national championship at Michigan. Like, I would expect him to be able to handle having a veteran quarterback of Kirk's kind of personality and makeup behind him. So it's a fascinating. It is for me.
That's Alec Lewis from the Alec Lewis Show.
Aiden O'Connell.
It was the bomb. Fantastic. Thank you. very much. So follow Alec at Alec_Lewis via Twitter. Our final segment will include some adversarial intel that greatly could impact the future of the Minnesota Vikings. And that's next.
This is 9 to noon, live on iHeartRadio and KFAN, The Fan.
When you're hiring, have you ever
We have
felt
the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling 2. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
5 employers who post on ZipRecruit?
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
Your preset on iHeartRadio, the audio home for the Minnesota Vikings, is KFAN.
Heating and Cooling 2, a family-owned and operated HVAC company, has proudly served the entire metro area since 1980. Heating and Cooling 2, a factory-authorized Bryant dealer, currently has deals of up to $4,000 in tax credit and rebates. Go to heatcool2.com for more information. That's heatcool2.com.
Fox Sports Radio, and make it your next preset on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, this is Marnie Gellner for Surfside, my favorite adult beverage. One place drinking Surfside is so refreshing is out on the golf course, cracking open an ice-cold Surfside lemonade and vodka or iced tea and vodka. It's my birdie beverage. It's light and refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 carbonation. And that's the part I love. No bubbles, no troubles with Surfside. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome to the real Magic Kingdom, Deer Run Golf Club. You know, golf is a magical, mysterious game invented by Scottish shepherds. As the modern world becomes faster, more impersonal, and more of a virtual reality, the human soul yearns for the original game of the Scottish shepherds. Get that sheep out of the fairway! Though Deer Run GC has all the modern amenities, such as the latest easy-go golf carts with GPS unit and fully stocked beverage carts. Cheers! DRGC has kept the magic of the past with its charming old brick clubhouse and an Irish pub to bring you back to the days of Celtic lore. And then you can tell all your golfing buddies how you sank that long putt on the last hole, when we know it was just a tap-in. Deer Run Golf Club, the real Magic Kingdom. DeerRunGolf.com.
Why is life better with American Family Insurance? Because every policy comes with something very special. A trusted agent who's there to help protect your dreams by finding the right coverage at the right price. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Nordo here for the Modern Sportsman. Awesome shooting range and gun shop up in Coon Rapids off Highway 47, then down in Burnsville as well. And as a member at the range, I can speak to how nice the place is. As a regular customer, I can also speak to how vast the retail space is. But I'm now excited to become a student at Modern Sportsman as I renew my permit to carry Carey this year, which through them, I can now do the classroom portion online, which means you can too. So ask about the online permit to carry class next time you're at Modern Sportsman, Coon Rapids or Burnsville, themodernsportsman.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Bradshaw and Bryant seeking justice for the injured. Online at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
This report is sponsored by Blaze Credit Union.
The Twins hit a pair of clutch home runs, beat the White Sox at home. NFL draft kicks off tonight at Lambeau. The Titans have the top overall pick. Vikings 24th. The Wild host the Golden Knights in Game 3 tonight with the series even at 1. The Stars beat the Avs in overtime, take a 2-1 series lead. The Capitals and Kings both lead their series 2-0. I'm Ronza Moss.
Blaze will be your trusted financial partner on the road of life. They will find the right path for you, even if it means blazing a new one. Head to blazecu.com to learn more. Insured by NCUA.
Today's the day. The NFL Draft is here, and we have live coverage all day. Presented by Heating and Cooling 2 on the audio home of the Vikings, iHeartRadio, and The Fan.
I can't wait.
Again, thank you to everybody for watching 9 to noon and the streaming throughout the day right here on The Fan. And you can continue to do so, or if you haven't yet, check out KFAN.com/watch. As you heard that liner there, big voice guy talking about Heating and Cooling 2. Heating and Cooling 2, thank you for bringing draft coverage these last several weeks in up to pick 24 this evening. You'll get to hear that right here on The Fan. HeatCool2.com. Final segment, 9 to noon, is upon us.
But it could be too late.
45 minutes past the hour. You're listening to the home of the National Football League Draft, FM 100.3, KFAN. 7 o'clock tonight, big radio show from U.S. Bank Stadium, the palatial purple paradise. Yours truly, Ben Lieber, Pete Bursich, Paul Charchian. We start at 7 o'clock, a bevy of interviews to take place on site. They will include Hall of Famer-to-be, Jared Allen, former running back Adrian Peterson could be in the mix. Inside linebacker Blake Cashman, I think, will be in the mix. Running back Aaron Jones, he'll be in the mix. Maybe Josh Metellus, et al. This evening, 7 o'clock.
It's a good lineup.
FM 100.3, KFAN.
You can't get Boldy on pregame?
No, but I'll be thinking about him.
Trust me, I will be too.
Have you ever had a Wild-related tweet that did not involve Matt Boldy?
Absolutely not. I don't care about anything else, but just execution in the zones is really what I care about, and he delivers.
Well, when he scored that first goal in Game 2, with the hand-eye coordination, what was it that you liked that led you to the tweet machine?
It's just excellence rises up in those occasions.
No
so, that's what I like.
Big players make big plays in big moments.
That's what happens, and that's what he is. So nothing more that I need to say.
You're going to the Wolves game tomorrow? Oh, wait. Rounds 2 and 3 of the draft.
Right.
You can't string for Krasinski.
Yeah, but John's getting a little strategic. No, we'll see. I probably will be focused on draft stuff. I'm pumped for these later rounds. Like I've put in a lot of work on some of these 97, 139. Your Ty Feltons from Maryland, your Gavin Bartholomew's from Pittsburgh.
I gave you 211 or whatever it is.
Oh, they don't have 211. So
what's their last pick?
I think 187.
I gave you 187.
Jimmy Horn Jr.
I got all his albums.
You love Jimmy Horn Jr.
I got all his albums.
It's a good name to give. That's some high end steam you got there.
We'll see. It's not steamy. I started going with Jimmy Horn Jr. about 2 months ago after child graduates from University of Colorado in 2.5 weeks. So I've seen Jimmy Horn Jr. play live 3 times, and I love him.
Yeah, this is like a mid-January, late January Jimmy Horn vibe that he's been cultivating 9 to noon.
Well, I'm validating this. Your evaluation from the stands has been validated by those internally. That's some steam that I've gotten. Now, I might not get any more after
wait a second. You're telling me that you have inside TCOPC steam. Somebody likes Jimmy Horn Jr.
Not anymore.
I haven't asked one person over there.
I'm just saying that might be the last steam after I just said what I said about the quarterbacks that I said last segment. So
Okay.
I'm getting a little concerned.
Kevin Stefanski says Travis Hunter is uniquely equipped to play both sides of the ball. And you believe they'll take Hunter too?
I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't.
Right.
I don't know why the Titans aren't either taking him one or trading back. But that's just me.
I mean, is he really going to play corner and wide receiver in a lot of games? I'm shortchanging him, and yeah, I've watched him, and Pat Shurmur has excellent things to say about him, but I just don't want people to forget, and I've shared this with a fair amount of guests, who have joined talking about him, including you, Field Yates, Jordan Reed, people like that.
Mel Kiper.
When Pat Shurmur joined 9 to noon, first day of the combine, I asked him, what about practice? When you do this? And he's like, well, it was all offense. So he didn't practice. He barely practiced defense when he was in Boulder. That ain't the case in these complicated NFL bits, Well,
I will say this. Colorado's defensive coordinator is a guy named I think the name's Robert Livingston. He had been a DB's coach in Cincinnati with Lou Anarumo, so he had an NFL background. So whether he practiced or not, that system, do I think it's an NFL system that they run defensively at Colorado? No. Does it have, mechanism details from it? Potentially. So I'm not going to doubt this guy because he's done it at this level, and like people doubted Shohei Ohtani, and the comparison is absurd because Shohei is one of the greatest athletes I've ever seen in person.
But baseball, such a violent, physically taxing sport.
Right? No, you're right. What Shohei does isn't impressive at all. That's
Sam
a good
Howell's
point.
a better pitcher.
No, that's a good point. No, yeah, Sam Howell. He might be a better. He might be able to throw 95. I don't know. No, Travis Hunter.
He's more apt to throw to number 95, who's a defensive lineman.
If Travis Hunter is as kind of in it and committed as it sounds like he is, I'm not gonna question it if he wants to do it. And you would hope that the coaches would be able to kind of adapt and figure out a way to help him do it.
The Alec Lewis Show podcast with ESPN's Jordan Reed. Who were some late round players of interest you guys discussed?
Some of them I just mentioned. Ty Felton from Maryland, Jimmy Horn Jr. from Colorado. Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech. He's a receiver. Some defensive tackle type players. If they go interior offensive line at the top.
He loves some Kansas interior offensive lineman.
Yeah, I don't know that. I can't remember that guy's name.
Like
but yeah, Cal's Noel Williams at cornerback is an interesting name. Za Frazier from UTSA is an interesting name. There's Brashard Smith from SMU, the running back. I was talking to an AFC person yesterday who loves that guy as a player.
Well, how is Thomas Dimitrov?
Is he in the AFC? I
no
thought
idea.
he was like a media member.
How is Andrew Barry?
Yeah, Andrew's great. Those are some names. I'd say maybe more than the Vikings still are that tight end 3 after losing Johnny Munt. That's still, for me, a spot that maybe with one of the late rounds could make sense. So
I agree.
I love those, seeing what players they take in those spots. So I can't wait.
I'd bet in front of the Vikings, I'd bet Green Bay takes the Boston College defensive end.
Ezaraku?
Yeah, Ezaraku. Thank you. I'd bet, but I wouldn't bet a lot, that they take him. So what I'm getting at here is everybody can always use offensive line. And I know the Packers made the big move for Aaron Banks to get him from San Francisco to play guard. They still could use offensive line help. They're moving Elton Jenkins to center. That's their best offensive lineman. He's going on a position change. That's aggressive. So, that could be a guard spot, outside chance, if there's to be snipe ability at 23, or the Texans wanting something badly and they jump up ahead of the Vikings. Think there could be any snipe ability there?
Well, I mean, one of the snipe abilities that you didn't just mention, I didn't listen to Dan Miller, but interior for the Lions as they look forward, to me, shouldn't be totally ruled out. So the worry in the back of my mind would be, okay, Zabel and Booker off the board. The Giants or Browns want to come up for a quarterback, so let's trade back and try to get Donovan Jackson. Then at 28, the Lions do Donovan Jackson. You get sniped. Then you lose out on all of those guys that you liked, and then it becomes disaster type situation.
Then you sell Walter Rouse hard during the post-draft press conference.
Michael Juergens has been lifting well in the weight room with Tyler Williams overlooking him. I mean, it's been unbelievable.
But do you guys see him?
Yeah. Walter Rouse. I saw Walter Rouse the other night, actually, late night. So he looked in good shape. So
hey, enjoy the draft.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll be following at Alec_Lewis from afar, Alec Lewis Show podcast. Also watch that when you get the opportunity. Appreciate the time, all right?
Yeah, thank you guys. Good to see you, Nordo, too.
Good to see you.
Alec Lewis, I'm Paul Allen. Back with you this evening at 7 from the Palatial Purple Paradise. Thank you very much for listening to 9 to noon. Here comes Big Daddy Khan with a wrap on the show.
Thanks again to Heating and Cooling, too, for bringing you all KFAN draft content.
Big boy's back!
Not this, though, a mediocre wrap. A draft day, it's a talker buffet. We gather at Kroll's West, a party in Green Bay. You can park on Grandma's Lawn by Lambeau, by the way. One of the last places that take a check when you pay. Now, what do we see at 24? We delivered a bunch of names you've heard all before. The next first-round pick, hopefully future Vikings lore, someone that has you driving to the liquor store. It is the most wonderful time of the year. Charge firing from the lip. He's got no fear. Paul, if the Vikes take this guy, it's the greatest ever. Always has the least traveled angle. Dude's clever. So tonight unfolds all the action. Tomorrow the feast. PA in charge for reaction and watching those Kaprizov passes in slow-mo. Friday, Howl in round 2 draft FOMO.
Podcast today's Paul Allen Show, or listen back to previous show and interviews by going to the iHeartRadio app or KFAN.com.
We have the preferred service agreement with Heating and Cooling 2.
I've been around Heating and Cooling 2 for probably 15 years.
When the technician first came out to the house, I was very comfortable. He was on time. He was very helpful in helping me understand what I needed to do.
I would recommend them just because they take so much pride in what they do. And they just show a lot of respect to the homeowner.
I would absolutely refer people to Heating and Cooling 2. My sister-in-law had them out last week.
There's just no comparison. If I rank them, they're just a 10.
Fireside Hearth and Homes.
651 Carpets Plus. We bring the showroom to you. Come on in. Here's how your free in-home estimate works. We bring you all the latest and greatest styles to complement your home. We use our state-of-the-art measuring system so we can give you the best price for your project on the spot. And we have thousands of products that you could have installed the next day. Call 651 Carpets Plus for your free in-home estimate.
For free. Constant Pain Socks, Neos Elite Rocks. Book now at neoselite.com and receive $500 off your first treatment with the KFAN special. It's neoselite.com.
Stop in this Friday and Saturday for the Acme Tools Spring Sale and save up to 12% on your favorite power tools, machinery, and accessories from over 100 of the world's best brands.